Namaste, Suprabhatam. Am I audible to everyone? Am I audible?
Yes.
We are very, very fortunate to have Michel Danino ji amongst us for the day 2 of the session under the theme India's Knowledge Systems, Perspectives, Culture, Context and Imperative. Today we have 2 themes. This theme is continuing from yesterday, and this is the 5th session under this theme. And then from the next session, we move to another theme. The session for today is What are India's Knowledge Systems by none other than Professor Danino. I'm sure all of us would have heard his name, his contributions to the field of IKS. He's a visiting professor from the Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. And Dr. Michel Danino, please, slide, please. Could we go to the next slide, please? A very brief introduction. Professor Michel is a guest lecturer at IIT Gandhinagar. He's been a former member of the Indian Council of Historical Research. He's authored The Lost River on the Trail of the Saraswati. And he's been conferred the Padma Shri for his contributions in literature. That's a very, very brief introduction to Professor Danino. And Professor Danino, welcome to this session. We have 40 faculty who have registered from various colleges and universities as part of the career advancement scheme under the UGC HRDC, that is the upper cap number. And we also have these recordings, these sessions live stream, wherein people can watch it from any part of the world. Welcome, Professor Danino, once again. The floor is all yours.
Namaste, Dr. Richaji, and all the organizers at Rashtraam of this week-long, or is it fortnight-long event of great importance. This is a field I have been associated with for quite some years, of course, I feel very awkward speaking after all the luminaries you had yesterday. And I am sure I will not be able to add much to what they said. I will simply speak basically from my experience, my own reflections, and then trying to look at the way forward in brief. I would like to first of all ask, why do we have to speak of Indian knowledge systems at all after 74 years of independence? This is, I think, the question we should start reflecting upon. There is a great paradox here that scholars all over the world have documented, discussed, admired India's contributions in quite a lot of fields, from the most abstruse philosophical fields to very practical technological fields. The range is so vast, and I will briefly touch upon this. But how come that this whole wealth of knowledge was completely kept out of the purview of the educational system after independence? I see messages, but I'm not muted, and I hope I'm audible. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
Dr.
sir,
Michel.
Right.
Yes, Dr.
Thank you. So this is the great paradox of independent India, that while a number of freedom fighters, even before freedom fighters, figures like Swami Vivekananda, and then, of course, later on, Sri Aurobindo, Rabindranath Tagore, and many others highlighted the need for a national system of education. It's only now that we have a national education policy, and it's extremely strange that there was no rethinking of the educational system immediately after independence. So this is a kind of great weakness that India showed in not being able to look at what should be the true foundations of an independent nation. And those two foundations had been already discussed and proposed by a large number of freedom fighters. So that I will not dwell upon further, but there is this paradox and we are still addressing it after 74 years. So this is an aberration. Before I proceed, I would like first of all to point out that today happens to be the International Students' Day. I actually did not know of its existence because we celebrate the Teachers' Day, as you know, on September 5, which I always tell my students jokingly that it should be a Students' Day and not a Teachers' Day, because without students, there is no teacher. But I did not know, and I just discovered through a friend this morning that 17th of November is the International Students' Day, marked by a fairly grim event in 1941 when Nazi Germany executed a number of students in Czechoslovakia protesting against its invasion of their country. And to mark this execution and deportation of hundreds of students to concentration camps, this was, after the war, proposed to become the International Students' Day. I'm not sure we celebrate it in India, but anyway, let me evoke this because we're no longer executing students, but we almost are. You know, there are 5,000 to 6,000 student suicides every year in India, and many of them are the victims of the educational system. So as my distinguished friend and mentor, Professor Kapil Kapoor, whose birthday is today, incidentally, it is his birthday also today. So we have a double quota of auspiciousness today. But as he often quotes, the art critic Ananda Kumaraswamy used to speak of English-educated Indians way back in the 1920s, 1930s as the victims of the Indian education system. This, for him, was a system that completely uprooted Indians from their culture, and we are continuing to do this. But there are also victims in a much more physical sense of the education system, and these are our students forced to accept a very repressive, a very limiting, a very dehumanizing system of learning, which is the opposite of what a true education should have been. So these are some of my preliminary thoughts as I look at the whole scene, and we are, of course, we're hoping that we are at a turning point, and we all have a responsibility to make sure that we can make up for lost time. We will not be able to make up for the lost generations of Indian students who have come out of the system with a profound ignorance of their cultural roots. So let me perhaps use a few slides as illustration. I have not had time, I will confess, to prepare a very systematic, well-organized presentation. This is going to be a little bit rambling, but I just want to share some of my thoughts and experience, and then perhaps, hopefully, we can engage in some discussion together after. So I will share my screen. And I hope that this slide is visible.
Yes, Professor Danino. Yes,
So
yes,
I've slightly changed the title from what are Indian knowledge systems, because if we really have to ask what are Indian knowledge systems, it would imply that we are also equally ignorant. I don't think we need to define them. We know what they are. We know that India organized, codified its knowledge. You see here from Khajuraho temple, you see the scene of an acharya teaching his students. Some of them, the ones who are seated here, are quite senior. You see, they have a beard. Others, younger ones, are standing. There are also women students listening and also learning. One of them here has under her arm a takti. A takti is, in North India, it used to be what was the slate in Europe, a piece of wood where you could write and then, of course, erase. Very economical and used since Harappan times in India. And so she's a student. They are all students. Incidentally, this is oral education. Nobody is writing anything. There are other depictions elsewhere where we do see teaching going on through manuscripts, but here it's a complete oral teaching. So this is just to remind us that there is a long tradition of learning and teaching, and India is possibly the one culture in the world where knowledge was divinized, knowledge was deified. It became Goddess Saraswati in the course of time. So we're supposed to revere knowledge. We have not done much more than lip service to it after independence, and of course, education went spiraled down to no more than preparation to the job market. We know that. So therefore, instead of asking what are Indian knowledge systems, I'm going to just look at their potential place in the educational scene. And for this, and here you see, by the way, on the right of the screen, you see a small figurine of terracotta dated to 1 or 2 centuries BCE, where you have a child, whether male or female is very hard to say. You have a child pointing to a takti, the same takti that this lady student has under her arm. And on this takti are letters of Brahmi script, Brahmi letters. And the child is proudly pointing to these letters. So this is roughly 2,000-year-old, maybe a little less, doesn't matter, figurine where we see, again, how education is valued. And one of the means of education, which is in this case, script and writing. So it's a long tradition. And let us instead ask this question of what should have been, but I think there is a mistake in my slide. I had wanted a slightly different order, so I'm just going to take half a minute to correct this. Otherwise, my argument is not. Yes. I wanted to keep this for a little later after showing you some examples of the aberration I was referring to. So this is where we were. And again, I hope that my slides are visible. I'm just going to show you some symptoms, very, very few, just 2 or 3 symptoms of what happens. And I begin with this example, which is an existing curriculum for an MSc mathematics paper in Bangalore University, one of the supposedly better government universities in India, and an old one. And there is a Department of Mathematics having, of course, an MSc program in mathematics. And here you have one paper on the history of mathematics, which is welcome because usually there will not even be that. And students of mathematics or any science are straight away fed with the results, with the formulas, which is completely against any organic sort of learning, since you should understand at least something of the chain of ideas that led to this result. But instead, we just jump into the result and have to learn them by heart without understanding the whole background. So at least there was an attempt here to give such a background, which is welcome. But what we see strangely is that, okay, apart from the chronological order, when the paper begins with some of the great European mathematicians of the 18th, 19th century and so on, that is all right. You need not follow a chronological order, but then from there, it jumps to the Greeks. As you can see, we are now with the Greeks. Here, then we go to the Arabs. All right, that is to some extent understandable. And then we jump back to Europe with Descartes and with the proper invention of calculus through Leibniz and Newton and Fermat and so on. And then this continues. I'm sorry, with European mathematics. And it goes on and on till the very recent period. In other words, India is completely absent from this picture. So this is equivalent to, let us say, in a Greek university in Greece, having a paper on history of mathematics and no mention of Greek accomplishments in the past. Can we conceive of this? Certainly not. It's not going to happen in Greece. It's not going to happen in any other parts of the world, except in India. So this is an example of the complete blindness that that our own educators have in this field, and it's the same in every other field. So the intention was good. The completely Western oriented, because China also is missing. China did quite a lot of mathematics. So the complete, hypnosis with Western knowledge is going to actually misrepresent the whole field and prejudice students against if they hear later of Indian accomplishments in mathematics, they will be highly skeptical because they say, no, we didn't learn them at the MSc level. So this is one example I wanted to start with. And then this other from a school level textbook, where we see, again, with good intentions, in a physics textbook, we see something about atoms and how the atomic theory was first envisaged before physics, modern physics, could really work it out. And the intention again is good, but we have to refer to the Greeks, and which is perfectly fine, and we have to know what the Greeks did, and we have to know what every other culture came up with. But what about India? What about the Indian concept of atom in, for example, Vaisheshika Shastra and a few more fields where the concept of Paramanu was spelled out? And there's a whole theory about it. That theory is not very, very compatible with modern physics, but it doesn't matter. Neither was the Greek theory compatible with modern physics. These are antecedents. We need to understand them. And therefore, why should we keep Indian accomplishments out of the picture. There are deeper prejudices, and I'm going to show you these. I hope this slide comes out all right here. So this is from an otherwise excellent textbook produced by NCERT on, just a second, I'm sorry. Yeah, but there was, yes, this is what I wanted to show, first of all. Some of the colonial stereotypes in our textbooks. And this is what this extract will show, that first of all, Indian crafts came from outside. This is totally absurd because we have plenty of evidence of crafts right from the Harappan times and even before, even in prehistoric times, we see a lot of crafts developing from bead making to weaving to pottery to all kinds of ornaments and so on. So to say that India learned her crafts from outside is absurd. It's again a kind of example of slavish mindset. Secondly, the accusation, the charge, as we will see now, that the caste system is responsible for stagnation in knowledge and in occupation, that people could not would not have access to education, which is easy to disprove, and would not be able to change their occupation, which is equally easy to disprove because there's plenty of evidence through inscriptions, through the text of caste mobility in ancient times, much more than in the medieval or even much worse in the colonial times, when the British census and other statements on caste completely rigidified the system. This is well known to modern scholarship, but we continue to peddle those old colonial prejudices as if they were, the ultimate knowledge of India. And then also this other falsehood of a divorce between tribal and classical, here in the field of crafts, but in pretty much every other field. And this is again in complete disregard of the evidence of massive interchange, exchange of knowledge systems, exchange of practices, exchange of local understanding of the environment between the so-called tribal communities, basically the forest dwellers, the mountain dwellers, and the mainstream society, which did not regard those tribal communities as distinct from it. It's only the environmental setting which differs, but otherwise, as the very distinguished anthropologist K.S. Singh showed and repeated at great length, in ancient times, there is no word for tribe. Tribals are simply janas. They are just janas like any other jana, and they are not regarded as being outside of the society. They just live in some degree of isolation. So now coming to this particular textbook, this is the extract which I had prepared, where this is from NCERT, where you can see at the top here that the influences as far as craft is concerned came to India from multiple sources. So some came from the Silk Route, others came from the Middle East, from Central Asia, etc. And therefore, basically, it all came from outside. This is the implied message. Secondly, we see here that the static nature of the Hindu caste system and this staticity exists only in the writer's imagination, has kept many craft forms alive merely because the artisan had no opportunity to move away to other professions. This is complete rubbish, and this is what we teach our young Indians. Lastly, here you see the tribal and indigenous art related to specific cultural traditions of various communities, and this could be called people's art as opposed to the more stylized classical arts that evolved within the Hindu social system. This is again a deep misunderstanding of this, Marga Deshi interaction, this constant flow back and forth between the classical, the Marga, and the regional, the Deshi. And this is something that has enriched both parts of the spectrum. So these are the kinds of prejudices that we have to fight against. So now finally I come to this discussion, and I want here to simply sum up the picture where we can see the ignorance in all these fields, whether it is the sciences, civil engineering, agriculture, ecology and environment, which becomes so crucial nowadays, medicine, philosophy, psychology, political science, education, business and management, physical education. In all of these fields, there is massive production of knowledge from the most ancient times all the way to the pre-colonial and sometimes even colonial periods. And yet almost none of it figures in the education system, neither at school nor also at the college level. I showed you an example just now in mathematics. If you look at the curriculums of, let us say, departments of philosophy in India, it is very, very largely Western philosophy. There will be sometimes one or two papers on some Indian systems like Vedanta, but not a complete view at all of India's contributions in the field. The same thing again with regard to psychology, where India's systems of yoga, for example, yoga is nothing but self-exploration, self-fulfillment, they hardly figure at all. And in political science also, you will start with, the modern concept of nation state from the French Revolution onward, and not even looking, most of the time, there can be a few exceptions, and there are luckily growing number of exceptions, but we are still far from an ideal situation. But mostly you will find that the ancient systems of governance and polity are completely ignored. I remember still, and I think Professor Kapil Kapoor was present when we had a workshop in Gujarat, where many years ago, perhaps about 10 years ago, we were trying to work with a number of university professors to add some Indian content to their field. And there was a head of Department of Political Science in one of the universities who was with us. And, we were telling him that, why don't you include things from Arthashastra, the concept of the state and governance and rule, and from many other Niti Shastras and so on. And his reply was simply that, why do you mention this anyway? There was no democracy in India before independence. And I had to reply to him that, I'm sorry, but if you give me your email address, I'll send you half a dozen papers on democratic structures and functionings in ancient India. So he gave me his email address. I sent him the papers, and I never heard of him again. Because, this is the case of, I would say, 3/4 of our faculty strength in higher education are so profoundly ignorant that they cannot even question themselves. They're not even open to fresh knowledge, because it means that, they have to question the whole foundation of their trajectory, their career, and the kind of, sphere of knowledge that they feel comfortable in. So this is the kind of aberration that we have and continue to have. And these are on the column on the right, where I show, but very briefly and imperfectly, and I'm not even trying to elaborate at this point, because I think it's quite obvious to all of you, where I show what could be done in integrating all the way to physical education through yoga, martial arts, wrestling, and so on, where we could integrate some elements of this wealth of the past knowledge. Now, this is all very fine, but we have to look at some of the practical aspects of it. So first of all, why should we integrate Indian knowledge system? So one objection will be that, anyway, they are obsolete. So this is good for scholars. You can dwell on the past if you have time, but we have to be realistic. We have to prepare our children for jobs, and how is this going to help them? It's going to help them immensely, and even for jobs, because we have so many of our students, and I see them all the time, jumping into jobs being totally unprepared to face the challenges of life. And then they crash into a wall sooner or later. So the question is, whether we want to produce people who are well equipped, not only in knowledge, but in their own personality, in their understanding of life, in their understanding of the environment, and so on. So I have spelled out here those benefits of teaching Indian knowledge system. First of all, this sense that you belong to a certain stream of civilization. You are just a continuation of it. You're not an isolated individual, like an island in time and space. You're part of that stream which has produced so much knowledge, and much of which, traveled abroad. And this is something that automatically will give you tremendous confidence that you can stand on your own feet. It's not a question of pride. It's not a question of even patriotism. I'm not interested in those notions. I just say, learn something of what is there, get a sense of what was there, get an understanding rather than, myriad of facts about what was there, and automatically you feel, that you can stand at a level with any other culture. You can dialogue with Chinese or American people and not have any sense of inferiority, which we continue to have, of course. Secondly, we will be able to appreciate Indian civilization as a creative one, and not like this NCERT textbook shows us, as a kind of regressive, static, stagnant, caste-ridden society. There was a lot of very important things that happened which we have very little idea about. So we need a more objective appreciation of India. We speak a lot nowadays of multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, teaching and project. It's not happening much. These are just nice labels, but I teach in an IIT, and there are some attempts. This IIT in Gandhinagar takes pride, in fact, in promoting a lot of interdisciplinary research. Yeah, some of it perhaps, but we remain compartmentalized. So here we will benefit from this cross-disciplinary training, because all those ancient disciplines in India were connected deeply together. For example, if you study ancient Indian mathematics, you will easily move to poetry and philosophy, because many of those mathematicians were also poets and philosophers. So you will have maybe touches here and there, and you will understand that it all moves together. Or if you study water structures, for example, which we should do at an engineering level, because the ancient water structures were excellently designed most of the time, and still have great lessons for us. And some people do try to turn back to them to understand their working principles. But at the same time, we see that many of them have a whole spiritual background. Those magnificent step wells, the temple tanks, reservoirs. You have very, very often, intertwined with the engineering aspect. You have a kind of sacred background, which reminds us that we must look at the environment and all its elements, water in this case, but in another case, it will be a river, it will be a mountain, it will be animals. We should look at all these elements as part of a whole sacred totality, which we should, be in harmony with. And this is a message which, of course, is becoming more and more needed day by day. So this is one small illustration of this cross-disciplinary thinking, which becomes absolutely natural when you go through Indian knowledge systems in some little depth. National integration, we've been talking about it since independence. And again, this was complete lip service. I made a small test one day asking students of Tamil Nadu whether anybody could mention the name of, let's say, one great author from Kerala, just a neighboring state. I was not asking from Gujarat or Uttar Pradesh. I would say, you know, your neighboring state, Kerala, do you know any of you can you simply mention one great author, whether ancient or classical or even recent or even contemporary, and you will not get a single answer most of the time, okay, unless a Kerala student happens to be there. Even then, you might not get any sort of answer. So if we look at the Indian knowledge systems, they all cut across Indian boundaries and sometimes beyond, of course. And you get this sense of pan-Indianness in each and every of them. So this is a very important contribution. These are kind of byproducts of Indian knowledge systems. Sense of aesthetics, completely lost. There is very little poor appreciation of ancient Indians, of concepts of beauty and aesthetics. You know, we keep repeating Satyam Shivam Sundaram, but the Sundaram is totally out of the window. And it's no longer part of our lives and no longer part of our consideration. Just look at our cities, look at our buildings, and you will understand what I mean. So this is something that Indian arts, and they are very much parts of the Indian knowledge systems, should and will reintegrate if they are properly present in the education system. Appreciation for heritage and the importance of preserving it. Of course, we will become sensitized to this. And finally, the cultural values. We speak of value education again. It is a kind of hollow moral teaching most of the time. We do not, and we of course complain that, you know, ethics is going down the drain, that we've lost all moral values, etc. But then we don't want to address the cause. And the cause is that very simply in Indian knowledge systems, you don't have to teach values separately. They are all over the place. They will be naturally embedded, of course, especially in literature, but you will find them again everywhere. And in the arts, even in mathematics, if you wish. So these values have to be imparted, but not as a kind of moral teaching that students usually end up resenting, but as part of life, as part of the whole living knowledge of the land. And in specific fields, but basically all of them, I'm just highlighting those where it is more obvious, like governance, Ayurveda, agriculture, water management, environmental protection, the arts, spirituality, that is what I prefer to call self-exploration, self-discovery. You can still, and you do have, very critical contributions from Indian knowledge systems. So it's not at all as if they are obsolete. You see, even in mathematics, of course, nobody would compare the mathematics of an Aryabhatta, Brahmagupta with what is being done today. The field has expanded 1,000,000 times. So there is no comparison. And yet you can sometimes still draw some inspiration. For example, the Fields Medal awardee, Manjul Bhargava, explains in many lectures, you can find them on YouTube, how he derived inspiration in some of his own mathematical work from ancient mathematicians like Brahmagupta and Hemachandra. And some of their procedures were so different, so fresh in a way that he could draw an idea from there and applying to his field. His field, again, is 1,000,000 times vaster, but some of the problems are the same. So even there, even in fields where the relevance is not immediately obvious, we need not rule it out either. So now I want to close this talk with a few more personal observations based on my experience, as I said, where I, first of all, conducted for NCERT, this was in 2005, I conducted a survey of 11,000 students across India, and where we asked them a lot of questions about not only the whole education system, but also its cultural content. So the survey was called a survey of cultural content in Indian education. And the report is available on my academia page, the full report, you can access it. And you can see that at some point we correlated all questions having to do with Indian culture. And we saw that altogether between students who show a substantial degree of interest in Indian culture, we reach a number of 83%. And if it is just really interested, then it will be 48%. So which means that even this, potential of interest, this pool of interest is not being addressed. We are not doing justice to it. Let me continue now with, so this is in fact one of the highlights, which I published this paper in the NCERT Journal of Value Education, where I drew all the conclusions and suggestions coming from the voice of students directly. So this was a very interesting exercise. And I'm glad that some of those ideas have ultimately found their way into the national education policy. Many of the changes that the policy is calling for are actually somewhat expressed here in the voice of the students themselves. Personally, so this is one thing which I did. Then I had the privilege, and I will be spending a few last minutes on this, of working with Professor Kapil Kapoor, Professor Jagbir Singh Ji, and a few scholars on this CBSE elective course, Knowledge, Traditions and Practices of India. I'll show it in a minute. Let me return to it very shortly. Then also I've been promoting courses at IIT Gandhinagar and earlier at various other institutions on aspects of Indian civilization, knowledge systems. We have, in fact, this is the last bullet here, a multi-instructor course running on Indian knowledge systems, and you can see 5 years of recorded lectures by very distinguished scholars on a variety of themes. We're changing the theme every year. Next semester, it will be on India's treasure house of literatures. So this is some of the things I've been doing and contributing to the national education policy, where I made a presentation to the committee, Kasturi Rangan committee that was preparing it, on Indian knowledge systems and the need to integrate them. This was with Professor Ramasubramaniam of IIT Bombay. Finally, at the moment, there is a National Steering Committee for the Development of Curriculum Frameworks, which was created by the government. I happen to be a member of it, again under Dr. Kasturi Rangan. And we are hoping to now give a very clear vision of what those frameworks should be in school education, higher education, adult education, and teacher education. So there's a lot of work to be done. And hopefully something will change. This is the ultimate objective. So this is this course that we prepared with Professor Kapil Kapoor, and where we had all these modules, where this was for class 11, and the course is still running, but we are trying to now improve upon it. And these are the modules for class 12. And I think, yes, that's it. And these modules presented a bird's eye view of every field, followed by, and this was very important, it was an idea of Professor Kapil Kapoor, followed by a selection from primary sources, original sources, not in Sanskrit or Indian languages, in English, of course, but students could get to read directly, a little bit of Kautilya, a little bit of Aryabhatta, a little bit of Kalidasa, and so on. So we carefully selected extracts in all these fields where they could, or Sushruta, or, and so on. So this was a very significant attempt. The modules are available on the CBSE website. Those who would like to see the complete PDF files of the 2 volumes can write to me. I will make them available through Dr. Richaji if necessary. And this is something that has, though it has been difficult to promote it in government schools for various reasons I will not go into, but a lot of private schools were happy to adopt it and sometimes adapt it. Like they would use only a few of the modules, which is absolutely fine. And they were happy that at least some material existed. So now one of the big projects on the anvil is to try to upgrade this to the university level. We are working on this, or we will be, I hope, working on this shortly. So this is a very brief bird's eye view of my perspective of the topic, what I've tried to do personally, and the whole big question in front of us: how do we make up for these lost 7 decades of Indian education? Thank you very much for your attention. If some of you have points, questions you'd like to discuss, I believe we have 10 minutes. We can make use of this.
Thank you so much, Professor Danino. I'm sure there would be many questions, and the chat is now enabled. So either we could have the questions on the chat, or the participants could one by one unmute themselves and ask the question. Dr. Mansi Chaudhary ji says, very informative session. Yes. Could we have the questions, please? And if you would like to unmute yourself and start, please. Rajiv Ranjanji, do you have a question?
Yes, I do have. Thank you.
Yes. Could we spotlight Rajivji? Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you, Professor Danino, for such a informative session. What I would like to ask is, how do you see mythology as an episteme in value education? Your views on that?
First of all, the totality of the field is so vast that we should be selective. We cannot teach everything. Already the curriculums are overburdened. So one challenge, very practical challenge, is going to be whether at school or university level, how do we make space for these Indian knowledge systems? Now, mythology in India is part of many systems. You will find it even in mathematics. There is a system called Bhuta Sankhya, for example, of using mythological concepts to code numbers. For example, Rama in mathematics will mean 3, because you have 3 Ramas. You have Ramachandra, Balarama, and Parashurama. So Rama, it's a mythological element, which simply means the number 3, nothing else. So, and so on. So mythology is present in a lot of, and including this Itihasa tradition, which we keep misunderstanding because we keep wanting it to be pure modern history. It's not that. And then there's a heavy dose of mythology coming into, and of course, across the whole literature. So I feel personally that it's best to not try to teach it as a separate discipline, certainly not, but show how, for example, in nature conservation, you see, how elements of nature are mythologized. So you will associate, a mountain or a river with all kinds of, the whole story of Ganga, if you wish, with all kinds of mythological elements. Use this as an illustration, simply to show the kind of, reverence that ancients were having for such elements of nature. And so use it in all the fields, but kind of, by the way, not centrally, because then it will, first of all, invite a lot of criticism. And secondly, you can't do everything. So as a very kind of living illustration, you can introduce elements from mythology, but I would not personally try to teach it. That would be for students of philosophy. Then yes, they should study mythology very much, but otherwise I would not. I can see in the chat box that someone is asking, how do you place the missionary institutions in the resurgence of IKS? Well, I don't place them. It's up to them to place themselves if they wish. And, missionary institutions have been, like others, have been both good and bad. There has been often a tendency to promote those colonial stereotypes, much more prominently than in other institutions. And I've seen people coming out of those, convent schools, for example, very polished, very intellectually alert, but also very full of serious prejudices. So, I just wish they will flow along and understand that they can be of service in this effort, but ultimately it'll be up to them. Then someone, Sagar Gawande, if I'm not mispronouncing your name, asks which country in the world is rich in knowledge assets. See, the simple answer is potentially all of them. And certainly all ancient civilizations have produced enormous knowledge. We all, building upon the past. So you look at the ancient Chinese or Egyptian or Mesopotamian or Greek or Arabian civilization, and you will find a huge amount of knowledge there. And we should have glimpses of some of it. So even when here, for example, I teach a course on Introduction to the History of Science and Technology, I start with the other civilizations and then I come to India. Of course, the first part is very brief. It's just a glimpse. You, again, cannot do everything. So there's no need to compare if that is your intention. There's no need to say India had more knowledge than other cultures or civilization. Lead the students to their own conclusions. If they want to conclude, just present the food, present the thali, and let them taste at least some of the dishes on the thali, and then they will enjoy. And this is, to me, what matters. I'm not very interested in saying, India had more knowledge than this other culture, or was the first to do this. Sometimes it may be true, sometimes it may not. It doesn't really matter at the end. What would you think of ancient Indian architecture? Asks Dr. Suman Gupta. Why should I think anything about it? It's there in front of us. We just have to look at it, learn how to understand it, how to not only admire the beauty, but the whole philosophy behind, all the concepts behind. So, again, it's about not just remembering facts that, the Brihadishwar temple in Tanjavur has a vimana of 67 meters. That doesn't really matter. What is the concept behind the vimana? What is a vimana? What is a shikhar? What does it represent in terms of a human body, in terms of the whole universe, and so on? This is, to me, more interesting. So this should figure. And there are some NCERT textbooks that try to have a few elements of architecture, but it's not very satisfactory. Dr. Nisha Pandey asks, give your thought to sensitize students about Indian knowledge and its impact in business management. Yes, I didn't have time to touch upon this. I would take a shortcut here. You have a book. Here we are lucky that there is material. It's called Indian Systems of Economics, Business and Management. It's by Professor Kanaga Sabapati, who is presently the acting chairperson of ICSSR. And he taught himself finance and economics for decades. And he wrote this book on precisely the Indian knowledge systems in economics, in business, in management, and how they can inspire. And I can see at least that a lot of Indian institutes of management are trying to grab thoughts from Arthashastra, from ancient traditions and practices of business, there's quite a bit of documentation on all this. So I think if you refer to this textbook, you will have a lot of ideas. And it is feasible. There is a lot of potential for integration there. Professor Pankaj Gupta asks, earlier, self-awareness, self-discovery, fulfillment, inner journey, restfulness were an integral part of mythology, which led to a holistic development and great outcomes. Yes, certainly. Now it is not so, and we worship more of avidya these days, of course. How can this be brought back in and given its due place in the curriculum and pedagogy? Well, this is the entire challenge, in fact. I think personally that we have, in ancient India, this very clear distinction between inner knowledge and outer knowledge, the inner development of the student through certain qualities like patience, concentration, sincerity, dedication, self-discipline, and so on. These are all listed in the ancient India very explicitly. And then there's all the outer knowledge, like learning about the philosophical systems, the sciences, medicine, and so on and so forth, economics, accounting, and whatnot, a lot of skills also. So to me, I find it easier with our students of today to often start with the outer achievements, the outer accomplishments, the outer disciplines, because these are things that they can immediately relate to. When we speak of water structures, or we speak of metallurgy in ancient India, why has the Delhi iron pillar not rusted over 1600 years? These are things that they can immediately relate to. And it's a way to draw them into the deeper concepts at work. So I would, though I know that many people would prefer to start from the conceptual foundations, I find that students are a little bit, in terms of pedagogy, a little bit, reluctant. They say, oh, they are again going to preach to us, and what's the use of all this, and so on. So show them first the use, and then you move backward. This is at least my approach. That's all I can say. Mansi Chaudhary says that it's time we realize our basic roots. Yes, of course, indeed. And we belong to rich Indian culture and should be proud of it, yes. What percentage of a paper can be IKS-related material to integrate in IKS? I'm not sure I understand your question, Dr. Rajat Pradhan. If you can reformulate it a little more clearly, I can come back to it later. And yes, so I'll only take one more question perhaps, because time is up. Dr. Krishna Gopal says, what challenges should be there while implementing such courses in school education? So the main challenge is going to be, make it really fascinating. Don't teach this the way, today, geography or mathematics or all these disciplines are taught. Because they will resent it all the more. Already students are resenting anyway school education. They do it because they're obliged to, it's compulsion most of the time. There are exceptional schools, there are exceptional teachers, there are exceptional students, of course. I'm talking about the average Indian scene. So there, there's a massive failure of pedagogy. How do you make a topic, whatever it may be, how do you make it really interesting and captivating? So you need to do a lot of research yourself. This is the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge is teacher training, creating, and again, we have, lost generations of teachers. So first of all, create the teachers. That's going to be the challenge number one. And therefore, I'm glad that this National Steering Committee has among its curriculums to be framed, there's teacher education. That has to be completely thought afresh. So make it entertaining, take a few facts from here or there. Genuineness is very, very important. This is another challenge. A lot of people take shortcuts. They just Google, they land on any website, and half of what they bring up together, and I keep seeing those presentations all the time, those YouTube videos all the time. And it's very disheartening how few people are willing to put in effort to gather very genuine material. and how many shortcuts we take to just glorify and get a kind of, very ephemeral feel good, which doesn't serve any purpose, doesn't build any knowledge. So these are some of the two challenges I'm glad that I had an opportunity to highlight. And thank you, Dr. Krishna Gopal. So I think that, well, thank you for the other remarks. Dr. Pradhan finally asks, what percentage of, I meant a paper in CBSE syllabus at UG or PG level. See, these are things to be worked out, Dr. Pradhan. I don't think we need to be bothered about this at this stage. The question is, are we going to teach IKS as a separate paper, separate discipline? Or are we going to try to, that's the first question, which will give the answer to your question later on. So, for example, we teach mathematics. Should we integrate some background of Indian mathematics right there? Or should we teach ancient Indian mathematics as a separate topic? I'm in favor of the first. I'm in favor of integration. Then the answer will follow naturally. In each system, it will work out its own. So I'm in favor of not, though we had to do it in this CBSE course, for example, because there was nothing. So we had to do it as a separate course. But ideally, that's not the solution. Ideally, you teach economics, well, start from Kautilya or something, and start from there and build it up. You teach, geography. You can have a look at, the ancient geography, for example, from Mahabharata. There is a lot of ancient Indian geography there, and so on. So this, to me, is the third big challenge that we have to face. With this, I will thank Dr. Richaji again and all of you for your kind attention, and I will leave the space to the next speaker, who happens to be a good friend I've been also associated with, Arundhati ji. Namaste, and thank you all.
Pranam, Michel ji, and we would request Sri Hari Vittal ji to conclude the session with a prayer, and then we start with the second session with Dr. Arundhati ji. We could have the prayer by Sri. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Michel.
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Welcome, Dr. Professor Arundhati Sundar from Chinmaya International Foundation for the second session of the day, that is IKS in primary education. So since yesterday, we have been looking at education and coloniality, education, culture, and IKS. We are trying to understand what are India's knowledge systems this morning. And gradually, as we move forward, today we would be seeing India's knowledge systems and how do we bring it back to the primary education, higher education, professional education, and in research institutions. Because what is more important is that one is understanding India's knowledge systems, and the second task at hand is how to bring it across the various disciplines. And as teachers who are undergoing through this program, especially, we are the ones who are eventually going to make it happen. So welcome, Professor Arundhati Sundarji, to our second session of the day and second day of the FTP in India's knowledge systems, sources, theories, concepts, and practices. A little bit about Professor Arundhati Sundarji. She's identified, there's a small typo here, I'm sorry for that. She identifies herself as a storyteller and an educator. Her mission is to spark the love for Indic culture in the younger generation. She's an academic outreach coordinator at Chinmaya International Foundation. She's been involved as a Sevika of Bal Vihar, youth and adult study groups of the Chinmaya mission. And the introductions are very large for each one of the resource people, but we have just accepted 3 or 4 bullets in the best interest of time so that we can have deeper engagements with them. Over to you, Professor Arundhati Sundar, on IKS in primary education.
Thank you, Richa ji. Thank you, Michel ji. I have not been involved in school education, though I've been involved with school children and through the Bal Vihar movement. Okay, so that has been a great experience, because the children who come there, the parents who send their children are motivated, because it's purely voluntary. There is nothing compulsion about it. So that has kept me very enthused and has given me a lot of success, because both those become ideal conditions. When it comes to the general school, the matter can be quite different, quite difficult. And let me start with with a presentation. Am I allowed to share screen? Yes.
Yes, Dr. Sundar.
Yes. So, okay. This is a picture that most of you will be able to say what it is. Right? Does anyone want to unmute and tell me what you see? I was told this is going to be a very interactive session. Yeah, Pratibha ji, yes, you can. Yes, please. Pratibha Patel, yes, please.
Namaste, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes. So, madam, I think this is a scenario in Ramayana wherein Bharata and Shatrugna come and try to want to take back Rama, Sita, and Lakshmana, and Rama refuses and hands over his padukas to him. That is the scenario.
On the request of,
Yes.
when Bharata tries his best to take him back and he refuses, he says, okay, I will rule in your place as a regent. I will not be the king. I will not accept the kingship. And this. So this is a story which even if I showed to a school child, they would know the story. What would not be known is that when Bharata has come back now from his maternal place, all the way from Kekaya, come back to Ayodhya and finds that the Ayodhya city, Ghum Sam, there is nothing at all. And then when he hears from his mother that Raja Dashrath has passed away, and Ram and Sita are no longer, because he is the king. This story is known. What is not known is that the body itself had been preserved in oil for over a week till Bharata could come back and perform the Agni Sanskar, the last Sanskar for them. That was done more than 12 days after the passing away of the king. And when he is going to this, he says, I'm going to bring back, I'm going to the Vanvas, I'm going to the forest, to look for Ramchandra ji, but I'm going to perform Abhishek of Ramchandra ji just there itself and come back. So now to perform the Abhishek of Ramchandra, who's going to become like the emperor now, you require to go with the whole entire retinue of people. I'm going to do it in grand fashion so that there is no doubt left in Ramchandra ji's mind that this is what he wants. Okay. So now when he's doing this, what does he saying? How does he prepare for it? He tells the people, lay the road to the forest, because I'm going to go with the army and with all of the people. So lay the road to the forest. Okay. Kriyatam shilpibi pantha samani vishamani cha rakshinas chantu samyantu pati durga vicharakaha. Let the road be aligned by artisans who will ground, who will level the ground, guards who will judge what is inaccessible terrain and what should be for this thing, etc. Pratibha, you can bring your hand down. So that and this preparation. Now, before his parting, his preparation, what does it say? Bhumi Pradeshe. All these are, he actually names the people, and which is mentioned in the Ramayana. Land surveyors, Sutra Karma Visharada, experts in measurement, Sutra Karma, experts, Visharada is experts, Khanaka, excavators, Yantraka, engineers, Karmantika, Sapataya, Yantra Kovida, Margina, road workers, Rukshatakshaka, wood cutters. Why? Because there will be trees on the way. Kupakara, well drillers, because as people of Ayodhya will go also, along with the entire army and everyone will go, they will require water to drink. So water drillers, Sudhakara, who will make the place very, bamboo workers, Samartha, competent, and all of them should be what? Samartha and Drashtara. That means not just, they should be highly competent and zealous and energetic workers. Such should be. So now all of these professions, when he's talking about them, he knows exactly what all is needed. Now you can see an entire project of how highways should be built, laid out for you, right? What all. All of these people, and these people. So the road is laid out, and then the himself along with the army and along with the most of the population of Ayodhya want to go, and they all go together. So all of those facilities are made. Then I saw what is happening? Going ahead. Okay. So this thing is not quite right. The next should be a picture. Oops. The picture is not appearing. Okay. So the entire picture is not appearing. All right. I'm sorry about this. I don't know what's wrong, what's going wrong with the presentation. Then I find a picture of done in the miniature style of an entire city laid out. When I saw the picture, I thought, okay, it is an over-ambitious picture done by a Shilpakara, who thinks that by an artist who's imagined a beautiful tent and all of that, and lots of boats and along the river that takes him up to the river Ganga. Bharata leaves from Ayodhya and goes up to the river Ganga. There he meets the king of the Vanavasis, Guha, and he then takes him in the boats, arranges for the boats to take them across. And that entire beautiful picture is not to be seen. Are you seeing it on your?
Not getting.
Okay, this is also not the right order. Can you give me a second to sort out what this is, why the presentation is not going? I'll do a stop share. All right. So, okay. So, entire. So anyway, let me carry on with the with my stop share. Do stop share.
Yeah,
go to the
webinar.
Okay. So, excuse me for this. So the entire, so what happens is that he has given specific instructions, and an entire tent city has been built with beautiful arrangements of the tents. Not only have the trees been cut to make way for the road, but the rest of the road, in order that people be missing, there have been shaded trees planted so that the road remains shaded. Once he goes across from the Ganga, then that is when they enter into the forest. The interesting thing is that after all of the Ayodhya-vasis and Bharata have returned back from that, with the Padukas, have returned back to Ayodhya, Ramchandra says that now this region has been occupied by so many people, the ecology has been disturbed. They have camped here and the ecology has been disturbed. We shall move away from here and allow the ecology of the place to return back to its normal. So look at the awareness of that entirety. So that means a very holistic picture emerges when you read the story, even in slight amount of details. When you go to the original Ramayana, a very different picture emerges of what it is, what kind of knowledge. So once the story is known in this manner, who are the people who are? So I once did an exercise with the students, and I said that let's say all of you have to come to. I stay at the Chinmaya International Foundation. Okay, so you have to come here to the ashram and stay here for 1 week. What would be the what all would you pack to come here? So they made a list of things, and those things included all their clothes and this and that, etc., etc. And then I said, so how much do you think it would weigh? So they said, oh, only 15 kilos are allowed by the flight. If we came by train, maybe more would be able to do the same. And I said, okay, you have packed for 1 week and you're finding 15 kilos to be inadequate. Let's say you have to pack for 14 years. Because that is what Ramchandraji, Sita and Lakshmana did. What would you pack? Tell me, for 14 years, is it possible to pack anything? Is it possible to pack clothes? You're going into the forest, not into another city or not into another civilization place. Okay, going into the forest. What would you? So what you would need more than anything else is the knowledge in your mind of how to live, what would be and the ability, the strength to face any challenge, a fearlessness that you would be capable of facing, a self-confidence that you would be able to, whatever challenge comes up, my bow and arrow and my presence of my mind and all of the qualities that I have would be sufficient for me to be able to make my way. Along with that, the humility. Because the very first thing when Ramchandraji goes into the forest, what he does is at each step he goes to the rishis or the Vanavasis and asks, where do I go? What do I do? Okay, so on one hand he's well prepared, just as Bharata was well prepared. Even before he became a king, he was well prepared as to how to manage a project. Similarly, this is well prepared. Our Ramchandraji is well prepared. Ramchandraji and Lakshman, both of them are well prepared in how to live in the forest by their very early sojourn with Vishwamitra when he was there to guard the Yajna of Vishwamitra. So that is why Indian knowledge tradition is the question that is being asked. Why Indian knowledge tradition in school? That is a question which is being asked. Okay. So, okay. So there is I don't know if the order. So okay. The question is, can anyone see the irony in the question? Why Indian knowledge system? Because they're Indian. there should not even be a question of this kind. We are Indian, it is the essence of our identity. If you identify yourself as not Indian and then you say why Indian knowledge system, that may be a valid question. But if you are an Indian, that question also should not arise. That why this thing. And is it yourself to be defined by yourself? You remember how much we protest if somebody else tells you what you are, who you are, what you do, what to say. We resent it as a 15-year-old being told by parents who are our well-wishers. And when they say, okay, take this thing, we say, no, why, I want this, I want that, etc., etc. We resent that. But when they are told, when they are not given Indianness in the school, we almost seem to take it as though that is the norm. It is truly ironical that this question should be rising among the Indians. Sometimes I hate to tell, when I send videos to people, I will not send of an Indian, but I will send of Michel Danino ji. And then when he is a white man telling us, a French man telling us, oh, okay, yes. So I'm quite sure Michel ji is used to that, this thing coming from Indians. So, but when it is why Indian knowledge system, and then people say why Indian knowledge system, the people who identify themselves as Bharatiya do not say why Bharatiya Gnana Parampara. It's a very tricky thing that if you say I'm a Bharatiya, then that question doesn't arise. But when you say you're Indian, then that question arises. So is it our own prejudice that appears to limit our imagination of what it is and why this is necessary? And yesterday, I think Sai Deepak ji answered that it is only in terms of economic opportunities and career paths, it is our lack of imagination that doesn't allow us to see the immensity of why Indian knowledge system, why Indian knowledge will pay off in great details. Okay, so what is the problem statement that I think students in India are growing up with no exposure to India, to Indic systems of knowledge and its foundational philosophy, its aesthetic or civilizational ethos. And because of that lack of complete exposure, which has been erased from the very young age, that this kind of, when growing up, this kind of a question arises. Mathematics, engineering, computer science are wonderful disciplines that are intellectually demanding, they are fulfilling, I dare say even doctoring, because I know that is the most, this one, I wanted the fifth one. But mastering them teaches the students nothing, very little about the society or indeed about the human nature. So their own society and the human nature that they are living with. I mean, people themselves, starting with themselves. So our system talks about Jiva and Jagata, and that and how the Jiva relates with the Jagata, that is at the individual with the society and the world, and the individual with the, oh, okay, we are sharing now that last one. Okay, fine. And the individual with the cosmic. When you say Ishvara, it's the cosmic. Okay, so I don't want to become religious over here, because when we are teaching general students in school, we are not necessarily trying to do this, but yet there is a cosmic being that each of us have our affinity to, a connection to, and that cosmic. So that is a sense of the understanding that we relate at a philosophical level, at a very fundamental philosophical level, that even children get it. So when I talk about, okay, so this was the picture I was referring to earlier. Can you see that vastness of that? How absolutely beautiful when here Bharata is meeting Guha, and then here after there ends further discussion in an elaborately laid out campsite under the tent, Then Guha takes leave in order to make arrangements of the boats. And this is the Ganga, and across from this thing, and the boats that have been made ready. You can see the horses, the elephants, and all of this. So that was a picture I was, okay. Our own prejudices, problem statement. Okay, so just a points to ponder in our Sanskriti. Okay, can one even be considered educated without connection to our ancestral culture? Any education does not, and this question, the answer to this is not only in India, it has been given by the UNESCO, that in order to be considered educated, one has to be connected to one's ancestral culture. In order to be considered cultured, one has to be the same. It is like a tree. If you have a tree without its root, would that tree even be a tree? It's a dead tree then. So the roots are the ancestral culture that has come down, the ancestral tradition that has come down.
Arundhati ji,
yes.
We are not able to view your screen. The share screen is not visible to us.
Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me. I'll do a stop share and I'll do a reshare.
Yes, please.
Only host, it says. So can I? When I'm trying to do a share screen, it's telling me only host. Okay. Okay. So can I do a share screen now? Which one? Yeah. Okay. So when I talked about the beautiful painting, you could not here. Can you see this now?
No, Arundhati ji, it's not visible.
It's not visible. Have I been given permission to share?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll just stop without till they figure out what the problem is. Okay. So all this time when I thought, okay, so I talked about what the problem statement and can we be considered. So what is the purpose of school education? I would say self-unfoldment. Actually, Michel put it as self-exploration, not just an exploration, through the exploration, unfoldment, blooming. But you think of a bud and that bud starts to bloom. And when it blooms, it's fragrance. So self-unfoldment of then self-fulfillment. We all like to feel fulfilled. To lead a meaningful life, and that is needed. Can you send them a message? Send a chat message that they need to fix something to allow me to show meaningful life and be positive contributors to society. Right? That is part of being fulfilled. I think you need to be able to allow me to, according to a person assisting me, there is some problem that on your side you need to fix to allow me to share.
Arundhati ji, we have assigned you as co-host, so you should be able to share screen actually.
Who can share? So do I have to change? Only I'm a host. Am I a host?
You're a co-host, yes.
I'm a co-host. Yes. So if I say only host, that will allow me to share?
Yes.
Okay. So share. Is it seen now?
No.
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 Okay, can see. All right. I'll just till they figure out. Okay. So when I was looking at NEP 2020, and now I'm going to have to read out. You won't be able to see it. To make it, I'm referring to the part where they talk about making it easier for governments and non-governmental organizations to build schools, encourage local variations on account of culture, geography, demographies, and allow alternative models of education such as the gurukulas, the pathshalas, the homeschooling requirements for schools will be made less restrictive. And that would allow for and the focus will be to have less emphasis on inputs and greater emphasis on the output potential. In such a manner, regulation on inputs would be limited to ensuring of safety rather than prescriptive about every aspect of things that must be examined and must be made compulsory. Okay. I thought this flexibility, they truly allow this kind of flexibility. It will be great for certain organizations and schools to take off. The general governmental schools still would need to bring in a lot more in order to allow for IKS to be a part of their education. So I will be addressing that. Now, one question that arises with this is, if education is about, what we'd say is education is about fostering humanity. Education is about character development. It's about knowledge creation. It is about depth understanding. It is about a meaningful life. It is about positive contribution to society. It is about living in harmony with nature. Now, do any of these things require literacy? Because if our emphasis all the time is on the literacy, we refuse to gain knowledge from a whole level of society that is not necessarily literate, but yet highly educated. I will give you one small example. I was working at the museum, Asian Civilization Museum in Singapore. They have a wonderful creation of an arch, which is a stone arch that they had from a ruin in Delhi. The museum had acquired it. Now, to put that stone arch together, now it is a life-size thing. Now, if you were to go to an old thing in Delhi and you will find those arches, it's a life-size. They had to move the South Asia gallery, the Indian gallery, to the ground floor because it is sheer amount of weight of those granite stones. It had to be on the ground level. And to put that arch together, they required, it was such a specialized job that they had to get people who could be who would be people who were who would be people who could construct. And they were only Delhi craftsmen who could construct. They were craftsmen that they got from India who could do this construction without any use of mortar, without any use of cement, without any use of nails. The manner in which the thing would be put together is almost like a very sophisticated Lego system by which the whole arch would stand. So now imagine this was just one arch without the 5 floors of buildings or the tremendous amount of, say, the size of Brihadishwara temple. Now all of these without nails and without this, with a very specialized and a thin layer of mortar of those kinds, it has been made in a manner that it can withstand even earthquakes or any calamities of the kind that happen. Okay, so this kind of technique and technology by which they could do was so specialized that this had to happen. Now, do we have in our own in Chinmaya International Foundation, we have a heritage home And to put its entire wooden structures together, very, very few craftsmen remain who can even copy and do exactly what was done. If it had to come up from scratch, there would hardly be a craftsman or an architect available who could put together a wooden house of this kind today. So it does not require literacy necessarily to do a lot of things, and by requiring literacy in the manner in which we require, we close and we shut the doors to an immensity of Indian knowledge system. So I would say my whole purpose is not that people emerge from school being illiterate, that they cannot read and write and things like that. But my purpose is that it does not require literacy for a large part of Indian knowledge system and for us to learn from them.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you all see my screen now?
Okay.
Is my screen available?
Madam.
No,
Not yet. Okay.
it is not visible, Arundhati ji.
Okay. I'm just sorry. I'm not sure what's.
Because we can see it on our side.
We can see it when we do a share screen. We can see it, and then I do a stop share, and
We did all that.
yeah, but I'm not sure what the issue is. All right. So, so anyway, let me talk about addressing the IKS at. Usually, what we would do is IKS should be at every level. Primary school, when I've been given, it should be at every level of school, right? So, what I have done is I'm addressing the. Just 1 second. Give me 1 second to. Should I have to? Do I have to log out and log in again?
No. Share screen first. You have a slide?
13.
Share screen.
13.
Yeah.
Go down. 13.
Just see. Can they see now?
Can you see now? Yes? No?
No, madam.
No, Arundhati ji.
Okay. Okay. Let's just.
Hari, can you run the presentation from your side?
Yeah, can you run it from your side? Yes, I'm on slide 13.
Stop share.
Do it. Yes.
So, what should have been addressed, as everyone else has said before me, what should have been addressed in 1950s, early 50s, is now being attempted. We cannot afford any further loss of opportunity. And that is the reason why people were telling, oh, gradually it will be brought in. There should be nothing gradual. It has to be because your 12th standard student is now only in the 12th standard. They go on to go medicine and this thing, and you lost the opportunity of introducing IKS to them. The 11th standard, similarly with the 11th. So it has to be addressed simultaneously and most urgently at the high school level. The 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, those are the ones that have to be addressed in a very urgent manner with the IKS. Now, the IKS syllabus in KTPI that has been developed is very vast. And that can be some portion of it from every field could be taken for the 9th and 10th before, and then because in the 11th and 12th, it's an optional subject. So every student does not take it. So either the government lay it out as one of the requirement and required subject to be taken irrespective of what field that the student wants to do. Either that happens, as a central requirement, and the states sort of comply, and the states are given a certain amount of freedom to introduce their local thing. Either that happens, or in 9th and 10th it can be made compulsory, and so that at the 12th, when they are addressing their career, they can get more specific. So one of the two ways that requires a little more thinking on how by a group of people who are actually going to are they going to get the policy going. And the reason, and also so we cannot afford, but yet there is ready material available in KTPI. That effort has been made by the likes of several, they being the main, and several others contributing in big chunks to help with that, with putting together. Things can be added to it so that the same kind of material can be stretched over 4 years, because there's definitely, they have had a very difficult task to bring out only some things out of the vast field available. When I see that material, it falls into 3 main groups, okay, largely. One is the STEM aspects. The STEM aspects are things like agricultural science, Ayurvedic science, chemistry, metallurgy, mathematics, astronomy, technologies like water technologies, glass making technologies, and various others, okay? Environmental systems. So those come into the sciences. The arts and literature part, where you talk architecture, Natya Shastra related, literature in ancient India, folk music, dance, classical music, Carnatic Hindustani, musical instruments, classical dance forms, painting, theatre, drama, all of those can be brought into. Social sciences and humanities, Indian philosophical systems, ethics, education, languages, and the Vyakarana, the vast variety of languages. Of course, the Sanskrit language itself can be Sanskrit and its relation to all of the different languages, and how the Vyakarana pervades into all of the languages. How the vocabulary pervades into all of this will be very enriching, and cross-language understanding would happen. Society, state, and policy. Yes?
We are able to share the screen from our side.
Okay, so can you go to the 13th slide, please? Thank you so much. Okay, so this is the 14th slide. That's fine. We can go on to that. So no, we can go back to the 13th slide. Yes, yes. So now, what are the challenges? The challenges are, one thing is that the mindset has now become so oriented as to irrelevance of, we are managing our life fine without knowing who we are. That kind of a thing. That the parents, the school management, the principal, the teacher, all of them are happy. So even what content of, say in the NCERT textbooks, the chapter, very often the chapter, let's say, precedes with a certain amount of, a couple of paragraphs or a box with Indian knowledge, some aspects of IKS. And then it goes on to the other chapter, and the teacher just skips it. Because it is not relevant, it will not come in exams. Okay, so from teacher onwards, it has to be, all of this has to be addressed. Principal onwards, it has to be addressed, because in the vision that the principal has. So I would like to quote an example of a teacher, of a principal in one of the Kerala schools of Chinmaya Vidyalaya, and she got 70 students, 49 students of her 12th standard class taking up KTPI. So this is the largest number that even Chinmaya Vidyalayas have not managed to, other Chinmaya Vidyalayas. So I asked the principal personally that how is it that you managed to get so many students? So she said, oh, 48, 49 are lower. The previous year when we did not have a lockdown, the numbers were even greater. So how did you manage that? What did you do? She said that every single teacher who teaches in the 11th and 12th was involved in teaching KTPI. And chapters were divided, and they had meetings, and each of the teachers took up certain chapters to teach, and every single teacher was involved. So when every single teacher is involved, then the whole, and once the teachers read the material, they are themselves inspired, because it is after all telling us about ourselves. Okay, so, and about our entire country, about our civilization. So this is what happens. The principal's vision and the principal's commitment went a long way. School management and their support is required. And a lot of the times, from what I get from the school principals that are really convinced also, and teachers that are convinced, that the parents say, oh, it is not of any use in any field that they will be going into. If they're going into medicine or they're going into architecture, engineering, it is not of any use to them. In fact, there was an agricultural college that said, oh, we will not recognize KTPI, though the students had agriculture science in their KTPI as one of the topics. Okay, so that kind of so the current university education itself can cause a big problem. Why? Because one thing is that they refuse, some of them refuse, despite the fact that there is an ordinance out that they have to recognize this as a subject. Some of the universities disregard that the student has spent a considerable amount of time on learning this topic, learning this subject. So the attitude of the university will then reflect on the high school students and high schoolers. So that becomes important. And parent then will get influenced to some extent. Okay, now I've not put the student as a challenge over here, because I feel that the student, especially, I'm not talking about the 11th and 12th who are now being brainwashed by the parents to look for career, but the younger students, they are curious, they are thirsting for information about themselves and a place in the world. So students, especially the younger students until 10th, their curiosity is boundless about this topic. So, so that is the reason why I have not placed student over here. Now, how can it be? Is there any further questions? Can you go to the next slide then? Okay. So, so the KTPI. So I've just given some, and Michel has also spoken about this. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, can anyone tell me what this is? What picture do you see here? Huh?
Where is the board? No, I don't know.
Not quite.
Bharat Mata,
no, I can't see everyone because I've got the screen here. Who's yes, absolutely, Meghdut. So the Yaksha is addressing the cloud. Okay. Now this Yaksha, Kalidasa's Meghduttam, this Yaksha is addressing the cloud. Now the Yaksha has been banished from his Himalayan abode of Alakavati. He's been banished and is now longing for his love of his life, who is there in the Himalayas. So he sends a message with the clouds. Now, when he's sending the message with the clouds, he is very specific about where the cloud should go and on his way. He does not tell the cloud, okay, just go from here straight away to Alkavati. He goes, and as the cloud is going over the different, now where is the cloud going from? From a place which is thought to be somewhere near Nagpur, Ramtek. in Nagpur. From around that region, it is thought to be. And people have, can you do a click?
হ্যাঁ,
Click.
না তো কি
Yeah.
জানো এটা?
Just do a click. Just do a click.
আমি মেসেজ দিও তোমাকে, তোমার হোয়াটসঅ্যাপটা কি কাজ করছে?
Don't go to the next, but do a click.
তোমার ফোনটা হবে?
We would need to mute all participants, Srihari.
I would
Except
request the
Arundhati.
participants to please mute themselves.
No, previous one. Just one click. No, next. Next. Okay. So where the cloud moves through, the entire geography of that area can be seen. The rivers have been named. Not just the rivers, the vegetation. What kind of vegetation? What kind of cities they will come to? In the city that they come to, what will be the? There will be. It has been mentioned that as you go over the Mahakala temple in over Ujjaini, there will be what kind of celebrations would be going on. So all of the culture is this, various dance forms have been described. What kind of instruments will be playing, and what the cloud should see and observe as it is going on its way to Alatapuri in order to deliver the message. Now just imagine if a child is introduced to geography in this manner. The child is given a little exercise saying, let's say you were sitting, instead of coming from your home to the school by school bus, you were sitting on a cloud and coming. What all would you see? And the child would be able to say, okay, I would first pass this street and there would be this shop and there would be this temple and there'll be this spire of a church or whatever it is. And I would be able to there'll be some vegetable seller and etc. And I'll be able to reach the school. Okay, so a bird's eye. Now you can see that now what is being shown by satellite now in Google Earth is something that Kalidasa imagined, and hence the cloud went over this entire geography in this manner. Okay, so specifically. And then you can expand that from the local to go to the state, and from the state go to the neighboring states, and then go to it all the way to the Himalayas if you're in South India, or if you're in North India, if you're in Gujarat, you can go all the way across to Manipur. Have the clouds go, have the children, depending on the age of the child that you're addressing. That can be the kind of exercise that they could do, and then you introduce the Kalidasa's verses that allow this Meghadutam, that kind of and bring them close to that. Several other people have written similar this thing, like just as Megha Sandesh is Kalidasa's work. Hansa Sandesh has been written by Vedanta Deshika 700 years ago, where the Hansa bird is taking the sun. And Chandra Sandesh has been written in recent times by Abhiraj Rajendra Mishra, who's taken as though the moon is being asked to give a Sandesh. It's a very Mruganta is the word for the moon, right? So, and Shatabdani Ganeshji has on similar lines written a recent thing, Dhumradut, like Meghadoot, Dhumra, where the smoke is the messenger. Okay, so various kinds of imagination and can be set off, which connects deeply to your to the culture, at the same time teaches a subject. Okay, next. Oh no, next is 15 number. Okay, early education, it's come to that. All right. So, early education, there has been numerous rich local traditions of India which have developed over. Now, I'm taking from IKS from NEP 2020. I'm picking out what is of interest for IKS. Numerous traditions have developed over millennia. For early childhood care and education involving art, stories, poetry, song, and more will be suitably incorporated, which I'm very happy about if they bring that into practice, that would be fantastic. The part which I'm not so happy about is the 0 to 3-year-old framework for 0 to 3-year-old. I hope that it is not some central authority trying to tell the parents what to do at such a young age. Even 3 to 8 is very young. 3 years to 5 years, that is 3, 4, 5 should be completely and entirely play-oriented rather than any kind of a fixed curricular involvement. If you tell the teachers, they think their job is to teach, and they teach even a story they try to teach and kill the essence of the story by teaching. Okay, here I'm going to tell you Ramayana and give me the names of 4 brothers and then their wives' names and this thing, and they'll make it into a quiz which will kill the story of Ramayana, which otherwise the children have been enjoying. So, okay, now here I have a picture, early learning. And when I said early learning, I'm talking about, I will address some parts later, but I'm talking about the Devanagari alphabet. Now, why Devanagari alphabet? Because it is extremely scientifically laid out. If a child learns in this manner, they'll be able to address every other language. Besides, not only that, every other Indian language, the alphabetical structure is the same. It follows this kind of an alphabetical structure where you have the where you have the swaras and the vyanjanas in this manner. Particular sounds may be more, say Tamil may have a particular sound added and a particular sound missing, but by and large, whether the script is Devanagari or the script is Bengali or Gujarati, the Varnamala is the same. All right. So far more logical, far more intuitive than A and B. My first language in which I studied was Gujarati. And then I was in the second standard when I got first introduced to English. My father put me in an English school. So being in second standard, every other child around me knew the alphabet, but I did not know the English alphabet. So I had to start, when people were reading words and things like that, I had to start with the alphabet. When I was looking at the alphabet, I'm thinking A, but where is A sound? Because A is a matra added to the base sound A. Then B, where is B sound? B is a E matra added to the A. So my thinking all the time was, how illogical is this English and how logical is the way that I have learned mine. And then I somehow made a understanding for my own self, in my own mind, as to the phonetic way of looking at it, and learned English in that manner for myself. I somehow did it for my own self. Okay, so how much better it would be if we started with their own language. Next. And then when the children grow up, when they're very young children, and you introduce that at the grade 2 and 3 level, or maybe even 1, then later on you can talk about the Nasika, Danta, Mula, Danta, Oshta, Murda, Talu, okay, and where the sound is produced, and show how this Varna Ucharana will tell you where the sound is to be produced, how much emphasis is to be given, like ta, tha, tha. You can see, if you say ta and tha, you can see the amount of air going out. And okay, so all that kind can follow later. How much time do I have now? Next slide, please. Okay, so please don't do any more clicking. I'll just click at it. So when they are developing language skills, bhasha, what are the aspects of bhasha? Please click now. Okay, so Shravanam and Bhashanam. We first listen. Now, the child, now we're talking about development of language. Okay, the child first listens. Then from the listening, the child talks. So Bhashanam comes after the Shravanam. Okay, after Shravanam and Bhashanam comes, click again, the Pathanam, the reading. And after that reading comes Lekhanam, the writing. Okay, now see what we are doing to the child, even in preschool. What we are, instead of the Shravanam and the Bhashanam, the listening to the sound and the speaking, we are straight away going to the writing. And we are trying to introduce the listening through the writing. Okay, so that it becomes a topsy-turvy way of learning language. Please click. So, what is the Shravana Bhashana is the Dhvani, the sound. That is the Sambandha, the connection between listening and talking. So any language, now when it comes to a second language, other than mother tongue, when it comes to a second language also, listening and speaking. So the reason why people find Sanskrit difficult is because they don't hear Sanskrit being spoken. Even the Sanskrit teachers do not speak Sanskrit. And so because Shravanam does not happen, the speaking becomes very difficult. And straight away one is led to Lekhanam and Pathanam, which should come later. So Lekhanam and Pathanam are, please click, Lipi Sambandha. Lipi Sambandha is the script. They are connected by the script. And for Gnana Grahanam, to learn in order to gain knowledge, we require Shravanam and Pathanam. Please click. Just whoever is doing it will have to kind of click. Next click. Please click.
Shrihari?
Yeah, I just click. I've got the animation going, so right? So you just have to do a click. Just as Dhvani Sambandha and Lipi Sambandha appeared, it will appear Gnana Grahanam, and that is the connection. So for gaining knowledge, you require the Shravanam and the Pathanam, the reading, the listening and the reading are the ways by which, please continue to share. And between the, for expression, what you require is Bhashanam and Lekhanam. This is, you speak and you write. These are the two ways of your gnana. How do you express your gnana? These are the two ways in which you express your gnana. Please continue to share. Okay. So now I've gone to now I go on to the value education, go on to the next, this thing. So I've moved from, in some ways I've moved backwards. I've started with the high school and addressing that, and now going to the kindergarten and the early education, and now going to kindergarten as well as the middle school. Value education, the yogic way. The children understand yama, niyama, and all of the other sort of ethical ways of approaching yama, niyama. So, what are the yama niyama? Ahimsa, satya, steya, brahmacharya, parigraha, shaucha. All of these can be introduced through stories and through their actual experience in life. The children are very, very attuned to fairness and unfairness. They will protest. This is not fair. This is one of the biggest complaints you will find when the child comes home from school and the teacher has been unfair. So and so was given more attention. I put up my hand, but the teacher ignored me for 20 minutes and never asked me and said the time is over, and I had my hand up this thing. So that was unfair. You will find that the most frequent complaint of this thing. So that means they have a very finely tuned mind as to what is right and what is wrong. And in their worldview, that if some cheating has happened, especially by the elders, they are very, very aware of that. So, so the basis of this would, just as we would not like to be, it is very easy to introduce these even to the children. Okay. So these are the ways in which, so the yama is the relationship outward, and niyama are for the self. But yet shaucha I would put as shaucha I would put as outer and inner, because the outer shaucha, our school themselves, the bathrooms in the school sometimes can be so filthy. The schools themselves can be, the path that the children take to come into the school can be so filthy. So we have abundant outer shaucha. At the time when these Yoga Sutras and these were made, they took it for granted that there will be outer shaucha, and inner shaucha is what we need to be concerned about. But now we've come to the stage where outer and inner at both levels. So if the child comes to school in the early and the first thing the child does is clean up the school, or when they're leaving the school, there is a certain time, that kind of the slides will be shared. So that kind will be very, very useful to set aside a certain amount of time, not just in practical work, in practical doing of things by which these values get internalized. They are not for speaking, they are not for teaching they are for imbibing in a manner that is so. So one of the exercises I did once, there was an entire competition, the group competition, one group versus the other groups and things like that. And the group that won got a 1 kilo packet of chocolate, and there were about 40 children. There were easily more than 40, 50, 80 chocolates or more in that packet. Okay. Now, what happened was, so the group that won got this whole packet of chocolate. What they did is they distributed it among themselves. Now, one of the child who got 5 or 6 chocolates went and gave to his friends, some of this thing and himself, but the rest of them did not. Then, when we were doing a group session after that, I had noticed the reason I had given a whole lot more chocolates is to see how many of them share. So the santosha, the happiness of winning should spill over into sharing. That is santosha. So that kind of so when I said that, they all realized, and from their pockets they took out and passed it on to the ones who had not got. Okay, so that kind of a thing, that yes, we won. Yes, that was happy, but now we share. Just as we share on our birthdays, just as we share on our anniversary days, the same. So sharing, the happiness that you get out of sharing is the santosha. Not from I get, that isn't santosha. Okay, so swadhyaya, learning by yourself. Right now, what is being done, school is giving a lot of homework. And the moment the child comes home, the mother sits down with the child to do the homework. Where is swadhyaya? Where is a chance for the child to learn by himself, with himself, of things that the child themselves like? So my child grew up in the US in the early years, and the reading assignment was whatever it is that the child wanted to read. So the teacher would send home one list, and whatever the child has read, the child will enter into, and it could be a magazine, it could be a comic, it could be just about anything. And the choice was the entirely 100% the child's choice of what the child wanted to read. And that is what grows the love of reading. And from the love of reading, other studies emerge. So that kind of, so those kind of niyama. Ishvara pranidhana is not necessarily a religious thing, because a higher entity is something that every child has within themselves, and that is what is meant over here. So next slide, please. Okay, so value education the dharmic way. Yes, please. No, go on to the next slide. Yes, Ramayana and Mahabharata are replete with stories that will be educative in many different ways. And Mahabharata can be maybe a slightly later, and Ramayana could be the earlier this thing, because it's easier. It flows in a more, this thing, Mahabharata is a very complicated kind of a flow, but they're very essential. Okay. The characters in the stories are something that that can be taken up even at a later stage. Happiness is the dharma of all beings. That is the dharma. It is not, happiness is not just my own dharma. It is every single person's dharma. And so living in a manner where everyone is in tune with that dharma of myself, which is the dharma of all, which is happiness. So not to cause that ahimsa, it goes back to that ahimsa, not to cause hurt to the other by our own behavior, that kind of thing. It can be tied in through the stories. The stage of life which we are addressing is the brahmacharya, and that is a student. So the student, what is a student? The one who studies. Okay. So understanding karma, if you study, you learn, you understand, you know, and you have a right to, and your knowledge itself makes you a valuable human being in any field, whether it is singing or whether it is dancing or whether it is writing or whether it is in any aspect, it is that. So understanding that karma and any action that one does has its consequence, result. There can be no, and by karma, it is also akarma. If we do not study, it will result in not getting marks. We're having everybody pass till 8th standard and suddenly at 9th, the person realizes that it doesn't have the fundamentals that should have been there in the 4th standard. That is a terrible way of going about it, because you cannot address that in the high school. You have to address the 4th, the fundamentals at first, second, third, fourth, and onwards. Those you have to address those. So karma has its consequence. Just as if a child beats up another child, the one is that other child will return by beating. The other consequence can be that that child will be ignored, the child will be left out, the child will be not called for a birthday party. So consequences of karma. Okay, so one has to understand that both karma has this thing and responsibility. Understanding karma lays a responsibility for one's own action on oneself. So if I pick up something from another person, that person is the same. I become it. What does it make me? To understand the responsibility, and if there's freedom of choice, that freedom of choice cannot be abused. And abhyasa, what is abhyasa? It is a cultivation of the genius. Genius is not born. Swami Chinmaya, I remember always saying, in our culture, we do not say a genius is born. A genius is, there is a methodology to the genius. Even when we are seeing a 3-year-old or a 5-year-old with certain inborn, what do we say? Purva Janma, Prarabdha, Karma. So that the abhyasa has been done. You do not see it in this lifetime, but it is previous. Now, if I am able to go into a pool and start swimming, what will you say? That person has previously swum. Even if you see me swimming now, if I get onto a bicycle and see me cycling, you say, okay, in your childhood, you've done cycling, and that's why you're able to do. So, Purva. But if I start singing at the age of 4, to say that no, somehow it happened by accident, it doesn't. So, abhyasa is a way of cultivation of the next slide, please. Okay, so what are the need of the hour? The soft skills, which are all embedded in our cultural IKS teaching: learn to learn, learn to communicate, culture and value rootedness, because otherwise we will blow with the breeze. Uniqueness and commonality, that is diversity, So those and the fundamental commonality, despite every region being so unique, the team spirit, which in the Bhagavad Gita is called the Yagna spirit, by which working. So most of our teaching right now has become such that only an individual succeeds. It's never the team that succeeds. We have very little happening in our school except for sports where the team wins. Where as a team you work together and as a team you succeed. So learning to, I was told by an Indian in the US, in the management school, that by an Indian who had been there for a number of decades. And he said that in the management school, an Indian who comes from India is never wanted in the team because they do not know how to work in a team. So even working in a team, they try to show themselves as best, somehow thinking that that will give them more marks. Or more, they will be the same. So they do not know how to work as a team. Now this is so opposite of what our culture is. Our culture has always been a team player, but our schools have made us into individual, meaning succeed at the cost of the other, never work as a team. So so school has to address how they are going to do this kind of teamwork by which teams succeed outside of only sports. We are talking, of course, sports you win as a team, but outside of sports, how you can win as a team. Okay, just niti, ethics, dharma, being true to oneself. Let me start. Okay, now here I've gone. Please go on to the next slide. Okay,
Arundhati, we have about 13 more minutes for the session to conclude.
Okay, so let me very quickly go through the slide and just say what I was meaning, and I won't give any further. So every one of us recognizes this Rangoli and Kalam, right? Completely mathematics. Look at the number of mathematical concepts, even in the simplest one that is there over here in the center. Okay, if you put, now this is 3 by 3 square, 3 dots by 3 dots. Okay, when I say 3 by 3, I think all of us understand this language so well. Okay, if I put 2 by 2, also there are number of combinations. By 3 by 3, the number of combinations go on one website that I was looking at. Now see here, see this. Here there are 9 combinations given. On one website that I was looking at, 45 possible combinations. If you see over here, this is also 3 by 3 embellished by dots on the corners. Can you see how this is done? You know what this is? Can anyone tell me what this is? What does it tell you? Just rotate it in your mind a little and it'll. It's a swastika. Huh? So you see this, and all of this we consider completely, totally non-literate people will do elaborate. 3 by 3 is something that you and I who don't do it every day will struggle with. But this. So if the children, why are we starting to teach numbers? If we just start doing this, they will learn the numbers themselves. Why are we teaching mathematics, permutation, combination, proportions, symmetry, so many of the mathematical concepts? How do you do in different ways? This, if people who are not South Indians and were trying to do this in the North, we connect the dots. And so we don't learn this. And then when I encountered this for the first time, I had to do certain things 3 or 5 times in order to get it. How do you do it in a continuous line without picking up your hand? Okay? So all of that. Okay. And now here, going from 8 to 16 to 32, you see that Rangoli? You see that concept? You start off with a circle. This is 8, 16, 32. All right. So, so progression, so many mathematical this thing, and children, you can just have children having fun. Please go to the next. Need of the hour, please go to the next. Okay, so innovative thinking, see, imagine just read the box over here. Imagine the ancient Indian traders setting out to find new market products, stretching from Greece to Egypt to Japan, China, and countless other places, Southeast Asia and everywhere. They encountered complexity and ambiguity. They innovated and they designed. They persuaded and they communicated. They cornered, despite language barriers, okay? They cornered markets and they created very classy products. The kings of all of Southeast Asia would wear only Indian clothes on their coronation, and the highest. So they had classy products as well as the product for the masses. The reason why the Dutch tried to come to India was because they could not trade in Southeast Asia because Southeast Asia wanted Indian products. So they tried to establish base in India so that they can take Indian products to Southeast Asia to trade with them. All right. So this, for 2000 plus years, India dominated the world economy. It is not a boast. There are books written by various very prominent economists on this. Please go to the next. Among the major problems that we face, and there's been a summit at the world level, which has been so difficult to get consensus on. The major problem we are facing today, unsustainable living and like depletion of resources from the ocean, from the earth, from various things. Some countries acting extremely greedy and cornering the markets on certain substances. Health, water, food and water insecurity, climate change, pollution. We know that we need to tap into our Indic civilization. You know, all our Purana stories. Somebody was asking earlier about mythology. The Purana stories, how does it start? Prithvi Mata goes to Brahmaji and says, I am burdened. I can no longer sustain the burden on me. The people are living adharma. They are exploiting each other, they are exploiting me. And I cannot bear this burden. Please do something. And who does she go to? She goes to Brahmaji, the creator. Brahmaji says, this is the department of Vishnu. And she goes to Vishnu. And Vishnu assures her that he will come. And he takes avatar on earth in order to lessen the burden on the Prithvi. Right now, the kind of living that we are doing, it is really, can we hear the cry of Prithvi Mata? Samudre vasane devi parvatastana mandale Vishnupati namastubhyam padas parsha kshamasvame. Even before we put our foot on the ground, we are supposed to say this, that I am going to, do we, our mother earth, do we kick our mother? We are not talking about the baby and the child, okay? Do we kick our mother? No. But yes, our mother earth we are going to step on. So let me take ask forgiveness that we do. This is the culture. From that, we are becoming complete exploiters of the earth. So if we were to teach this to the child and say, this is our mother, can we live without our mother? Can we grow without our mother? Can we have food without our mother? Okay. So, and Parvatasan, Samudre Vasane Devi, Vasane are clothes. She is clothed in the oceans, in the waters. So it's so ocean is a part of that earth, right? It's not something separate. So all of that. All right, please go to the next. So we need to introduce this. Okay, Chinmaya Vision program was introduced in the 90s, in the late 90s, early 2000s, which talked about the integrated development. So it's giving you a pedagogy in some ways, which now the NEP is also trying to, is bringing into this. So integrated development, physical, emotional, intellectual, cultural, national patriotism, universal outlook. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, global citizen, wonderment for nature, perceive divinity in everything. If you perceive divinity in the earth, you take what you need, not this. Our culture does not say we conquer Mount Everest. No, no, no. That is the language of the Westerner. We respect and allow to be able to climb, okay, the mount, all right? So life paths unlimited. They are the unlimited possibilities. They are hampered only by our lack of imagination, where IKS can lead us in our entrepreneurs at social, industrial, tourism sector, art sector, public services, private industries. There's unlimited number of possibilities of life paths. So you need not hesitate that there will be children saying, parents saying, what will they do afterwards? That need not be a hesitation. Educational sector and entrepreneurship at that level, unlimited is the journalism, public relations, culture is at the basis. And that is why yesterday, I think Jay Deepak talked about culture being the intellectual property all over the world. People are claiming that. So success in IKT, IKS, IKT is limited only by our imagination, and paradigm shift in thinking is necessary to solve the world problems and our own problems. And with that, I will end. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry for some of the technical error that happened. We should have switched over to much earlier. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
for hearing me.
Dr. Arundhati ji. We have about 4 minutes and we could take probably 1 or 2 questions and then we could have a break. The participants have been in the session since 8 a.m. in the morning.
Yes.
And our next session is at 11:30. Maybe 1 or 2 questions we could take. Yes. Anybody would like to ask a question? You could please raise your hand and you could ask the question by unmuting yourself. If you could raise your hand, we will. Any questions? Or you could put it in the chat, whatever is comfortable to you. I see many of our participants' video is off, and this is an absolute necessity to keep the videos on. Any questions? Any reflections, any thoughts, any ideas? I'm sure whatever we have heard from Professor Arundhati ji with all her conviction.
I'm sorry that a lot of problems happened in the sharing, and so it took away time.
No, it's okay. I think it was meant to be the way it was. I always believe that everything that happens is meant to be that way. That is the beauty of IKS again, isn't it? Yes, yes. Okay, so I see no questions.
Okay.
Any reflections, any ideas, any thoughts? So would you like, it's always, you know,
I would like to thank Michel ji personally, because he's been an inspirer in many ways. When we undertook the training of the principals and the teachers in IKS, we realized that the reason why IKS was not being, because no school teacher is being trained in the subject. A school teacher is being trained for mathematics and teaches mathematics. A school teacher is being trained for English and is teaching English or languages, other languages, okay? But there is no training for the school teacher in any of the IKT. So we realized that there were true, genuine problems on the part of the teachers, especially at the 11th and 12th level, but even at other levels. So unless universities and prompted by the ministry is not willing to undertake teacher training in a very serious manner in what to teach, how to teach, and this will remain a challenge in a very big way. So workshops of 10-15 days, the kind that you are doing, are required for school teachers in order to allow them to become teachers in IKS, and whether they are doing geography or whether they are doing science or whether they are doing any of the, how to integrate that into their seamlessly. My ideas, my mind, if I have to work to teach, I can sort of immediately start thinking and this thing, but not all teachers necessarily, they want a methodology. Okay, so that is where, the cap seller story that all of us know, right? The child went out to sell caps. and came back home having sold because the mother was not well, could not go to the market, and came back home with her. So I had to take once in a school, in a private school, I had gone, and the teacher had school that had first, second, third, all in one class. And I was told, can you hold the class for half an hour? This is an urgent thing. I said, yes, I will do it. I said, now what to do? I don't know anything of what they've done before and things. So I told the story and I said, first, second, third. So I said, okay. So the child went out with 10 caps and sold them at 5 rupees each. So how many rupees did he come back home with? So they had to, this thing, and they started writing down. And the youngest child who did not know how to read and write said 50. Correct. So I said, okay. Then those people wrote it down and gave me an answer. So I said, now, okay. The next time the child was so happy, the same. But then I said, no, the child didn't come back home with 50 rupees. He came back with 55. How can that be? They said, because the child himself was wearing a cap and when he went. So he had 10 for sale, but he thought, oh, I'm getting money. He sold this also. One customer came and the child said, okay, here. So he came back home with 55. And the mother said, how did you come home with 55? I gave you 10 caps. Oh, this. So then suddenly the children now I said, okay, so now he said the red cap was the most popular. So let us keep the price for the red cap to be, and if they are young, then I'll make it a multiple of the same, 10 rupees. The other caps are for 5 rupees. Okay. So now suddenly the children like, okay, so in half an hour they did so much of mental math through that story. Okay, no reading, no writing, this thing, put everything away and made it easy enough. And so how to integrate is easy enough to integrate. How to make any subject interesting is just a matter of giving a little thought. And joy. If the child does not experience joy, your teaching is wasted. If the child is slogging for the exam, they come out of the exam hall and forget outside the door. That is what happened to me in history. 100% of the, okay, maybe not 90% of the history was forgotten the moment I stepped outside of the exam hall. Okay, so joy in learning is the most important thing, if you say.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arundhati. We do have a couple of questions, but probably we don't have the time to take it now. What we will do is we will collate the questions and mail it to you, Dr. Arundhati. Okay. If you can respond, we can share it with the participants.
Thank you, Richaji. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arundhati, for the time, and we'll have you again more and more going.
Yes. So the other one on pedagogy is there, right? 3rd December. So at that time I'll be able to address some of the pedagogy aspects.
Yes. Okay.
Yes,
you have a workshop with us. That time we will see how. Thank you so much. I would request all the participants to please stay for 1 or 2 minutes for some guidelines. Yes. Am I audible, visible?
Yes.
Can I have
Yes,
liberty
madam.
to see all of you? Can I see you? I'm also a teacher, and it's always nice to have that eye contact and see the expressions, isn't it? How many of us like that? Imagine talking to a blank screen. How frustrating it would be to a teacher, isn't it? Yes, that is the reason why perhaps it has been said that when we are in the FTP, the number is only restricted to 40, so that there is a proper teacher-student ratio. Yes, that is the thought behind it. So let us please keep our cameras on. Yes, all these guidelines have been mentioned. And there is a weightage to the attendance also, if you have read the guideline. There is a weightage to the attendance. There is a weightage to the summary, to the feedback. There's going to be a midterm, a final term. And also, yes, we would love to have some paper presentations at the end of the 18-day session, isn't it? How many of us? It's always good, no, when we have some kind of an assessment and make sure that we are present, not physically, but mentally also. One thing is to just go by this decorum. The other is, of course, if we just relieve us from all this decorum, the other thing is that any kind of learning needs all the attention and the discipline and the sadhana, isn't it? Isn't it? And it takes years and years and years and years to become what we have become today, and it's an ongoing journey. So when we are seriously contemplating of understanding IKS, bringing IKS to the disciplines we are teaching, it cannot be done if we are totally not there. Yes or no? No? So it is very important. Now that you've decided to be a part of this 18-day, it is good that we are totally free from other things and we are totally focused here. It will help us because we are going to be the instruments to bring about a change eventually. So the better quality of our understanding, engagement, participation, it is going to affect whatever we are going to touch. Otherwise, it's going to be piecemeal knowledge, and that's going to dilute it further, whatever we are going to take it forward from us. Yes. So that is the whole spirit. We meet at 11 a.m. We are sharing with you the repository material. The link has been shared already yesterday. And the summary and the feedback form will come in the evening. Please do fill it up again. That writing it, that suggestion, the summarizing it itself is a process of our growing further and deeper into the knowledge. Please do study the material as and when you are receiving it, and you just stagger it in that manner. And please keep your videos on. If there are technical issues, we can understand once in a while. But now internet is quite stable everywhere. I live in a small village in Bihar, very small village, and we have no issues of the internet there at all. Yes, so please let's keep our videos on and we will meet at 11. Yes, Dr. Ajayji, would you like to express something?
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Is it some time limit for submitting the feedback form?
No, I think in the mail it is mentioned by 6 a.m. every day.
6 a.m. because
6 a.m. I'll just check if that was mentioned in the mail. I thought it was mentioned.
Yesterday's today I filled yesterday's feedback in the morning.
Yes. So if we will give you by evening, you can fill it up by 6 a.m. on the next day and submit it to us. So, we can also just start going through the summary that you have given, run it by the IKS experts on your understanding, and so on and so forth.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, madam.
Okay. Is everything
Madam,
okay? Yes.
Madam, please make sure that all the material we get, because yesterday we got only one.
Yes, see, we are on the material, we are dependent on the faculty. So sometimes they may send it after a day, they may not send immediately, and sometimes they don't like to send before. So the efficiency is not a delay at our end, it is just that it is yet to be received from the ends of the faculty. So if it is delayed, we can send them a reminder, but if it still is delayed, we just have to go by the way it is. Yes, we are at it. We are working. We are reminding the faculty to share the PPT and material. Sometimes it comes a little late. They're so tied up, all of them. Sometimes they're not able to give immediately at that time. But whatever material we have, we can start going through it. I think even going through one PPT will take us 1 or 2 days, or one person, isn't it? I see some of us are constantly on the screen but speaking and they're not here. Please make sure that you are here. The faculty get back to us and they give us the feedback of the students also. We receive your feedbacks also from the faculty. Right? Okay. Namaste. See you at 11.
Richaji, just one last thing.
Yes, Namrata. Yes, Namrata.
Yeah. Dr. Suresh ji, he had created an Excel sheet for so that all of us can know all of us. That background Excel sheet. Just wanted to request Suresh ji if you could enable edit access to that so that we can all start filling it up.
We'll communicate to Suresh ji separately also, Namrata. We'll do that. See you a little before 11 a.m. for the next session. Namaste. I hope you have eaten your breakfast and everything. Huh? Welcome everyone to the third session. We are waiting for Dr. Professor Kuldeep Agnihotri ji. Can we please have the slide? Professor Kuldeep Agnihotri ji, can we please display his slide? This session is going to be on IKS in higher educational systems. So in the morning we had IKS in primary school. It starts from there, isn't it? It has to start from there. And that is why the NEP does talk about IKS in schools and IKS in higher educational institutions. So our next session is on IKS in higher educational institutions. I just spoke with Professor Agnihotri ji. He says that he is going to be there in the next 5 or 6 minutes. So we'll wait for Professor Agnihotri ji to join us. And until then, we can enjoy the music and perhaps just relish what we have been hearing in the last 2 days, make notes, come up with ideas, and see how, as teachers, we are going to take this ahead in our journey, in our academic journey. Yes. So we'll wait for Dr. Agnihotri, and I would request Sri Hari and Namrata to enchant us with all the beautiful music that they have been playing since yesterday, and put up the screen of Dr. Agnihotri. We have Professor Kuldeep Agnihotri ji with us. He has joined us. May I request Namrata to start with a prayer.
सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरिः ओम श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ओम।
That was Namrata, a young student of Rashtram Accelerator Program. And I would request Sri Hari to put the introductory slide of Professor Kuldeep Agnihotri ji to enable us have a glimpse of Professor Kuldeep Agnihotri ji, former Vice Chancellor, Central University of Himachal Pradesh. He's been an advisor to the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, former Vice Chancellor, Central University of Himachal. It's a repeat on the slide. It's an overlook from our side. And Professor Kuldeep ji, we invite you for your session on IKS in higher education institutions.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मैडम चोपड़ा जी, आपने मुझे इनवाइट किया और मुझे बोलने का चांस दिया। मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि एक बहुत ही बढ़िया टॉपिक पर और यूनिवर्सिटी ने फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट कार्यक्रम रखा है। और यदि मैं कहूँ कि मुझे ये भी अच्छा लगा कि मुझे भी बुलाया है, तो मुझे लगेगा कि अग्निहोत्री जी खुद ही अपनी प्रशंसा कर रहे हैं। लेकिन सचमुच ही एक बहुत बड़े संस्थान ने, जो प्रैक्टिकली कहना चाहिए कि इंडियन वैल्यूज से जुड़ा हुआ है और उसकी प्रैक्टिस भी हो, उसके लिए भी कोशिश कर रहा है। मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी का धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा। मुझे कहा गया है कि मैं जो शिक्षा के बड़े संस्थान हैं, हायर इंस्टीट्यूशंस ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन जो हैं, उनमें इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को, उसकी क्या स्थिति है, जो उसको कैसे बढ़ाया जा सकता है, इस पर चर्चा करूं। मैं इससे पहले एक बात पर चर्चा करना जरूर ठीक समझूंगा कि इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम है क्या। और पिछले कुछ सालों से, लगभग समझ लीजिए एक दशक से, ये चर्चा बहुत चली हुई है हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम में कि इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को आगे लाना चाहिए। इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम जो है वो बहुत अच्छा है, सर्वश्रेष्ठ है। सर्वश्रेष्ठ तो खैर नहीं का मतलब, नॉलेज तो नॉलेज है, तो उस सिस्टम को अभी तक इग्नोर किया गया था, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को, उसको उसका उचित स्थान दिया जाना चाहिए यदि कहा जाए। इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम के बारे में मैं एक दो उदाहरणों से बात करूंगा। देखिए, किसी देश का भी जो नॉलेज सिस्टम होता है, आखिर उसको एक्सप्रेस उसकी भाषा में किया जाता है। जिस देश का, कोई भी देश हो, मैं हिंदुस्तान की बात नहीं कर रहा, कोई भी दुनिया का देश हो, उसका जो अपना ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज सिस्टम है, उसको एक्सप्रेस करने का मीडियम क्या है। उसको एक्सप्रेस करने का बेस्ट मीडियम तो वहां की अपनी भाषा हो सकती है जिसमें उसको एक्सप्रेस किया जा सकता है। क्योंकि जिन्होंने नॉलेज सिस्टम को डेवलप किया होगा, डेवलप का मतलब ये नहीं कि एक दिन में हो गया होगा, ट्रेडिशनल धीरे 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 उसमें नई एडिशन होती रही, तो उन्होंने आम पब्लिक तक उसको पहुंचाने के लिए दो ही तरीके इस्तेमाल किए होंगे, जहाँ मौखिक, जिसको हमारे यहाँ श्रुति परंपरा कहा जाता है, जहाँ लेखन का। तो भारतीय भाषाओं में वो संस्कृत भाषा में है। और अब के एजुकेशन सिस्टम में संस्कृत की क्या स्थिति है, इसके बारे में बहुत ज्यादा मुझे बताने की जरूरत नहीं, हम सब मित्र जानते ही हैं। या फिर भारतीय भाषाओं की भी क्या स्थिति है, उसके बारे में बहुत ज्यादा चर्चा करने की जरूरत नहीं है। भारतीय भाषाओं की स्थिति तो ये हो गई है कि संपूर्ण इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस को एक नाम दे दिया गया, वर्नैकुलर लैंग्वेजेस। इसी से हम अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि हमारी भाषाओं की स्थिति क्या है, कि अलग अलग भाषा की अलग अलग आइडेंटिटी होती है, उसका अपना नाम होता है, लेकिन उस सभी का एक नाम वर्नैकुलर लैंग्वेज रखकर उसकी आइडेंटिटी को खत्म करने की कोशिश की है। प्रिय मित्रों, हमारे जहां प्राचीन ज्ञान विज्ञान की जितनी पोथियां हैं, मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स हैं, बड़े, अभी तो मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स ही कहना चाहिए कि उनमें से बहुत से अभी छपे नहीं हैं, वो मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स सभी संस्कृत में हैं, सभी, मतलब 80% तो संस्कृत में होंगे, और लाखों की तादाद में वो मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स आपकी यूनिवर्सिटियों में, पंडितों के घरों में, मंदिरों में, हायर एजुकेशन संस्थान की लाइब्रेरियों में सुरक्षित पड़े हैं। सुरक्षित मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि अभी भी उनकी रक्षा थोड़ी बहुत की जा रही है, नहीं तो बहुत जगह तो ऐसा हुआ कि उसको दीमक चाट गया है, और बहुत से मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट तो इस प्रोसेस में खत्म ही हो गए हैं। तो लेकिन जितने भी बचे हुए हैं, वो जो टोटल इंडियन नॉलेज है, उस तक पहुंचने का हमारा रास्ता क्या है? देखिए, जब हम इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम की बात करते हैं तो सबसे पहले हमें ये सोचना होगा कि जिन मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स में इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम भरा पड़ा है, इंडियन नॉलेज भरी पड़ी है, उसकी पद्धतियां भरी पड़ी हैं, उस तक पहुंचने का हमारे पास क्या कोई रास्ता है या नहीं है? अब मैं कई बार पूछता हूं, हमारे फिजिक्स के टीचर हैं, मैं उनसे पूछता हूं कि भाई, बहुत सी जो मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स हैं संस्कृत में, उनमें से बहुत सी फिजिक्स के बारे में भी होगी, फिजिकल साइंसेस के बारे में होगी, और आपका उस तक पहुंचने का कोई तरीका है? कहते डॉक्टर साहब, हम कैसे पहुंच सकते हैं, हमें तो संस्कृत नहीं आती। अब संस्कृत नहीं आती तो वो एक प्रकार से पूरा सिस्टम, पूरा नॉलेज सेक्शन जो है वो इग्नोर्ड है। तो कहते उसमें कुछ किताबों का ट्रांसलेशन हो चुका है, हम ट्रांसलेशन को यूज कर लेते हैं। एक बात ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए, यदि देश में ऐसे लोगों की संख्या बहुत ज्यादा ना हो जो मूल ग्रंथों को पढ़ सकें, उनकी इंटरप्रिटेशन कर सकें, और यदि वो डिपेंडेंट हो जाएं उन 5-10 लोगों पर जो केवल उस लैंग्वेज को जानते हैं और ट्रांसलेशन कर सकते हो, तो आप समझ लीजिए कि आप मूल स्रोत से कटने की स्थिति में पहुंच गए हैं। अभी जो हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, उसमें इंडियन नॉलेज की स्थिति ये है, यदि बहुत हार्श शब्दों का प्रयोग ना किया जाए, तो इंडियन नॉलेज, जहां इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम, जहां भारतीय ज्ञान की नीचे तक संप्रेषित करने की जो पद्धतियां हैं, जहां जो पूरा एक व्यवस्था है भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को नीचे तक पहुंचाने की, वो सारी जो स्थितियां हैं वो जिस भाषा में है उस भाषा तक हमारी पहुंच नहीं है। और जिनकी पहुंच है, ऐसा नहीं कि संस्कृत जानने वाले हमारे जहां नहीं है, भाई संस्कृत जानने वाले भी बहुत हैं, लेकिन जो संस्कृत जानने वाले हैं वो मॉडर्न साइंस के सब्जेक्टों से कटे हुए हैं। यानी उदाहरण के लिए, मैं मान लीजिए संस्कृत का बहुत बड़ा पंडित हूं, तो मैं संस्कृत लिटरेचर को जानता हूं। जिसको संस्कृत आती है उसको फिजिक्स नहीं आती, जिसको फिजिक्स आती है उसको संस्कृत नहीं आती। तो हमारे जो 90% जो मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट पड़े हैं ज्ञान विज्ञान के, इंडियन नॉलेज के, उस तक पहुंचने का ब्रिज हमारा टूट चुका है। प्रिय मित्रों, भारतीय शिक्षा संस्थानों में यदि हमने इस ब्रिज को दोबारा बनाना है, तो अभी तो शायद लगेगा कि अग्निहोत्री जी किस प्रकार की इमेजिनरी बातें कर रहे हैं, ऐसा तो पॉसिबल है ही नहीं। ये जो ब्रिज टूट गया है, ये नहीं कहना चाहिए कि टूट गया है, जिसको सिस्टेमेटिकली विद एन इंटेंशन तोड़ा गया है, उस ब्रिज को दोबारा निर्माण करने का काम जब तक हम नहीं करते, तब तक आप समझ लीजिए कि इंडियन नॉलेज नदी के उस पार है और हम लोग नदी के इस पार बैठे हैं। बीच में नदी है, वो नदी हमें वहां तक जाने नहीं देती। नदी को तो सुखाना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन ब्रिज तो बनना चाहिए। क्या अभी ऐसी स्थिति है कि हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस में उस सेतु निर्माण के लिए कुछ प्रारंभिक प्रयास भी किए जा रहे हैं? ये बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन मार्क है। हमें सचमुच, देखिए, कितना संभव हो पाता है, कितना संभव नहीं हो पाता है, ये अलग प्रश्न है, लेकिन हमें सचमुच गंभीरता से इस बात पर सोचना चाहिए कि क्या सेतु निर्माण के प्रयास हो रहे हैं। मुझसे मेरे बहुत से मित्र पूछते हैं कि डॉक्टर साहब इसमें क्या सेतु निर्माण के प्रयास कैसे हो सकते हैं। मैंने कहा एक तो अपने दिमाग से एक बात निकालनी पड़ेगी कि संस्कृत के जो मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट हैं, जो संस्कृत, क्योंकि 90% मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट संस्कृत में ही पड़े हैं, सामान्य व्यक्ति समझता है कि वो सारे मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट या लिटरेचर से ताल्लुक रखने वाले हैं, या कहानी से ताल्लुक रखने वाले हैं, या कविता से ताल्लुक रखने वाले हैं, बहुत ज्यादा हुआ तो स्पिरिचुअलिज्म से ताल्लुक रखने वाले हैं। देखिए ऐसे मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट भी बहुत होंगे, मैं ये नहीं कहता नहीं होंगे, लेकिन बहुत बड़ी संख्या में जो मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट हैं वो संसार के ज्ञान विज्ञान से ताल्लुक रखने वाले हैं, केमिस्ट्री से ताल्लुक रखने वाले हैं, फिजिक्स से ताल्लुक रखने वाले हैं, मैथ से ताल्लुक रखने वाले हैं, और बाकी जितने मेडिसिन से ताल्लुक रखने वाले हैं, लाखों की संख्या में मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट वो हैं। तो भाई ये जो ज्ञान पड़ा है, तो जैसे मैंने शुरू में कहा, लेकिन अब ब्रिज टूट गया, उस ब्रिज को बनाने की कोशिश कीजिए। एक तो ये इंप्रेशन खत्म होना चाहिए कि संस्कृत के मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट या संस्कृत भाषा केवल लिटरेचर के लिए है या केवल स्पिरिचुअलिज्म के लिए है। संस्कृत भाषा जो है वो संस्कृत भाषा सांसारिक ज्ञान विज्ञान की भी भाषा है, और उसमें लिखा भी बहुत गया है, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से आज वहां तक हमारी अप्रोच नहीं है। तो इसको चेंज कैसे किया जाए? हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम की आपने बात कही है कि व्हाट इज द पोजीशन ऑफ इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम और इंडियन नॉलेज इन द हायर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस ऑफ इंडिया। मुझे लगता है, आई मे बी रॉन्ग, आप मतलब इट्स माय ओन इम्प्रेशन कि हमारे भारतीय शिक्षा संस्थानों में जो फिलहाल नॉलेज सिस्टम है वो 99% वेस्टर्न नॉलेज सिस्टम है। इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम का उसमें स्थान बहुत ही कम है, नॉट ओनली इन लाइफ साइंसेज एंड फिजिकल साइंसेज बट इवन इन सोशल साइंसेज। हमारे सोशल साइंसेज में भी इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम का कितना हिस्सा है? मैं एक छोटा सा उदाहरण दूंगा। मैं अपने मित्रों से बात करता रहता हूं, मैं क्या, आप फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री को छोड़िए, वो फिजिकल साइंस में आती है, बॉटनी जियोलॉजी को भी छोड़िए, दैट इज लाइफ साइंसेज, लेकिन आपका सोशियोलॉजी तो समाज विज्ञान है, समाज शास्त्र है। तो हम अपनी यूनिवर्सिटियों में जो सोशियोलॉजी की स्टडी करते हैं उसमें इंडियन नॉलेज का कंपोनेंट कितना है? आपकी सभी थ्योरी, सभी सिद्धांत, सभी उदाहरण, सभी केस स्टडीज वो दूसरे देशों के पर आधारित हैं। प्रिय मित्रों, सोशल साइंसेज में जब हम कोई निष्कर्ष निकालते हैं तो उस निष्कर्ष के लिए हमें केस स्टडी किसकी करनी चाहिए? केस, यदि इंडियन सोशल सिस्टम का या भारतीय समाज के बारे में हम कुछ करेंगे तो हमें केस स्टडी इंडियन समाज की करनी चाहिए या वेस्टर्न समाज की करनी चाहिए? लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से पश्चिमी समाज ने अपने समाज की जो केस स्टडी करके जो निष्कर्ष निकाले, वो निष्कर्ष हम हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस में इंडिया में पढ़ा रहे हैं। तो क्या इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम में भारतीय समाज की अवधारणा, उसकी स्टडी के कोई तरीके नहीं है क्या? तो ये जो संस्कृत के अनेकों मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट पढ़े हैं जिनकी मैं चर्चा करता हूं, क्या इसमें भारतीय समाज का अध्ययन नहीं है क्या? क्या उसमें उसके निष्कर्ष नहीं निकाले गए क्या? लेकिन उसका कितना कंपोनेंट हमारे हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन में पढ़ाया जा रहा है। इसलिए दुर्भाग्य से प्रिय मित्रों, मैं समझता हूं कि केवल फिजिकल साइंसेज, लाइफ साइंसेज की बात नहीं है, सोशल साइंसेज में भी इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम का कंपोनेंट हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन में बहुत कम है। लेकिन इसको बढ़ाया कैसे जाए? देखिए, रोने धोने से कुछ नहीं बनता। मैं जहां आधा घंटा रोता रहूं कि ऐसा ये कमी है, ये कमी है, ये कमी है, तो लोग पूछेंगे भाई साहब कमी तो बहुत है, आप तो वाइस चांसलर रहे, आप तो कुलपति रहे हैं, तो उस कमी को पूरा करने के लिए आपने क्या किया है? इसलिए मुझे लगता है रोने धोने से कुछ नहीं बनेगा। हमें एक स्ट्रेटजी, एक इस प्रकार से कहना चाहिए कि नीति बनानी पड़ेगी ताकि किसी ढंग से हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन जो है उसमें भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का भी समावेश किया जा सके। देखिए, एक बात और ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए, जब हम भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की बात करते हैं तो हमारा ये अर्थ नहीं है कि हम अभी जहां 2021 में खड़े हैं, जब 22वीं शताब्दी में खड़े हैं, जब 21वीं शताब्दी में खड़े हैं, तो हम बैक मारकर बिल्कुल पुरानी शताब्दी में पहुंच जाएंगे। इसका अर्थ ये नहीं है। ज्ञान परंपरा एक कहना चाहिए जीवंत यात्रा है। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा ने जहां यात्रा, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की यात्रा ने जहां धीमे होते 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 जे तो नहीं मैं कहूंगा दम तोड़ा था, जहां वो दलदल में धंस गई थी, उसका कारण था कि हिंदुस्तान पर विदेशियों के हमले और उनका कब्जा शुरू हो गया था। ऐसी जातियों ने हिंदुस्तान पर कब्जा कर लिया था जिनका नॉलेज सिस्टम भी अपना था, उनकी भाषा भी अपनी थी। उन्होंने उस भाषा को, उस नॉलेज सिस्टम को इंडिया पर थोप दिया और हमारे इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम की जो इंडियन नॉलेज जो यात्रा चली हुई थी, वो यात्रा धीरे धीरे कम होते होते एक स्थान पर रुक गई, जो दलदल में फंस गई। और हम सभी लोग जिस नॉलेज सिस्टम से पढ़कर आगे बढ़े हैं, वो नॉलेज सिस्टम इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम नहीं है। कम से कम देखिए, मैं दोनों नॉलेज सिस्टम को कंपेयर भी नहीं करता, उसका भी अपनी कंट्रीब्यूशन है, इसकी भी अपनी कंट्रीब्यूशन है। जब हम नॉलेज सिस्टम की बात कर रहे हैं, वो हम एक प्रकार से वी आर नॉट फाइटिंग ए बैटल कि एक नॉलेज सिस्टम बढ़िया है या दूसरा नॉलेज सिस्टम बढ़िया है। देखिए, सभी नॉलेज जो है वो तो कंटिन्यूस यात्रा है एक प्रकार से, लेकिन इस यात्रा में जो हमारी हिस्सेदारी थी, वो हिस्सेदारी कम होते 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 लगभग शून्य तक पहुंच गई है। तो इसलिए जब हम नॉलेज सिस्टम में, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम की बात करें और हायर एजुकेशन में इंस्टीट्यूशन में खास करके उसकी बात करें, तो एक बात ध्यान में रखना चाहिए, हमारी लड़ाई नहीं हो रही दो नॉलेज सिस्टम में। हम केवल इतना चाहते हैं कि जो भारतीय नॉलेज है, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा है, उसका भी समावेश किया जाए तो बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट्स आएंगे। मान लीजिए मेरे पास 6 अनुभव हैं और दूसरी ओर 10 अनुभव और पड़े हैं। अभी मेरे पास केवल 6 अनुभव हैं, उसी के आधार पर मैं निष्कर्ष निकालता हूं। अब वो जो 10 अनुभव और पड़े हुए हैं, उनको भी मैं ऐड कर लूंगा, तो हो सकता है मेरे निष्कर्ष और बेहतर हो जाएं। हम भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम की बात इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि यदि उसका समावेश भी मॉडर्न नॉलेज सिस्टम में हो जाएगा, तो जो रिजल्ट निकलेंगे, जो निष्कर्ष निकलेंगे, वो पहले से ज्यादा बेहतर होंगे और प्रामाणिक होंगे। देखिए, निष्कर्ष का प्रामाणिक होना भी बहुत जरूरी है। यदि मेरे अनुभव बहुत सीमित हैं, तो उसी के आधार पर मैं निष्कर्ष निकालूंगा, तो वो निष्कर्ष प्रामाणिक नहीं होंगे। तो भाई, इतने हजारों सालों से जो भारतीय अनुभव हैं, जो हिंदुस्तान के मनीषियों के अनुभव हैं, जो इतने गहरे चिंतन से उन्होंने निष्कर्ष निकाले हुए हैं, उन निष्कर्षों को भी हम अपने स्टडी सिस्टम में क्यों नहीं लागू करते? ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या है जिस पर हमें चर्चा करनी होगी। लेकिन वही, जैसे मैंने शुरू में कहा कि भाई रोने धोने से तो कुछ नहीं होगा, इसका क्या तरीका? और मुझे एक तरीका जो लगता है, जो मैंने शुरू में चर्चा भी की, जो पुल टूट गया है उस पुल का कैसे निर्माण किया जाए, इस बात पर हमें ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। ये जो ब्रिज टूट गया है इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम और वेस्टर्न नॉलेज सिस्टम के बीच की, जो पुल टूट चुका है, इसको दोबारा ही बनाना पड़ेगा और इसका कोई रास्ता नहीं है। 2 मरहले पर हमें विचार करना पड़ेगा कि क्या इसकी सचमुच जरूरत है। नंबर 1, यदि सचमुच जरूरत है तो इसका निर्माण कैसे किया जाए। मुझे लगता है पहले मुद्दे पर तो बहस की जरूरत ही नहीं है। जो भी आदमी न्यूट्रल होगा, जो भी आदमी तटस्थ होगा, जो सचमुच ज्ञान के रास्ते पर चलने का इच्छुक होगा, वो इस बात से कभी इनकार ही नहीं कर सकता कि भाई वहां जो ज्ञान पड़ा है उसको हम अपने सिस्टम में समावेश ना करें, इसके पक्ष में कोई नहीं बोल सकता। सभी कहेंगे समावेश करना चाहिए। जो आदमी सचमुच ज्ञान का अनुसंधान करता है, जिसके मन में सचमुच ही, जिसको कहना चाहिए ज्ञान प्राप्ति की जिज्ञासा रहती है, वो तो कोशिश करेगा कि जहां से भी मुझे मिले ज्ञान, मैं उसको प्राप्त करूं। इसलिए पहला जो मुद्दा है कि पुल बनाने की जरूरत है, इस पर तो शायद बहस नहीं हो सकती, पुल बनाना ही पड़ेगा। हाँ, जिन लोगों को लगता है कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा तो बिल्कुल पुरानी परंपरा है, बिल्कुल दकियानुसी है, आउट ऑफ डेट है, आज उसकी कोई जरूरत नहीं है, इस युग में 21वीं शताब्दी में, 22वीं शताब्दी में उस ज्ञान परंपरा की क्या जरूरत है, जिसका मत इस प्रकार का है, वो शायद कहे कि पुल बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है। लेकिन प्रिय मित्रों, मैं समझता हूं कोई भी ज्ञान जो है, कोई भी जो नॉलेज सिस्टम है, ना वो पुराना होता है, वो नया ना नया होता है। वो परंपरा से आगे चलता है, उसमें लिटिल बिट हर जनरेशन अपना कुछ ना कुछ ऐड करती रहती है। इसलिए कहाँ से पुराना शुरू होता है, कहाँ से नया शुरू होता है, ये बात करना भी बड़ा मुश्किल होता है। ये कंटिन्यूटी की यात्रा है, जैसे मैंने शुरू कहा, ये कंटिन्यूटी की यात्रा है। इस यात्रा में नया पुराना कुछ नहीं होता। तो इसलिए जो लोग उसका विरोध करते हैं कि ये पुरातन परंपरा है, ये दखियानुसी है, ये बुर्जुआबादी है, मैं समझता हूँ उनसे बहस करने का कोई लाभ नहीं है। लेकिन ऐसे बंद दिमाग वाले लोग बहुत कम होते हैं। जो सचमुच ज्ञान के मार्ग पर चलने के यात्री होते हैं, वो खुला दिमाग रखते हैं। बंद दिमाग से आप ज्ञान की यात्रा नहीं कर सकते। ज्ञान की यात्रा के रास्ते पर चलने के लिए दिमाग खुला ही रखना पड़ेगा। और हिंदुस्तान की तो ये खूबी है, भारत की तो ये खूबी है, जहां दिमाग खुला रखने की बड़ी पुरानी परंपरा है। दिमाग खुला रखने से ही इतना नॉलेज क्रिएट हुआ है। तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है पहला मुद्दा तो उस पर बहस करने का कोई अर्थ नहीं है। अब दूसरा मुद्दा असली है कि इस पुल का निर्माण कैसे किया जाए। भाई जैसे मैंने शुरू में कहा कि पुल के निर्माण के लिए संस्कृत के जो, जिसको कहना चाहिए ना, स्तंभ जिसको कहते हैं, जब पुल बनता है तो नीचे बड़े बड़े खंभे लगाते हैं, वो स्तंभ होते हैं। इस पुल के निर्माण के लिए संस्कृत, क्योंकि हमें पहुंचना जहां है, जिस नॉलेज के पास हमें पहुंचना है, उसकी भाषा संस्कृत है। तो इसलिए हमें इस संस्कृत के पुल का निर्माण करना पड़ेगा। अभी भारत सरकार ने इस दिशा में बड़ा अच्छा काम किया है। ये जो सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटीज एक्ट पास किया है, इसमें बहुत सी यूनिवर्सिटियों को सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी का दर्जा दिया गया है। और मुझे लगता है इस नए प्राप्त दर्जे से इस पुल निर्माण की दिशा में बहुत तरक्की होगी। लेकिन अभी ये मेरा, जिसको कहना चाहिए, अनुमान ही है, क्योंकि मैं बहुत से संस्कृत के पंडितों से बात करता रहता हूँ इस विषय पर। संस्कृत के लोग खुद भी ये मानते हैं कि संस्कृत साहित्य की भाषा है, और जो संस्कृत पढ़ता है वो साहित्य पढ़ता है, इस प्रकार की बातें। और बहुत तो ये भी कहते हैं, भाई कई बार तर्क से मैं उसमें हैरान भी होता हूँ कि जो संस्कृत में काम किया जाता है उसको बाद में फ्रेंच में, जर्मन में, अंग्रेजी भाषा में प्रेजेंट करना चाहिए। मैंने कहा वो संस्कृत में क्यों नहीं प्रेजेंट हो सकता है? जो आप संस्कृत में रिसर्च करते हो, या किसी विषय में भी रिसर्च करते हो संस्कृत के लोग, तो उसको संस्कृत भाषा में क्यों नहीं प्रेजेंट किया जा सकता है? अब वो तर्क वही है जो अंग्रेजों ने दिया हुआ था, और हमारे बहुत से मित्र उस तर्क को अपने कंधे पर ढो रहे हैं। जैसे वो बैताल 25 में आता है ना कि विक्रमादित्य ने शव कंधे से उतारा, और ये कंधे से शव उतारने को कोई तैयार नहीं। वो क्या है, अंग्रेजों ने एक अवधारणा स्थापित कर दी कि संस्कृत डेड लैंग्वेज है। अब भाई डेड लैंग्वेज है तो फिर इसका उपयोग क्या है? अब अंग्रेज ये तो कर नहीं सकते थे कि ये कहते हैं कि अब इसका उपयोग कुछ है ही नहीं, ये तो हिंदुस्तान में लोग शायद बुरा मानते। उन्होंने इसका भी उत्तर दिया कि भाई इसका उपयोग तो है ही। जो कल्चर डेड हो जाता है, जो सिविलाइजेशन डेड हो जाती है, तो आगे आने वाली जनरेशन उसकी स्टडी करती है। तो स्टडी करने में, लेकिन जो स्टडी से चीजें मिलती हैं उनको जो प्रेजेंट किया जाएगा तो उस सिविलाइजेशन की भाषा में थोड़ा किया जाएगा, वो तो मॉडर्न लैंग्वेज में प्रेजेंट किया जाएगा। भाई हम नील घाटी की सभ्यता पढ़ते हैं, मेसोपोटामिया की सिविलाइजेशन पढ़ते हैं, और उस वक्त की जो सिविलाइजेशन है उसकी स्टडी करते हैं, आर्कियोलॉजी वाले करते हैं, खुदाई करके करते हैं। लेकिन जो फिर उसमें उपलब्धियां मिलती हैं उसको आज की भाषा में प्रेजेंट करते हैं, उस वक्त की भाषा में तो नहीं प्रेजेंट करते। इसलिए उन्होंने कहा संस्कृत डेड लैंग्वेज है। संस्कृत का उपयोग तो अब केवल इतना ही है कि हमें संस्कृत के माध्यम से ये पता चल जाता है कि उस वक्त, यानी बड़ी पुरानी बातें हैं, उस वक्त भारतीय समाज कैसा था, किस प्रकार के लोग थे, कैसा रहन सहन था, क्या सोचते थे, ये सारी चीजें हमें पता चलती हैं। लेकिन नाउ दिस नॉलेज हैज टू बी ट्रांसफर्ड टू द मॉडर्न जनरेशन, तो उसको मॉडर्न लैंग्वेज में प्रेजेंट करेंगे, संस्कृत में थोड़ा करेंगे। ये तर्क हमारे सिर पर इतना चढ़ गया कि हमने सचमुच ये मान लिया, और संस्कृत के विद्यार्थी जो विद्वान हैं वो भी अपनी फाइंडिंग्स को अंग्रेजी में प्रेजेंट करते हैं, जो जर्मन में प्रेजेंट करते हैं। प्रिय मित्रों, एक बात हमें ध्यान में रखनी पड़ेगी, संस्कृत इज पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ द इंडियन नॉलेज। जिसको हम कहें कि संस्कृत भारतीय ज्ञान पद्धति की आत्मा है। और दूसरा, यदि संस्कृत ही डेड लैंग्वेज है, यदि हम जिस तर्क को स्वीकार कर लें, तो फिर आप मान लेना चाहिए कि जो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपराएं हैं उनका ट्रांसलेशन ही हो सकता है, मूल भाषा में उसकी कोई जरूरत नहीं है। लेकिन मैं समझता हूं पहले इस जिसको कहना चाहिए भ्रम से हमें मुक्त होना पड़ेगा कि संस्कृत डेड लैंग्वेज है। संस्कृत इज मॉडर्न इंडियन लैंग्वेज। संस्कृत जिंदा भाषा है, संस्कृत बोलचाल की भाषा है और दैनिक कार्यों में संस्कृत का प्रयोग होता है। हिंदुस्तान भर में दैनिक कार्यों में बहुत से स्थानों पर संस्कृत का प्रयोग होता है। 2 स्टेट्स में संस्कृत सेकंड लैंग्वेज है, उत्तराखंड में और हिमाचल प्रदेश में। एक तो ये भ्रम यदि हमारे दिमाग से दूर हो जाएगा कि संस्कृत डेड लैंग्वेज है, फिर ये सेतु निर्माण का काम और आसान हो जाएगा। क्योंकि यदि ये भ्रम बना रहा कि डेड लैंग्वेज है, फिर तो संस्कृत का काम और इंडियन नॉलेज का काम गिने चुने आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट के पास ही रह जाएगा। जैसे जो खुदाइयां होती पुरानी सभ्यताओं को जानने के लिए, तो उसमें जो 10 एक्सपर्ट्स होते हैं वो ही उसका काम करते हैं, बाकियों का उससे कुछ लेना देना नहीं होता। वो जो अगर बता देते हैं हम मान लेते हैं। तो प्रिय मित्रों, संस्कृत इज मॉडर्न इंडियन लैंग्वेज और उसका अभी भी प्रयोग होता है, उसमें अभी लिखा जा रहा है। केवल लिटरेचर ही नहीं लिखा जा रहा, उसमें सोशल साइंसेस की किताबें भी लिखी जा रही हैं। तो इसलिए मुझे ये लगता है कि हायर एजुकेशन में इंडियन नॉलेज को यदि हमने स्थापित करना है, रीइंस्टेट करना है, मैं इसको रीइंस्टेट कहूंगा क्योंकि ब्रिटिश शासकों ने इसको टर्मिनेट कर दिया था। अब हमें इसको दोबारा रीइंस्टेट करना है, उसके लिए स्थितियां बनानी है। तो इसलिए हमें संस्कृत को मॉडर्न इंडियन लैंग्वेज मानना चाहिए और अपनी फाइंडिंग्स को उसी भाषा में प्रचलित करना चाहिए। और तीसरी अंतिम बात जो मुझे लगता है इसमें ऐड करना बहुत जरूरी है, जो अन्य विषय हैं उनको संस्कृत में भी क्या पढ़ाया जा सकता है। जो सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटियां वाले सोचे, यदि वो भी संस्कृत में पढ़ाए जा सकेंगे तो एक रेवोल्यूशन होगा। हम इंडियन नॉलेज को मेन स्ट्रीम में जल्दी ही 25, 30, 50 साल में ला सकेंगे। ये एक्सपेरिमेंट हमें करना चाहिए। हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन में इंडियन नॉलेज को एस्टेब्लिश करने के लिए, रीइंस्टेट करने के लिए हमें ये एक्सपेरिमेंट करना चाहिए। लेकिन बहुत से मित्र कहते हैं कि अग्निहोत्री ये सेतु बनाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, ट्रांसलेशन से काम चल सकता है। तो भाई ट्रांसलेशन से काम चल सकता है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। एक व्यक्ति 1000 भाषाएं तो सीख नहीं सकता, दूसरी भाषाओं से ज्यादा जो ज्ञान आएगा वो ट्रांसलेशन के माध्यम से आएगा, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। लेकिन एक बात ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए, इंडियन नॉलेज को भारतीय जो आज की भाषाएं, प्रचलित भाषाएं, मैं तो संस्कृत को भी मॉडर्न लैंग्वेज मानता हूं, लेकिन चलिए जो संस्कृत में मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट हैं उनका हिंदी में, पंजाबी में, तमिल में, बंगला में, कश्मीरी में ट्रांसलेशन करने से, खास करके अंग्रेजी में भी ट्रांसलेशन करने से जो मूल भावना है क्या हम तक पहुंच पाएगी? आप कहेंगे कि भाई ट्रांसलेशन में इतना तो मिस होता ही है, 10-15% भाव तो मिस हो ही जाता है। लेकिन प्रिय मित्रों, मुझे लगता है जब तक हमारे पास जिस प्रकार हिंदी में, कश्मीरी में, पंजाबी में, तमिल में, बंगला में, तेलुगु में इतने बड़े विद्वानों की संख्या उपलब्ध है जो दोनों भाषाएं जानते हैं, जब तक हमारे पास संस्कृत जानने वाले और दूसरी सब्जेक्ट जानने वाले, मेडिसिन है, फिजिक्स है, केमिस्ट्री है, इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग नहीं हो जाएंगे, फिर तो हम ट्रांसलेशन पर विश्वास कर सकते हैं। लेकिन यदि गिने चुने विद्वान होंगे तो हम ट्रांसलेशन पर विश्वास नहीं कर सकते। मैं एक छोटे से उदाहरण से अपनी बात स्पष्ट करना चाहूंगा। उसका इंडियन नॉलेज से तो कोई ताल्लुक नहीं है, लेकिन ट्रांसलेशन की क्या स्थिति है इससे उसका बहुत ताल्लुक है। अंग्रेजों ने जिस वक्त पंजाब को कैप्चर किया महाराजा रणजीत सिंह की डेथ के बाद, उनके सामने 2 समस्याएं आई कि पंजाब के लोगों को कैसे काबू किया जाए, क्या इसका तरीका हो सकता है। किसी ने सुझाव दिया कि साहब एक काम करो, इनको क्रिश्चियन बनाओ, जैसे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कर रहे हो, इनको भी बनाओ। और कैसे बनाया जाए? पंजाब में मुख्य धार्मिक ग्रंथ कौन सा है? उनका गुरु ग्रंथ साहब है और वो सेक्रेड स्क्रिप्चर माना जाता है और लोगों की उसमें बड़ी आस्था है। तो फिर बोलेगा एक ही तरीका हो सकता, फिर उसका ट्रांसलेशन करवा लिया जाए अंग्रेजी में, और ट्रांसलेशन ऐसा करवाया जाए कि जो उस ग्रंथ को बी लिटिल करे। हाँ जी, सबसे अच्छी बात है, फिर लोगों की उसमें से आस्था खत्म हो जाएगी, और एक बार आस्था खत्म हो जाएगी तो फिर उसको लोगों को कन्वर्ट करना आसान हो जाएगा। तो जब ये स्ट्रेटजी बन गई तो उन्होंने ट्रंप को इनवाइट किया। ट्रंप एक जर्मन मिशनरी थे, क्रिश्चियन मिशनरी थे, उसने बड़ा काम किया था। उसको कहा कि तुम गुरु ग्रंथ साहब का ट्रांसलेशन करो। उस भले मानस ने ट्रांसलेशन किया, और उसने ट्रांसलेशन में गुरु ग्रंथ साहब को एक प्रकार से ऐसा सिद्ध किया ट्रांसलेशन में कि ये ग्रंथ ग्रंथ ऑफ लिटिल वैल्यू, इसमें कुछ नहीं। जैसे शुरू के जो ट्रांसलेटर थे वो भारतीय ग्रंथों का इसी प्रकार का भाव पैदा करते थे कि ये ऋग्वेद क्या है, ये तो भाई चरवाहों के गीत हैं। और आज क्योंकि वो ट्रांसलेशन में जो उपलब्ध हो गई बात, तो आज हमारे विद्वान वही गाते फिरते हैं। तो फिर लगा कि ये एक्सपेरिमेंट कामयाब नहीं होगा। ट्रंप ने ट्रांसलेशन तो कर दिया, और ट्रांसलेशन प्रचलित भी हुआ, गवर्नमेंट ने वो किताब छपवाई भी। लेकिन जब थोड़ी सोशियोलॉजी वालों ने गहरी स्टडी की, उन्होंने कहा भाई साहब ये पंजाब में एक्सपेरिमेंट कामयाब नहीं होगा, लोग आपके काबू नहीं आएंगे। तो फिर भाई ऐसा करो, अब ट्रैक चेंज करो, अब इसका ट्रांसलेशन इस प्रकार के करवाओ कि पंजाब में डिवीजन पैदा हो जाए। तो फिर एक मैकालफ को बुलाया गया, वो भी ब्रिटिश इंडियन आर्मी जो थी उसमें एक ऑफिसर था, आर्मी का आदमी था। उसको कहा अब तुमने ट्रांसलेशन इस प्रकार का करना है, अब इसकी निंदा करने की जरूरत नहीं है कि ये द ग्रंथ इज ऑफ लिटिल वैल्यू। अब ये करो कि ये बिल्कुल हिंदुओं से अलग है। उस भले मानस ने वैसे ही ट्रांसलेशन कर दिया। तो क्योंकि कारण क्या है भाई, यदि ट्रांसलेशन करने वाले की संख्या लिमिटेड हो गई तो वो जैसा ट्रांसलेशन करेंगे वैसा चलेगा। अब ये जो लाखों मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट संस्कृत के पड़े हैं, यदि इनका ट्रांसलेशन ही करना है, और ट्रांसलेशन में भी वही 50 लोग लगेंगे जो दोनों भाषाओं के एक्सपर्ट होंगे, तो फिर वो जैसा चाहेंगे वैसा ट्रांसलेशन कर देंगे। और हमारे पास नॉलेज सिस्टम को पहुंचने का तरीका ही ट्रांसलेशन है। तो जैसा माल परोसा जाएगा वैसा हम खाना शुरू कर देंगे, वैसे रिजल्ट आने शुरू हो जाएंगे। या तो हमारे पास हजारों लाखों की संख्या में ऐसे विद्वान हो जो ट्रांसलेशन कर सकते हो, फिर ठीक है भाई, एक गलत ट्रांसलेशन करता है दूसरा ठीक करेगा, कंपैरिजन हो जाएगा। लेकिन क्या हमारे पास इतनी मैन पावर इस वक्त है कि लाखों हो जाए? नहीं है। इसलिए दूसरा तरीका यही है कि पुल का निर्माण कर लिया जाए ताकि बिचौलिए की जरूरत ही न रहे, खास करके इंडिया को तो ना रहे। ये जो बीच में मिडलमैन आएगा तो उसकी यदि मिडलमैन की इंपॉर्टेंस ज्यादा बढ़ जाएगी तो भाई गड़बड़ हो जाएगी। इसलिए मिडलमैन ना आ जाए, डायरेक्ट ब्रिज बन जाए, और ताकि दोनों ओर से आना जाना शुरू हो जाए। तो मुझे लगता है इंडियन नॉलेज जो अभी मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स में बंद पड़ी है, उसका बहुत थोड़ा सा पोर्शन अभी आया प्रैक्टिस में। जो हमारी नॉलेज में आया है वो बहुत बड़ा पोर्शन नहीं है, बहुत थोड़ा सा पोर्शन है। लेकिन यदि ब्रिज बन जाएगा फिर तो आना जाना शुरू हो जाएगा। और प्रिय मित्रों, इंडियन नॉलेज को इसी सिस्टम से मॉडर्न मेन स्ट्रीम में लाया जा सकता है। फिर सचमुच उसके क्रांतिकारी रिजल्ट आएंगे, फिर सचमुच ज्ञान के क्षेत्र में क्रांति हो जाएगी। एक बात भाई जो मुझे चिंता करती रहती है, क्योंकि हम सभी लोग इसी मॉडर्न नॉलेज सिस्टम से पढ़ कर निकले हैं, जिसको मॉडर्न एजुकेशन सिस्टम भी कहा जा सकता है। हमें इसी सिस्टम ने यश प्रदान किया है। इसी सिस्टम के कारण जो मॉडर्न एजुकेशन सिस्टम है, जो मॉडर्न नॉलेज सिस्टम है, इसी के कारण हमारा यश है, इसी के कारण हम छत पर पहुंचे हैं। अब हमें कहा जा रहा भाई इस सिस्टम को इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम से रिप्लेस करना है। जिस सिस्टम ने हमें इतना यश दिया है, हमें इतना टॉप पर पहुंचाया है, हम उस सिस्टम के खिलाफ क्या मोर्चा लगाएंगे? नहीं लगा सकते। रादर जो आज के मॉडर्न एजुकेशन सिस्टम से पढ़े हुए लोग हैं, वो तो उसको रिटेन करने के लिए जान की बाजी लगा देंगे, क्योंकि उसी सिस्टम ने उनको इतना ऊंचा उठाया, उतना यश दिया। वो तो लड़ेंगे इसके लिए कि साहब क्या बात करते हो, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम की बेकार की बातें हैं, हिंदुस्तान को पीछे ले जाओगे आप, हिंदुस्तान को 1000 साल पीछे ले जाओगे, जमाना कहाँ चला गया है और आप किस प्रकार की बातें करते हैं। तो ये जो पूरा सिस्टम से निकले हुए लोग हैं तो लड़ेंगे अंत तक। मैं इसीलिए कई बार कहता हूं कि हमारा ये नहीं कहना है कि हम एक सिस्टम के खिलाफ दूसरा सिस्टम खड़ा कर रहे हैं। इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल इन एरेना ऑफ नॉलेज। ज्ञान के क्षेत्र में ये पॉसिबल ही नहीं, नॉट, इट इज नॉट इवन डिजायरेबल, ये होना भी नहीं चाहिए। तो इसलिए हमारा ये कहना है कि हम किसी सिस्टम को खत्म नहीं कर रहे भाई, ना हम किसी सिस्टम के खिलाफ हैं। हम तो जैसे मैंने शुरू में कहा कि ज्ञान की यात्रा की कंटिन्यूटी बनाए रखना चाहते हैं। जैसे नदी होती भाई, उसमें हजार जगह से छोटे 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 पानी के झरने, पानी के नाले और खड्डे आकर शामिल होती रहती हैं, कोई कहां से, कोई कहां से, कोई कहां से। हमारा ये कहना है कि इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम का मेन प्रवाह चले और जहां रुका हो उससे आगे बढ़े। फिर उसमें वेस्टर्न नॉलेज का नाला भी आकर गिर जाए, उसमें बाकी जापान नॉलेज सिस्टम का नाला भी आकर गिर जाए। नाला मैं नेगेटिव सेंस में नहीं कह रहा, आई एम सेइंग इट पॉजिटिव सेंस, यू कैन से इट स्ट्रीम ऑफ वाटर उसमें गिर जाए, उसमें और 50 हो, ताकि एक मेन स्ट्रीम बनी रहे। ज्ञान की सदा मेन स्ट्रीम होती है, बाकी जितने सिस्टम होते हैं उसमें आकर मिलते रहते हैं और उसी से यात्रा आगे बढ़ती है। तो हम उस जो यात्रा को, उस प्रवाह को, ज्ञान के प्रवाह को जो बीच में अवरुद्ध हो गया था, उसको आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। प्रिय मित्रों, बहुत से मैं समझता हूं, इसमें एक और बात मैं ऐड करके अपनी बात खत्म करूंगा। मुझे थोड़ा डॉक्टर ने वैसे ज्यादा बोलने से मना भी किया हुआ है, लेकिन अभी जब कोई ऐसी बात उठती है तो खास करके विषय इस प्रकार का प्रवोक करने वाला होता है, तो मैं डॉक्टर की सलाह को भी कई बार भूल जाता हूं। एक बात हमें इसमें और ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए। ये जो एक बहस चलती रहती है कि हमारा ज्ञान उत्तम है और दूसरे का ज्ञान अधम है, इस प्रकार की बहस से हमें बचना चाहिए। ये बहस नुकसान देती है। ज्ञान को लेकर गौरवान्वित होना तो अच्छी बात है, लेकिन किसी बात पर मैं समझता हूं किसी बात को लेकर दूसरे को नीचा दिखाना उचित बात नहीं है। हमारे एक अभी शुरू हो गई बहस कि जितनी वैज्ञानिक उन्नतियां हुई हैं, खास करके पिछले कुछ दशकों में से, तो पश्चिमी देशों में ही हुई हैं। तो हमारे एक बहस शुरू हो गई, हम उसका ओरिजिन कहीं ना कहीं इंडियन नॉलेज में ढूंढने की कोशिश करते हैं। मिल जाए तब भी अच्छी बात है, नहीं तो जबरदस्ती भी ढूंढ लेते हैं। हो सकता मिल भी जाए। जो बात आज पश्चिमी देशों में कोई प्रामाणिक सिद्ध हुई है, जो उन्होंने अनुसंधान करके निकाली है, हो सकता है उसका जिक्र हमारे नॉलेज में भी हो, हमारे इंडियन नॉलेज में भी हो। लेकिन क्या उन्होंने वो जो अनुसंधान किया है, उनको हमारे इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम का पता था? उससे उन्होंने आगे बढ़ा है जो उन्होंने इंडिपेंडेंट किया है? इस बात पर हमें ध्यान देना चाहिए। प्रिय मित्रों, हमें अपनी, जैसे मैंने कहा, जो भारतीय ज्ञान है उसको पुनर्स्थापित करना चाहिए, रीइंस्टेट करना चाहिए, लेकिन यात्रा को रोक कर नहीं, यात्रा को गति देने के लिए। हमारे जहां तो ज्ञान के बारे में शायद ये कहा गया है, संस्कृत वाले बेहतर जानते हैं भाई, मैं तो संस्कृत का आदमी नहीं हूं। नेति नेति की बड़ी पुरानी परंपरा है। अथ का तो हो सकता है, इति नहीं हो सकती, इसलिए नेति नेति कहा। और उसके आगे का और भी सुंदर है, चरई बेती चरई बेती। ये ज्ञान की यात्रा चरई बेती की यात्रा है। इसमें इंडियन नॉलेज की अपनी महत्ता है, दूसरों की नॉलेज की भी महत्ता है। बस एक बात इंडियन नॉलेज की जो सबसे बड़ी खूबसूरती है, जो शायद पश्चिमी ज्ञान परंपरा में खूबसूरती नहीं है, इंडियन नॉलेज का जो धरातल है, मुख्य बिंदु है कि ज्ञान पात्र को ही मिलना चाहिए, सुपात्र को ही मिलना चाहिए। कुपात्र के हाथ में गया हुआ ज्ञान विनाश लाता है और सुपात्र के हाथ में गया हुआ ज्ञान लोगों को लाभ पहुंचाता है। ये इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम का गोल्डन रूल है। ज्ञान सुपात्र के पास ही होना चाहिए। मित्रों, पश्चिम के पास पिछले कुछ दशकों से जितना ज्ञान बढ़ा और उसी ज्ञान से विनाश भी हुआ। भारत में शायद मेरे कम से कम ध्यान में नहीं आता कि किसी ने ज्ञान का उपयोग विनाश के लिए भी किया हो। लोग महाभारत की चर्चा करेंगे कि महाभारत में इतना विनाश हुआ, लेकिन इवन देन महाभारत में भी यदि एक हथियार का प्रयोग हुआ तो उसकी काट भी उपलब्ध थी। पहले हथियार का प्रयोग, जब हथियार का अनुसंधान किया होगा तो उसकी काट भी अनुसंधान की गई कि उसका काट क्या हो सकती है। अब वेस्ट में भी जो हो रहा है, लेकिन अभी तक उस प्रकार की भावना नहीं है। ये मित्रों, एक बहुत अच्छा विषय है, इस पर बहस चलनी चाहिए, संवाद होना चाहिए। मैं बहस भी शब्द शायद ठीक नहीं है, वाद विवाद नहीं, संवाद होना चाहिए। इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम और वेस्टर्न नॉलेज सिस्टम के बीच में संवाद होना चाहिए, और अभी तक संवाद नहीं था, क्योंकि वेस्टर्न नॉलेज सिस्टम इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम से संवाद करने को ही तैयार नहीं था। अब स्थितियां बदली हैं, अब संवाद की भूमिका बन रही है। एक नई व्यासपीठ का निर्माण हो रहा है जिस पर बैठकर संवाद हो सकता है। संवाद से सिंथेसिस बनता है, संश्लेषण होता है, और मुझे लगता है इस संवाद से जो निकलेगा उसमें जिसको कहना चाहिए शुभ होगा। सागर मंथन से अमृत भी निकलता है, जहर भी निकलता है, लेकिन जहर को कैसे नष्ट करना है, अमृत का कैसे सदुपयोग करना चाहिए, तो हमें देखना पड़ेगा। इसलिए ये सिंथेसिस होना चाहिए, और उससे भारतीय शिक्षण संस्थानों को बहुत लाभ होगा। बाकी किसी को हो ना हो मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन भारतीय शिक्षण संस्थानों को बहुत लाभ होगा, क्योंकि भारतीय शिक्षण संस्थान प्रैक्टिकली वेस्टर्न नॉलेज सिस्टम की कार्बन कॉपी बन गए हैं। यदि उसमें ये नया इंजेक्शन लग जाएगा, ये इंडियन नॉलेज का नया इंजेक्शन लग जाएगा, तो इतनी ऊर्जा, इतनी चेतना आएगी कि जिसमें शायद एक ज्ञान की क्रांति हो जाए, हिंदुस्तान में भी हो जाए। पश्चिम में हो रही ज्ञान की क्रांति, जिसको एक्सप्लोजन ऑफ नॉलेज में कहता हूं, पश्चिम में हो रहा है, लेकिन उस एक्सप्लोजन से विस्फोट होने की संभावनाएं बढ़ रही हैं। इंडिया में यदि ये इंजेक्शन लगेगा इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम का, तो वेस्टर्न नॉलेज का जो विस्फोट का है वो थोड़ा शमित होगा, और एक हिंदुस्तान में इंडियन नॉलेज के सिंथेसिस के कारण नई वैल्यूज का निर्माण होगा। उस वैल्यू से शायद सारी दुनिया प्रभावित हो और उसको लाभ हो। ये शांति की दिशा में उठाया हो गया बहुत बड़ा कदम होगा। आपने एक बड़े अच्छे विषय पर ये सार्थक संवाद शुरू किया है, मैं आप सभी को बधाई देता हूं, और एक बार फिर सभी का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आपने मुझे इसमें निमंत्रित किया। धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार प्रोफेसर अग्निहोत्री जी, आपने बहुत सुंदर चीजों के बारे में बताया और दिशाएं भी दी सबको। क्या हम कुछ प्रश्न ले सकते हैं सभी पार्टिसिपेंट से थोड़ी देर के लिए? आपको माइक म्यूटेड है सर।
हाँ, मैं कर दिया, म्यूट कर दिया, अब तो अनम्यूट कर दिया है। आप 2-4 प्रश्न ले सकते हैं, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है मेरी भी अब जो ऊर्जा बोलने की है लगभग, लेकिन फिर भी 2-4 प्रश्न डॉक्टर चोपड़ा आप ले सकती हैं। ठीक है
जी जी। सो आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट द पार्टिसिपेंट्स कि आप अपने माइक को अनम्यूट करें या अपने हैंड्स को ऊपर कर सकते हैं, ताकि आप अपने प्रश्न सीधा खुद ही पूछ सकते हैं, वो ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा, है ना? Who would like to ask a question? You could raise your hand. या आप चैट में डाल सकते हैं या हैंड को रेज कर सकते हैं। You can ask a question to Dr. Agnihotri on the ways of institutionalizing IKS, anything on IKS with higher education. डॉक्टर सुमन गुप्ता जी का देख रही हूँ मैं, उसके बाद फिर हम डॉक्टर रजत, सागर जी। ओके, ठीक है। डॉक्टर सुमन जी, आप अपने आप को अनम्यूट करें। क्वेश्चन।
Am I audible? मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ सुमन जी, मैं सुन रहा हूँ।
कुलदीप जी नमस्कार। आपका जो मैंने अभी सुना बहुत ही अच्छा था, और आपने संस्कृत के बारे में जो अवेयरनेस बताई, बट ये विषय सच में बहुत ही अच्छा है, हम लोग को बहुत कम जानने को मिला। ये इनकी यंग जनरेशन को भी जिस तरह से संस्कृत से बचाया जाता है और वो संस्कृत पढ़ने से बचते हैं। इवन कि मेरी बेटी भी संस्कृत नहीं पढ़ना चाहती है, क्योंकि वो कहीं यूज नहीं हो रहा होता है। और जैसे अगर हम लोग ट्रेडिशनल देखें, मेरे घर में जो प्लांट्स हैं जिनको हम दवा के रूप में डेली यूज करते हैं, अश्वगंधा, सर्पगंधा, गिलोय, ये सब संस्कृत से नाम है, बट हम इस मेडिसिन को अभी भी यूज नहीं कर पा रहे, क्योंकि हम संस्कृत के नाम नहीं जानते, हम पेड़ों को भी नहीं पहचानते। बट ये सारी पहचान हमारी संस्कृत के ग्रंथ में दी हुई है, अथर्ववेद में। और ये ना तो हिंदी में ही जो भी ट्रांसलेशन है उसमें बहुत बड़ी कमी रहती है। आपने कहा 20%, बट आई थिंक वो 30 to 40% गैप रहता है। जो सही नॉलेज है वो उस फॉर्म में, भाव तो उसका गायब ही हो जाता है, ऐसा लगता है पढ़कर। जो एक्चुअल में संस्कृत में दिया हुआ है। तो संस्कृत एक विषय जो रखा गया है वो साइंस के भी जो स्टूडेंट हैं उनके लिए भी कुछ बच्चों को जो चाहे जो छूट होनी चाहिए कि वो ले सके, ताकि साइंस में आने वाले समय में इन ग्रंथों का और अच्छा ट्रांसलेशन, उसमें भाव भी आए जो कहा जा रहा है। एक्चुअल में अर्थ जो है वो गायब हो जाता है, जो भाव होता है उसका कहने का वो गायब हो जाता है, ट्रांसलेशन हो जाता है, और ट्रांसलेशन से हमें उचित उपयोग नहीं समझ में आता है। एंटीसेप्टिक हल्दी को बता दिया गया, उसके बाद हमारे यहाँ कहाँ कहाँ हल्दी को यूज होता है उस एंटीसेप्टिक गुण के रूप में वो नहीं बताया जाता। तो ये बहुत जरूरत है कि हम, जो आपने कहा कि संस्कृत जो है ये हमारे अवेयरनेस होनी चाहिए, और ये डेड सब्जेक्ट है, ये इतना लिविंग सब्जेक्ट है कि अगर लिटरेचर में आज भी हम कहानियां देखें जो बड़े बड़े अखबारों में छपती हैं, वो उन पुराने पंचतंत्र की कहानियों के ही कहीं ना कहीं रिलेटेड होती है। अगर जिसे नॉलेज है वो समझ जाएगा, कोई नई कहानी नहीं है, वो उसी से प्रेरित है, और हम उसे नया रूप दे देते हैं। तो ये हमारे लिए आज का सब्जेक्ट है और बिल्कुल करंट नॉलेज है संस्कृत में, बट हम उसे कोरिलेट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं ड्यू टू द लैक ऑफ नॉलेज। तो सबसे बड़ी जरूरत है कि हम संस्कृत की नॉलेज दें, और इसके लिए हम कैसे करें ये मैं आपसे सजेशन चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि मैं भी एक टीचर हूँ और इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में पढ़ाती हूँ। तो बच्चे बड़े इंटरेस्टेड होते हैं, मैं जब इस विषय में बात करती हूँ तो बच्चे सब्जेक्ट से कहते नहीं मैम आप यही बात कीजिए, आप सब्जेक्ट छोड़ दीजिए।
देखिए सुमन जी, बहुत अच्छा आपने बहुत अच्छा प्रश्न तो नहीं, एक मतलब संवाद किया है,
शेयरिंग है।
हाँ बहुत अच्छी बात है। देखिए मैं तो एक और, क्योंकि आप तो इंजीनियरिंग की स्टूडेंट हैं, मैं एक और बात कहता हूँ। ये जो इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम है इसकी एक खूबसूरती क्या है, पुराने ऋषियों ने, जो साइंटिस्ट ने, उनको जो मर्जी कहिए, ऋषि मुनि साइंटिस्ट जो मर्जी कह लीजिए, उनको मतलब कोई ज्ञान मिला कि भाई तुलसी के पत्ते में जे हाइड्रोजन है, जे फला है, जो भी होते होंगे इसमें कंपोनेंट की जे है, इसका बुखार में जे लाभ होगा, उसमें जे लाभ होगा। अब प्रश्न ये, जिसको आजकल हम कहते हैं ना जी कि फ्रॉम लैंड टू लैब, तो वेस्टर्न नॉलेज सिस्टम में फ्रॉम लैंड टू लैब में इतना अंतर आता है, लेकिन इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम में क्या था, आज घर का कोई भी आदमी, आपको उसको ये नहीं पता कि तुलसी बुखार को दूर कैसे करती है, लेकिन वो आपको बता देगा कि भाई ये तुलसी दर्द उबाल लो, उसमें आप लाभ हो जाएगा। ये बेस्ट तरीका है नॉलेज को नीचे तक ट्रांसमिट करने का, और सामान्य व्यक्ति की भाषा में ट्रांसमिट करने का। और जैसे आपने सुगंधा और तुलसी, गिलोय, ऐसे 50 और ऐसे 50 बृहस्पतियां हैं जिनका लाभ है, लेकिन उस एरिया के सभी लोग जो जानते होते हैं कि इसका क्या लाभ है। संस्कृत में एक शब्द आता है, मैं संस्कृत का पंडित तो नहीं हूं, मैं तो हिंदी का ही मास्टर हूं। संस्कृत में एक श्लोक आता है कि दुनिया में कोई भी वनस्पति ऐसी नहीं है जिसमें औषधि ना हो, बस केवल उसका जानकार चाहिए। तो जिन्होंने वो वनस्पतियों में औषधि खोजी, उसने वहां के लोगों तक पहुंचा भी दिया, उसकी डिटेल बताने की उसको जरूरत नहीं पड़ी, H+2 फलाना और कार्बन इतना जे, लेकिन लोगों को पता चल गया कि भाई ये जो वनस्पति इसका जे लाभ है, लोग उसका यूज करते हैं। इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम का सबसे बड़ी खूबसूरती ये है कि वो नीचे आम आदमी तक ट्रांसमिट हो गई है और सफलतापूर्वक उसका प्रयोग हो रहा है। दूसरा, आपने जो संस्कृत वाली बात कही, देखिए मुझे ये लगता है एक इम्प्रेशन बन गया है कि संस्कृत का आज के जमाने में कोई लाभ नहीं है, और इसलिए कोई भी स्टूडेंट, भाई चाहे वो साइंस का हो चाहे इंजीनियरिंग का हो, मैं कहता हूँ इवन सोशल साइंस का भी हो, वो कहता भाई पढ़कर क्या लेंगे। लेकिन अभी मैं देख रहा हूँ जो प्रैक्टिकली पिछले 2-3 दशकों से एक नया चला कि वैदिक मैथमेटिक्स पढ़ा जाए। तो शंकराचार्य थे, अब मुझे नाम उनका ध्यान में नहीं है, उन्होंने एक किताब लिखी संस्कृत में, उन्होंने खोजबीन करके पुराने ग्रंथों में से 16 सूत्र निकाले। वो सूत्र मतलब मल्टीप्लाई कैसे किया जाए और डिवाइड कैसे, इसी प्रकार के हैं, मतलब जमा कैसे किया जाए, घटा कैसे किया, हाँ मतलब। लेकिन जब वो बात चली तो लोगों ने कहा क्या भाई आप कितने पुराने जमाने की बातें कर रहे हैं, अब जमाना कहाँ पहुंच गया, जल्दी जल्दी होता है। लेकिन अभी मुझे कुछ टीचर बता रहे थे कि ये जो लड़के कंपटीशन के एग्जाम में बैठते हैं, उनको जल्दी होती है रिजल्ट निकालने का, इतना से मल्टीप्लाई इतना किया तो कितना। अब वो वैदिक मैथमेटिक्स के सूत्र सीख रहे हैं कि उसका एक क्षण में उत्तर मिल जाता है। उपयोगिता होगी तो लोग पकड़ेंगे। लेकिन एक ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट ही मुझे कहना चाहिए, उन्होंने नोइंगली एक ऐसा इंप्रेशन पैदा किया कि इस भाषा की कोई उपयोगिता ही नहीं है। भाई भाषा तो माध्यम है, उस भाषा में जो ज्ञान पड़ा हुआ है, पहले आप भाषा को मारो, जब भाषा मर गई तो अब कफन के नीचे आदमी जिंदा है कि मुर्दा है क्या पता चलेगा। ऊपर जब कफन डाल दिया तो लोग यही समझ गए अंदर मुर्दा है। आपने संस्कृत भाषा को कफन बना दिया कि डेड लैंग्वेज है। अब उसके नीचे जो नॉलेज पड़ी है, अब मुझे क्या पता वो नॉलेज काम की है या नहीं काम की। तो पहले भाई वो कफन उठाया जाए तो पता चले कि अंदर तो आदमी जिंदा है भाई, पड़ा हुआ, आपने इसको मुर्दा बनाया हुआ है। तो इसके लिए प्रयास करना पड़ेगा। मुझे तभी लगा ये जो संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटियां बनी हैं सेंट्रल, मैंने इनमें से कुछ से बात भी की कि आप भाई हिस्ट्री, पॉलिटिकल साइंस, इकोनॉमिक्स और यदि कोशिश करो तो मैथ, उसमें वैदिक, इसको संस्कृत मीडियम से पढ़ाने की कोशिश करो। तो जो संस्कृत मीडियम में पढ़ जाएंगे फिर वो ओरिजिनल मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट की ओर खुद ही भागेंगे। देखिए ये रिसर्च भी एक बीमारी है एक प्रकार की, जिसके दिमाग में चले जाए वो 24 घंटे कम वक्त सोचता ही रहता है वहां से कैसे पकड़ा जाए, वहां से कैसे पकड़ा जाए। यदि आपने 100, 200, 400 स्टूडेंट भी संस्कृत मीडियम से करवा दिए, उनमें से 20, 25, 30 भी ऐसे निकल आए जो उधर को भागना शुरू कर देंगे, ब्रिज बढ़ना शुरू हो जाएगा। लेकिन इसके लिए देखिए, जैसे अंग्रेजों ने सिस्टेमेटिकली इसको मारने की कोशिश की, तो वैसे ही हमें सिस्टेमेटिकली इसको जिंदा करने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। मुझे लगता है अब लगे हुए हैं सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी एक्ट उसी दिशा में लगता है। लेकिन आपकी चिंता बड़ी वाजिब है भाई। ये लोगों में, मैं तो समझता हूँ पहला पॉजिटिव जो गेन होता है वो यही होता है कि लोगों में चिंता जागृत हो जाए। वो जागृत हो गई फिर रास्ता भी निकल आता कोई ना कोई। ठीक है गुप्ता जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू अग्निहोत्री जी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर अग्निहोत्री जी। डॉक्टर जी सुरेश बाबू जी, आई सी योर हैंड। आप जो पूछना चाहते हैं माइक को अनम्यूट कर लें। डॉक्टर जी सुरेश बाबू जी, यू मे अनम्यूट योर माइक।
इन्होंने पूरा हिंदी में बोला था तो मैंने कहा मैं इनसे हिंदी में क्वेश्चन कर सकती हूँ। तो
जी जी, डॉक्टर जी सुरेश बाबू जी, आर यू देयर? आई सी योर हैंड अप। ओके, सागर गवांडे जी, आप पूछना चाहते हैं जब तक डॉक्टर सुरेश आते हैं। डॉक्टर सागर गवांडे जी, यस
सर। नमस्ते।
नमस्कार सागर जी। नमस्कार भाई।
सर आपका लेक्चर बहुत ही मोटिवेशन था और मोटिवेशनल था। सर मुझे एक आपसे बात पूछनी है अदर देन द क्वेश्चन। सर बहुत सी संस्कृतियों में का जो लिटरेचर है संस्कृत में अवेलेबल है, बट ट्राइबल्स जो है उनका लिटरेचर कुछ ड्राइंग्स में या तो फिर कुछ कार्विंग में अवेलेबल है। तो उसको हम मेन स्ट्रीम में कैसा ला सकते हैं? बिकॉज even though literate peoples have more knowledge on the paper, but carving and painting use lots of sources of the information. And can we make some efforts, or do we have any plan to take that particular knowledge in a mainstream?
नहीं सागर भाई, आपका क्वेरी बहुत ही जेन्युइन है और पुणे से आई है फिर तो भाई और भी ज्यादा जेन्युइन हो जाती है। पुणे तो महाराष्ट्र का बहुत बड़ा सेंट्री माना जाता है। और मैं पीछे पुणे गया था तो गणेश चतुर्थी के दिन थे शायद, किसी ने मुझे बताया कि दगड़ू शेठ के जहाँ जाना। तो मैंने कहा भाई मुझे दगड़ू शेठ के क्या करने जाना, मैंने कोई सामान तो खरीदना नहीं। कहते भाई तो दगड़ू शेठ दुकानदार नहीं है, गणेश जी का मंदिर है, उसको दगड़ू शेठ के नाम से जाना जाता है। तो भाई पुणे वाले कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, दगड़ू शेठ के नाम से गणेश को भी बना सकते हैं। लेकिन उसकी बड़ी मान्यता थी वहां, मैं वहां गया था उन दिनों शायद। आपने देखिए ये जो भाषा है ये तो कन्वे करने का एक मीडियम है ना जी। ये ड्राइंग्स हैं, पेंटिंग्स हैं, ये सब चीजें कन्वे करने के रास्ते ही हैं और क्या है। हम अपने भीतर की बात आपको ट्रांसमिट करना चाहते हैं। एक आदमी भाषा से ट्रांसमिट करता है, दूसरा संकेत से भी कर देता है। कई बार लोग भाई पूछते हैं कि अग्निहोत्री ठीक हो, मैं बोलता नहीं, कई बार ऐसे कर देता हूँ। इसका अर्थ भी यही कि भाई ठीक ही हूँ। यदि ऐसे कर दूं तो इसका मतलब नहीं ठीक हूँ, तो इसमें बोलने की तो जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी। मैं जो संकेत है इसी पर पेंटिंग से भी बहुत चलता है। और खास करके ये जो जनजाति समाज है जिसके बारे में महाभारत में बड़ा जिक्र आता रहता है, सब जगह आता ही है, जितनी जनजातियां हैं उनके पास भी बहुत बड़ी नॉलेज है। लेकिन वो संस्कृत में थोड़ा है, वो तो उनकी अपनी भाषाओं में है। उसमें सागर जी जो सबसे बड़ी चिंता है, अब उनकी जो लोकल भाषाएं हैं, भाषा कह लीजिए, कुछ लोग थोड़ा उनको डिलिटल करने के लिए बोली कह देते हैं कि भाई साहब ये भाषा थोड़ा है, ये तो बोली है। मैं कह भाई हर एक की बोली अपनी भाषा ही है, आप एक को ऊंचा बताते हो दूसरे को छोटा क्यों बताते हो। अब वो जो उनकी बोलियां हैं वो ही खतरे में पड़ गई हैं। और उन बोलियों को बोलने वाले धीरे धीरे कम होते जा रहे हैं। जैसे मान लीजिए मैं भाई किसी जनजाति का हूँ, मान लीजिए उदाहरण मैं गुज्जर जनजाति का हूँ, तो घर में पहले मैं गोजरी बोलता था, अब जो मेरे बच्चे हैं वो धीरे धीरे गोजरी भूल जाएंगे और उनके बच्चे शायद बिल्कुल ही भूल जाएं। तो फिर जितना नॉलेज सिस्टम हमारा उन भाषाओं में श्रुति परंपरा से, देखिए परंपराएं दो प्रकार की हैं, एक तो रिटर्न परंपरा है, भाई आपके पास सागर जी कोई नॉलेज है, आपने कागज में लिख दी, वो कन्वे होगी, फिर जनरेशन टू जनरेशन आगे चलती जाएगी। एक है श्रुति परंपरा, आपको लिखना नहीं आता या जरूरत ही नहीं है, आपने वो बोलकर अपने बच्चे को बता दिए और बच्चे ने आगे बता दी, इसको श्रुति परंपरा कहते हैं। तो भाई ये वेद जो हजारों सालों तक सुरक्षित रहे तो श्रुति परंपरा से रहे। ये प्रिंटिंग का ड्रामा तो आज चला, बहुत पुराना तो नहीं है, तो पहले तो श्रुति परंपरा से रहे। जो जनजातियों का नॉलेज है ये श्रुति परंपरा से चला हुआ है, लेकिन खतरनाक बात यह है कि अब श्रुति परंपरा धीरे धीरे खत्म हो रही है, क्योंकि अब प्रिंटिंग आ गई है, रिटर्न कागज बन गया, 50 चीजें आ गई हैं। इसलिए आपकी बात बिल्कुल ठीक है, हमें कोई ऐसा मैकेनिज्म निकालना चाहिए कि ये सारी नॉलेज भाषा में लिपिबद्ध हो जाए और फिर आगे उसको ट्रांसमिट किया जाए। लेकिन ये बहुत बड़ा काम है भाई। लेकिन समस्या सागर जी क्या है, बहुत जो लोग मॉडर्न एजुकेशन सिस्टम में पढ़ गए हैं ना, उन कम वक्तों के दिमाग में एक बात घुस गई है कि इनका नॉलेज क्या है जी, ये तो बेकार की बातें करते हैं, इनको कुछ नहीं पता। जब हमारा भाव ये हो कि मुझे बहुत पता है, उसको कुछ नहीं पता, फिर आप समझ लो संवाद भी खत्म हो जाता है और ज्ञान का आदान प्रदान भी खत्म हो जाता है। लेकिन इस मॉडर्न नॉलेज सिस्टम या एजुकेशन सिस्टम ने हमारे मन में ज्ञान की जिज्ञासा कम की है, अभिमान ज्यादा भर दिया है। हम अपने आप को ज्ञानी मानते हैं और 50 चीजें भाई उनके पास हमारे पास से ज्यादा हो सकती हैं। एक तो ये दिमाग में जो ये वायरस घुसा हुआ है कि हम ज्ञानी हैं वो अज्ञानी है, इस वायरस को निकालना पड़ेगा। अब कोरोना का वायरस आ गया, कम वक्त यही नहीं निकाला जा रहा, तो इस वायरस, ये तो बड़ा और खतरनाक वायरस है कि मैं ज्ञानी हूं और दूसरा ज्ञानी है। इस वायरस को ये इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम निकाल सकता है। मैं एक संस्कृत में पढ़ रहा था, उसने लिखा सबसे बड़ा ज्ञानी वही है जिसको ये पता चल जाए कि वो ज्ञानी है। जिस भले मानस को ये भाई नॉलेज का कोई थोड़ा है, तो कोई आदमी क्लेम करे मैं ज्ञानी हूं, इससे बड़ी मैं समझता हूँ ये तो भगवान ही बचाए उसको। तो जनजाति समाज का जो ज्ञान है इसको हमें लिपिबद्ध करना चाहिए, इसके लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए। कुछ लोग लगे भी होंगे, मुझे बहुत ज्यादा अनुभव नहीं, लेकिन कुछ लोग लगे भी होंगे। लेकिन इसको यूनिवर्सिटियों में लगाना, देखिए यूनिवर्सिटियां ये काम कर सकती हैं, यूनिवर्सिटियों में उसको सिलेबस में भी डालना चाहिए, उसको लिपिबद्ध भी करना चाहिए और उन लोगों को इन्वॉल्व भी करना चाहिए। पर चलिए भाई प्रयास, देखिए सागर जी प्रयास करते रहना चाहिए, विचार खत्म नहीं होना चाहिए, फिर रास्ता निकल ही आता है। बस भाई आप जो लास्ट क्वेश्चन है, अब मैं भी अपनी राम कथा बंद करता हूँ, मुझे डॉक्टर ने कहा बहुत ज्यादा मत बोलो। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू बेटा,
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
सर एक और ले सकते हैं या कंक्लूड करें? आपका माइक म्यूटेड है सर। सर आपका माइक म्यूटेड है।
अच्छा ये लीजिए, अनम्यूट कर दिया। जिनका प्रश्न है उनसे मेरी ओर से क्षमा मांग लेना कि भाई, और दूसरी बात एक और होती, मैं एक और बात कहता हूँ, कोई किसी प्रश्न का उत्तर क्या दे सकता है, सबसे बड़ी खूबी यही है कि सुनने वालों के दिमाग में प्रश्न पैदा हो गया है। बस प्रश्न पैदा होना ही सबसे बड़ी खूबसूरती है। अब पैदा हो गया, वो उत्तर भी निकाल लेंगे खुद ही, अपने प्रश्न का खुद ही उत्तर ढूंढना चाहिए, वो ज्यादा प्रामाणिक होता है। तो प्रश्न पैदा होना बड़ी खूबसूरती की बात है। इन लोगों के मन में प्रश्न पैदा हुआ, मैं समझता हूँ बातचीत सफल हो गई। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू मैडम, थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, बहुत धन्यवाद। प्रणाम सर। प्रणाम सर। So we conclude with the second session of the day. Dr. Kuldeep is not keeping very well. Yes, but he has left us all with many questions and he has asked us to find the answers, and we will find it. Yes. So we can take a break and come back again at 2 p.m. If you would have noticed the agenda, we have mentioned Swadhyay and lunch. How many of us saw that on the agenda? Yes. So since this is all a yajna of Indian knowledge system, shall we have a short meditation for 5-6 minutes? Yes, from today, or from tomorrow we can also invite some experts on meditation and some pranayams, and we could do that also. So we can start from tomorrow, or we can have a very short meditation even now for 5-6 minutes, maybe a guided meditation also. That may be for about 14 minutes. What would you want? A guided meditation of 14-15 minutes? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, take care. So we can all relax, close our eyes, and just keep our phones on the silent mode, and just allow me 2-3 minutes to play the guided meditation. So we can just sit comfortably, easily, आराम से बैठे, आंखें बंद कर ली. Keep the phones also in silence. And just listen to the instructions and just flow. Let me know if the volume is okay.
आराम से बैठ जाएं और आंखें बंद कर लो. मुस्कान नकली क्यों ना हो, मुस्कान रखो, बड़ा मुस्कान रखो. चेहरे का मुस्कान नकली क्यों ना हो, मुस्कान रखो, बड़ा मुस्कान रखो. शरीर के कण कण में वो मुस्कान को फैलने दें.
Let the smile spread to every cell of your body. Keep a smile on your face, eyes closed, body relaxed.
अरबों करबों अणु परमाणुओं से शरीर बना है। शरीर के एक एक कण में मुस्कान होने दें।
Our body is made of billions of cells. Let every cell in our body smile, relax.
जो भी विचार आ रहा हो मन में उसको आने देना और विश्राम करना।
Whatever thoughts may be coming in the mind, let it come. Relax. Keep our eyes closed. आंखें बंद रखें।
इस वक्त कुछ नहीं करना है, विश्राम करना।
This moment, there is nothing to do. Just relax.
जहां भी तनाव लगे तो उसको ढीला छोड़ना।
Wherever there is some stiffness, let it relax.
इस वक्त ना कुछ करना है ना कुछ जानना है, केवल विश्राम।
This moment, there is nothing to do and nothing to know either. Just relax.
एक गहरी सांस लीजिए।
लंबी सांस लें।
एक और गहरी सांस लीजिए।
With the breath in.
एक और गहरी सांस।
With a deep breath in.
धीरे धीरे आंखें खोल सकते।
Slowly, gradually, we open our eyes. So with this, we finish our second session of the day 2. Was it nice? How was the experience? There's always to be a balance between the left and the right brain, isn't it? The left brain is all related to our logic, tark vitark, and the right is all about creativity. It's very important to have a balance of both. And meditation, satsang, all these things really help us to have a balance. Very nice. So we'll reassemble back at just before 2 p.m. Is there any question, any sharing you may want to do? You can put it on the chat or you can speak on the mic also. Anybody would like to share anything? You can unmute yourself and share. This is something you can put on the chat also. Okay, so there is nothing. Are we all enjoying the sessions? All good? Anything we can do to strengthen? Please let us know. We are circulating the feedback form also. So if there's something you want to speak on the chat, we can attempt our best to bridge all the gaps. Okay. So we'll assemble just before 2. Have a great lunch and see you just before 2. Namaste. Namaste and welcome to the third session of day 2. We have Dr. M.D. Srinivas ji with us here. And Namaste sir, Pranam, welcome to be a part of the FTP once again this year. We would just share a small brief on Dr. M.D. Srinivas ji. I will just share the screen. So our topic of the day today is research in IKS in our institutions of higher learning. I'm sure this is something that we are all wanting to do. Research is the way to bring knowledge into academia, one of the ways. A little bit about Dr. Srinivas ji. He is the chairman, Center for Policy Studies, Chennai, former professor, Department of Theoretical Physics, University of Madras. His research work in theoretical physics has been mainly in the fields of quantum optics and the conceptual and mathematical foundations of quantum mechanics. And he's worked on various aspects of Indian tradition of mathematics and astronomy, and also on the logical and epistemological foundations of Indian sciences. So welcome, Dr. Srinivas ji.
Thank you. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, Dr. Srinivas ji. So research in higher institutions of learning. Dr. Srinivas, we have faculty from all academic backgrounds and different higher education institutions from India on the Zoom meet. And we also have stakeholders of education plus faculty who are watching these sessions via the live stream mode through the YouTube and Facebook channels of Rashtra. Over to you, Dr. Srinivas ji.
Thank you, Dr. Richaji, for your invitation to take part in this FDP and your kind words of welcome. The actual thing I'm going to say is something on why and how research and study of Indian knowledge systems should be a mandated task in our institutions of higher learning. A brief outline of the talk. I'll first say something about how from very ancient times, Indian civilization has been renowned for its sophisticated knowledge systems and practices. Then we shall see why these knowledge systems and practices how they enabled India to flourish as a leading economy of the world for millennia till the end of, roughly till the middle end or the end of 18th century. The study and practice of these knowledge systems got brutally disrupted during the period of British rule due to the economic and other policies of the government, but especially due to the British implanted system of education. Though in the last 100-150 years, a large number of dedicated scholars have done significant and pioneering research work on Indian knowledge systems, unfortunately, almost all of this work has been carried out without any public or institutional mandate or support. And therefore, we are in a situation where we are still far from arriving at a good, proper, comprehensive understanding of Indian knowledge systems, their concepts, their methodologies, their techniques, their historical development, and their impact. Now, for a resurgence of Indian civilization in the modern times, it's absolutely essential that we need to update our knowledge systems and then carry forward that great tradition and of those knowledge systems and practices in the modern context. In order for India to achieve this, it's very imperative that we should expeditiously implement the following policy prescriptions, which are in accord with what has recently been suggested in the National Education Policy of 2020. Firstly, research and study of Indian knowledge systems and practices should be a mandated task of our institutions of higher learning. Unfortunately, it's not so today. And what would this research and study mean? It means a comprehensive compilation and an in-depth study and analysis of all the sources, textual as well as material, and also the prevailing practices of Indian knowledge systems. That's what is needed. Second, Indian knowledge systems should form an essential part of the curricula taught in our schools, colleges, and other institutions of higher learning. This is roughly what I am going to speak about. So as you can see, the NEP envisages a very important role for Indian knowledge systems. The NEP says that the rich heritage of ancient Indian knowledge has been a guiding light for this policy. Then it mentions Aryabhata, Bhaskara, Chanakya, Madhava, etc. And various aspects, diverse disciplines like mathematics, astronomy, metallurgy, shipbuilding, navigation, etc. And then says these rich legacies to world heritage must not only be nurtured and preserved for posterity, but also researched, enhanced, and put to new users through our education system. So roughly what I had said in the previous one, they have sort of made it as a major policy prescription of NEP. Quickly an overview of the ancientness of Indian knowledge systems and its great contributions, not just for India, but for the world's scientific and knowledge heritage. Most important of Indian sciences were the language sciences. And they go back to the Vedas, the Padapatha, Kramapatha, etc. of the Vedas, and the Shiksha and Pratishakya texts, which discuss phonetics. And here Indians came up with something extraordinary. The Pratishakya text made a perfect analysis of the sounds of language into vowels, consonants, semi-vowels, stops, dentals, vela. These are all the phonetic terms used today. We have different terms which I will display in the next one. They classified all sounds and then came up with a writing system, which one of the oldest systems of that was the Brahmi script of around 4th to 5th century before the Common Era. So these sounds were classified on the basis of the origin of the sound, where the sound is produced in the throat, kanthya, gattaral, talavya, palatal, murdhanya, cerebral, dantya, teeth, ostya, lips, then mixing of them. And then by the effort made, hrasva dirgha, aghosha unvoiced, alpaprana not accented, ghosha voiced. So in this way, all Indian sounds were tabulated in this 2x2 matrix in which all sounds were beautifully put and organized. This was called Varna Samamnaya in ancient times. The Panini used a different system in his Ashtadhyayi for the sake of grammar. But this is how sounds were classified. And this great alphabetic discovery, sound classification and corresponding orthographic representation was extraordinary. And it covered almost entire Asia, except for China. It was adopted. East Asia, Central Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia. And all these scripts are a far cry from what is called the Phoenician script, the Greek script, the Latin script, and its descendants, which all go through A, B, C, etc., which do not have the kind of either a placement or the effort or the sound relation to the alphabet. And so there are countless spelling problems. And the Indian script was something extraordinary. Similarly, in mathematics and astronomy, we came up with a calendar which was purely observation based. The month, the year were dependent on astronomical phenomena. Even the day, Tithi, was dependent on the astronomical phenomena. But there is an extraordinary recording of a very ancient observation in Taittiriya Aranyaka. It is of the celestial pole star called Abhaya Dhruva. It describes about 14 stars in what is called the Shishumara constellation or the dragon constellation. And this exactly corresponded to the celestial pole in something like 2800 BC. Here is the dragon constellation. And here is Abhayadruva. And this star exactly sat at the celestial pole. As you know, the celestial pole makes a 26,000 circle in the celestial sphere due to the precession. And today, what is called the Alpha Ursa Minoris is very near the pole. It has been close to the pole from about 1800 of the Common Era, and it will be very close till 2100. But there was really no star close to the celestial pole as close to Abhayadruva, and this was at 2800 BCE. So in Indians called the pole star as Dhruva. Today we call the pole star as Polaris, and that's a very modern term that has got to do with the Ursa Minoris star that we see today. There are many other things about Indian astronomy. I just wanted to emphasize this. The Shulva Sutras are the oldest textbooks of geometry, and they describe exact procedures for constructing altars, Yajnavedis, just with a rope and a gnomon as the major instruments. They have the general statement of Bodhayana theorem on the diagonal of a rectangle, what is today called the Pythagoras theorem, etc. But most crucial was the development of place value system, which revolutionized arithmetic calculation. And this goes back in its essence to the Vedic times, which have a decimal nomenclature for numbers. And the idea of zero arises through Upanishads, the tradition of Panini and the tradition of Nyaya. And by the time of Pingala, the zero marker is already known. And zero with a decimal place value system is completely used for all calculation in Aryabhatiya, and it revolutionized arithmetic and calculation. It was an algebraic principle which revolutionized arithmetic. So these great contributions of India were highly regarded all over the world. Here is Itzi, who visits India. Before coming to India, he learned Sanskrit in Indonesia for 6 months. And he says that the great grammar of Panini is highly valued in both in the island of Pulo Kondare, that's in Vietnam, and in the country of Suli, that's in Uzbekistan. And of course, not to say that it's highly valued in the divine land, as he calls, for China, and also in the land which is the celestial storehouse of knowledge. This is the name the Chinese gave for India. And then he says how Panini's grammar was learned at the age of 8 by children. Similarly, the place value system was valued extraordinarily even as soon as it was transmitted to West Asia. Here is a Syrian bishop who says that the Indian systems of calculation greatly surpass anything known in the world by the Greeks or by the Babylonians, and this has revolutionized mathematics and astronomy. Similarly, here is Ibn Sina in 10th century and 11th century, the great Islamic philosopher says, he learned Indian methods of calculation from a vegetable seller. In fact, these Indian methods of calculations were made so simple because of the decimal place value system that vegetable sellers, as we today know also, could easily calculate. Similarly, the Indian medical system was highly respected. Here is a description of a hospital. Every hospital where people could stay and get all kinds of help in Pataliputra, which the Chinese monk, I think this is before Huinxiang and before I Ching, this Fatya, who is describing this around 400. Now, the Indian architecture and Indian philosophy went to Southeast Asia, and you can see the great 9th century temple in Prambanan. It's the largest temple in Indonesia. Similarly, we have the 12th century Vishnu temple in Angkor Wat, which is perhaps the largest religious structure in the whole world. And in 10th century, here is an Islamic philosopher come scientist in Spain. I mean, what was then called Andalus. He is called Andalusi. He is talking of India as a land of wisdom, and he says Indians are well known for their mathematics, for their great improvements in astronomy, as well as in medicine. So India is a great storehouse of knowledge. Around the same time, one of the great assaults on India did happen, and here is Al-Biruni explaining how Mahmud of Ghazni utterly ruined the prosperity of the country. He says Hindu sciences have retired far away from those parts of country conquered by us, and they have fled to places away. And then he says something which we cannot imagine even today. Hindus believe that there is no country but theirs, no nation like theirs, no king like theirs, no religion like theirs, no science like theirs. Though the Indian sciences did go into some sort of a crisis in various regions, but the tradition continued uninterrupted, and it in fact flourished in an extraordinary manner in several pockets of India, one of which was Kerala. Here is Madhava in 1375 producing the basic infinite series, which were rediscovered by Leibniz in 1674, Sharp in 1699, and Newton in 1665. And this is in the same line as Ramanujan in 1910, who comes up with this extraordinary series, which was used in 1980s for the first time to calculate pi to a billion digits. And today, people do understand that the Kerala mathematics was the most advanced mathematical culture of its time. This is Professor Wagner of ETH Zurich. And he says that Indian proofs are different from the modern or the Greco and the modern tradition of mathematics. They don't start from axiomatic foundations. They also rely on evidence elicited from observation. A revised model of planetary system was brought in by Nilakantha Somyaji in 1500 in his Tantra Sangraha. And the model that he came up was computationally same as what Kepler proposed around 1609. It's approximate to that. And for the first time, the motion of the interior planets, that is Buddha and Shukra, were understood. Nilakantha says, Tayoho Brahmana Vrittena na bhuhu kabali kriyate, tato bahireva sadabhu. That is, the planets Mercury and Venus, their orbits do not circumscribe Earth. The Earth is always outside. This is the, they go around the sun, but they don't go around the Earth. But all the 5 planets appear to go around. He says they go around the Earth because sun carries them around the Earth. More than that, Nilakantha wrote an extraordinary work of scientific epistemology called Jyotirmimamsa. I will not read the Sanskrit here. He first looked at the question that can we revise what Aryabhatta has written? Because don't we know that Aryabhatta did great tapas and was actually instructed by Brahma, the science of astronomy. Nilakantha says that is not the case. That this tapas of Aryabhatta gave him only an excellence of clarity of intellect. Devata prasado mati vaimalya hetureva. So it's not that Brahma comes and instructs Aryabhatta. Aryabhatta, by his great effort and sadhana, got such clarity of intellect. So then nothing like things written by Aryabhatta cannot be revised and things like that. Similarly, Nilakantha says these 5 Siddhantas of Paramira's time, they were actually correct at that time. Pancha Siddhantas tavat kachit kale pramanameva ityavagantavya. But now that for today, we have to look for a Siddhanta that shows accordance with actual observations at the present time. And such accordance has to be ascertained by astronomers by making observations during the time of eclipses, etc. And so, by making observations, continuously we should revise Siddhanta. This was an extraordinary philosophy of science enunciated at a time when Europeans started saying they were discovering the mind of God and eternal laws of nature and things like that. Here is Nilakantha Somyaji at that time saying the sciences need to be continuously updated. And what we need to teach a student is the method of examination, method of observation to update the sciences. Anyway, now I come quickly to 18th century. Now in 18th century, first we should realize that even our nationalist historians have often written that it was a dark period of Indian history. There's nothing like that. But the great sort of evidence for understanding the 18th century India, its economy, its polity, its society, its sciences, technology, education systems, etc., was done by one great Gandhian thinker and scholar called Dharampa, whose centenary is being currently celebrated in 2022. He, in fact, explained that there was a political and cultural resurgence in large parts of India in the first half of the 18th century. That's after the demise of the Aurangzeb and the end of the roughly the effectual virtual end of Mughal. And this process was thoroughly disrupted by the British conquest of India, which happened in the second half of 18th century and the first quarter of 19th century. First thing is to realize, this is a work called Some Aspects of Indian Society, where Dharampal's work is summarized. I am going to summarize it anyway again. Today, the economic historians of the world have rewritten the economic history of the world, in which now we realize that in mid-18th century, India and China together produced about 55% of the world's manufacturing output, and Britain produced about 2%, and USA 0.1% in 1750. But this thing, India's curve declined fairly fast, and by 1880, it had come down to 2.8%, and China's share came down to 3.6% by 1913, all due to the great European conquest and subjugation and colonization of these areas. So when India attained freedom, India had only 1.7% of world's manufacturing share, and China had only 2.3%. India was a global leader in textile production. In the late 18th century, South Asia accounted for approximately a quarter of world's textile output, which used to come from Gujarat, South India, and Bengal. And almost certainly a large percentage of world's seaborne trade in textiles. India clothed the world. This is what Rielo and Tirthankar Roy say. Similarly, economic historians have found that the wages in India were substantially higher than the wages in Europe and Britain. And these figures are given by Prasannan Patsat. But a very detailed survey of Indian polity and economy at the local level, at the village level, can be obtained by a survey conducted by the British in 1770s. And this covered around 2,100 localities of a district around Madras city or Chennai city called the Chengalpet district. And the basis for this survey was detailed records kept in Tamil in palm leaf accounts, from which an English summary was gotten made by this gentleman Thomas Barnard, who did this survey, and details of this can be found in this. One thing that this survey shows that the land use was such that about 13% of land was underwater bodies, and about 17% of land, 18% of land was under woods and plantation, and only about 49% of land was considered cultivable. In fact, if you see a map of survey map of India, even today, it's all dotted. I mean, this I have shown it for the region surrounding Madras. This is Chengalpet. This is Kanchipuram. This is Uttarameru. This is the famous Madurantakam area. This is the famous Uttarameru area. This is Mamandur area. This is Chengalpet area, and things like that. The famous irrigation reservoirs, which are currently overflowing today because of excessive rains and the way we have not managed them. Why is it that we have not managed them? This was explained by a British engineer called Sankey for the Mysore area. He said that in an area, the old princely state of Mysore had 29,500 square miles. It had more than 38,000 tanks. It will be similar in Tamil Nadu, Andhra, and even Madhya Pradesh, Orissa, Gujarat. He says this system of tanks was obtained by a complete observation of the topography of the area, the ups and downs. So the outflow from one tank goes into a next tank. And if you remove any one tank in the area, it will cause great trouble to the system. You cannot add one more tank to this system. This has been done so perfectly. And what we have done, this was done much prior to the British rule. There are records from Pallava, Chola, Chera, all these times of all these irrigation reservoirs. They're called Kere in Kannada, Eri in Tamil. But we have sort of not attended to their maintenance now. The agricultural productivity was fairly substantial even in this land, which is not the Ganga Maidan or the Godavari Maidan. And the average productivity was about 2.22 metric tons per hectare. Even today, our average food grains productivity is 2 million tons per hectare. But more importantly, production per household was about 5 metric tons per hectare, 5 metric tons per family. Today, we have less than 1 metric ton per family. This is what we produce. Equally important was the fact that about a quarter of the land, the revenue of that was assigned for various institutes, institutions, and individuals. Similarly, 1/3 of the produce was allocated to various institutions and individuals. These were called swatantrams. The land assignments were called manyams. They are known as inams. giving the revenue of the land itself was not given, the revenue was assigned to the person. The state is sharing its sovereignty with these institutions and these individuals. And this 1/3 was allocated by the locality for various functionaries and institutions, and about 30 such functions in each village was there. So each locality or village was a state in itself. But there were great contributions made by the locality to the larger region also. So I'll just explain it in this next thing. You can see that we need not, this is the Manyam details. Let us go to the grain allocations. About 27% of the total produce is allocated, of which about 11% is allocated to great temples, great administrators, militia and polygar, and many other institutions which are in the regional. So about 11% is to the regional, which is 40% of the total allocation. 60% is allocated to local temples, the cultivated servants, irrigation, artificers, that is silversmith, blacksmith, carpenter, potter, barber, washerman, I mean what is called the barabalute or whatever in later administration records. So this was the situation where about 24 cultural centers had shares from more than 40 localities. 17 had shares from 100 localities, and the great temple of Varadaraja in Kanchipuram got a share from almost half the number of villages of this region, from 1,265 villages. This will be same in Tanjavur, this will be same in Coimbatore, and perhaps this would have been same in most of those areas whose economy had not been totally destroyed by the Mughal rule. So the Chengalpet polity was an affluent society, but it was built around a locality-centered political formation, but integrated through these great cultural centers as well as administrative and militia sort of linkages. And the way they were linked together is very similar to what is discussed in classical Indian texts of political science, the Dharma Shastras and Niti Shastras. And this is what Mahatma Gandhi described as the oceanic circles polity in his article, which he wrote just prior to the formation of the Constituent Assembly in India. Of course, this was not taken up by the Constituent Assembly or the constituent makers, but to satisfy the demand made by the members of the Constituent Assembly, a directive principle was added to the Constitution, saying that the state shall constitute panchayats and give them suitable powers and resources. Now, about science and technology, this is a very important book by Sri Dharampal, which has been reprinted now. A new edition has been brought out. This discusses the European accounts of Indian sciences and technologies. There are 6 articles on astronomy, mathematics, 11 articles on diverse technologies. A very important article is on inoculation. This was prior to the discovery of vaccination by Jenner. And this talks of the fact that when this was a series of Brahmins who are going from Vrindavan, Allahabad, Benares, etc., to entire countryside or all villages and inoculating people. And when this treatment was followed, it is next to a miracle to hear that 1 in a million fails of receiving the infection or 1 miscarries it. And they also had a principle which is akin to the germ theory of infection. And this was banned after Britain wanted to import the vaccination into Indian subcontinent. There's discussion of plastic surgery done by Potters in 1794. Then there's discussion of various other surgical operations, the cataract operation and gallbladder stone, etc. There are articles which discuss paper making, method of making mortar, method of making ice, etc. Very crucial articles on Indian agriculture, which discuss the use of drill plow, which was then thought of to be a recent innovation in Europe. Very interesting 3 articles are there in Dharampal's book on iron and steel making. Indian steel was famous all over the world. It was called woods or ukku or uruk in South Indian languages. It seems that a small furnace could produce about 20 tons of iron, good quality iron, and India seemed to have produced, had about 10,000 such furnaces. It was energy efficient, and it was also capable of being done, produced all over India where the ore was available. In fact, Faraday is supposed to have said that I would prefer to have Indian steel for using my experiments. Now it's all old story. Just I'm trying to say, just jump to today for a second to say what we can learn from all this. You see, the British observers thought that these reports were very important. They were important not for historical interest for the British. They were important for giving insights to some new technological innovations that they can perhaps undertake in Britain. And perhaps for many areas of technology, this is even true today, that especially in medicine or the science of materials or in agriculture or in ferrous and non-ferrous metallurgy, there are tremendous number of details available in various colonial reports. And perhaps there are people, some of whom are practicing it even today in remote areas. A study of that would give us great amount of insights, but that can be done only by serious institutions which are engaged in technology today. So our institutions of higher learning should first make an exploration to collect from British and European archives and other archives, perhaps even of Central Europe, etc., whatever reports they have and whatever reports that were done during the colonial period. And there's a whole lot of study going on even today of Indian medicine or Indian iron making, that Indian Damascus steel is being analyzed with newer and newer technological gadgets even today. And there are many articles. We should collect all of them and then seriously analyze and see what are the things that we can learn for today, apart from making a good documentation and understanding of it. Dhanapal's book goes into science and he discusses the fact that the observatory called Manu Mandir in Varanasi was actually set up 200 years earlier during Akbar's time. And here is the observatory that was built in Delhi. This is called Jantar Mantar. This is the Samrat Yantra there. And what is here is what is called Rama Prakash Yantra, and there is Digamsha Yantra. Now, these Jaipur and Delhi Samrat Yantra had heights of about 70 feet, and their accuracy was about 1 second of an arc. That's what people have determined today. And briefly about this great man, Sawal Jai Singh. What did he do? He was born around the time when Mughal Empire was on the decline. In fact, he learned astronomy at the age of 15 or 20. And then he sort of made a Vajpayee Yajna after he successfully defeated the Bahadur Shah, the new king of Delhi, and obtained full control of Mewar and Marwa. Then he became a sort of a person who advised the Mughal Empire. So he gets jizya abolished by Muhammad Shah and obtains permission to construct this great observatory in Delhi. He organizes religious conferences of leaders in North India. He builds a new capital, Jaipur, entirely on indigenous architectural principles, designed by Sthapati Vidyadhar Bhattacharya. And he has wonderful temples of Govindadeva, Surya, and all that, Sanskrit college. He performs Ashwamedha Yajna. He becomes a powerful ruler. But crucially, he got 5 observatories built. He updated the Manu Mandir in Kashi, and he got 4 other observatories built. Unfortunately, the one in Mathura has been destroyed in 19th century. Jagannath Samrat, the guru of Jaisimha, who himself was a scholar of astronomy, he wrote several books and he discusses what Jai Singh did. One is Jai Singh even got the European latest tables and European latest theories, and his these works of his time explain the Kepleronian laws and things like that. But more importantly, what Jai Singh did was he made observations through his new observatory and found that even the European theories were not good enough. There were discrepancies of half a degree or 1 degree. And he writes it, and Jagannath Samrat also writes it in his Sanskrit work. Etair yantraihi grahanam vedaha kritaha tatra yavanajichatah sadhita graheshu tatha vedita graheshu antaram drishtam taduchyate. That he made observation using all these new observatories, and the observations and what was calculated even from the tables of Dilaheb, there are discrepancies, and these are the discrepancies. He wrote to the Jesuits in India. So like that, here is a man who tried to update Indian astronomy observationally as well as theoretically, and challenged the corresponding Western scholars of the time. And this was the kind of renaissance that India needed, had not the European intervention and the British rule of India emerged in the later half of 18th century. Even in 1770, Lee Gentil, who was an assistant of the French observatory, he tries to get eclipse calculated by astronomers in Tamil Nadu. And that calculation is almost as good. This eclipse of 1765-30, this is recorded widely. But the astronomers were using just a set of cowries and a memorized set of tables to calculate these eclipses, because every astronomer in a village was competent to calculate eclipses in India. The Kerala tradition continued up to 1820 when Shankaravarman, the brother of Raja of Kadatanath, wrote a text called Sadratnamala, which contains lots of improvements and things like that. Dharampal wrote another compilation from British archives called The Beautiful Tree, discussing Indian education system in 18th century. There was a detailed survey of schools and higher education conducted by the Governor Thomas Munro. He ordered all collectors to give a report. At the end, they found that there were about 11,500 schools and 1,100 colleges, and about 150,000 students were studying in schools. So, final estimate of Thomas Munro was about 1/3 of the boys. There were very few girls going to schools then. 1/3 public school. There were 1/3 of the boys were studying in these public schools of school-going age. More interestingly, this survey, they asked them to write the caste of the students, but not as per the Jati names, but as per the Varna names. So the collectors were asked to give the number of Brahmin scholars, Kshatriya scholars, Vaishya scholars, Shudra scholars, and scholars of other castes, which largely meant what we may be calling as the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes today, and Muslims. And what you can find that in Tamil districts, the Shudra scholars were 62%, other castes were 14%. In Madras presidency as a whole, the Shudra scholars were 50%, and other castes. So the non-Dvijas were 65% of the students, and Muslims were 7% of the students. Then the collector Bellari says, of the 533 institutes of education then still existing in Bellari after 30 years after it came under British rule, I am ashamed to say that not one derives any support from the state. So it was socially supported. And many people have started now writing, therefore this private education system was the prevalent thing. That's not so. As I've explained to you in the Chengalpet economy, 1/3 of the produce was assigned to all cultural, administrative, religious, and educational and all purposes. And the other crucial thing was the great amount of emphasis placed upon reading, writing, arithmetic, commercial mathematics, reading classical literature, writing letters, writing petitions, and being able to recite everything very well, being able to read everything very well. Today, many studies of our today's education system show that you take a student of class 8 or 9 and you ask him to calculate a half plus 1/3, or you ask him to read a paragraph in a book, or you ask him to write 2 sentences. You find that he is not up to the mark. Most of our students who have studied in class 8 or 9, because the focus is not there to drill the students in that. Of course, a great part of this mathematics was memorizing a lot of tables and things like that, which we think is below our dignity or wrong pedagogy. So, elementary education in India, use simple and inexpensive, this is what we can learn today. Methods to teach and make children proficient in literacy and numeracy in 5 or 6 years. And they became proud part of the society. And the tools of communication and calculation specific to their trades, commercial mathematics. Since I will not be saying more about school education later, I will just say one more thing. That today we all know about a large percent, 80 to 90% of mathematics that we study in school was discussed in India. Much of it was developed in India. And this was used in all our ancient textbooks for teaching children. Lilavati or Bijaganita were perhaps pan-Indian texts, but there are Kanakasaram, Kanakadikaram, Vyavahara Ganita in all Indian languages. Unfortunately, the curriculum and textbooks of mathematics which we use currently, or which we have been using for the past 150 years, they make no mention of Indian contributions to mathematics. So people in our India might have heard of Aryabhatta, Bhaskaracharya, Madhava. They will not be able to write two meaningful sentences about what they contributed to mathematics, though their contributions are enormous. So this situation and many topics which were special to India, like indeterminate equations, combinatorial techniques, magic squared, cyclic quadrilateral, things like that, which can be easily taught to children to generate interest and sort of inculcate the kind of algorithmic approach to mathematics that was given a lot of emphasis in India. Indian mathematics was both theoretical and algorithmic, but great emphasis was placed on learning good algorithms and coming up with newer and newer algorithms. So this would greatly enhance, including all this in our mathematics curriculum, in a sort of intelligent and proper way, and informing our children that much of the mathematics that they read are not due to only Greeks or somebody else, but they have a great relation to Indian mathematical tradition, and even bringing a lot of very beautiful examples that are there in Mahaviracharya or Narayana Pandita or Bhaskaracharya's or Aryabhatta's books into our current discipline. Now we quickly go to higher learning. In Malabar, that's Kerala, what Monroe's survey found that astronomy was studied by about 800 scholars in the colleges there. Medicine was studied by 100 scholars, but a large number of the students of this came from Shudra and other castes, and there are quite a few women, 41 women who were studying in this college. The Adams survey, which was conducted in Bengal, in 5 districts of Bengal, found that the major subjects that were studied were grammar, that is Vyakarana, logic, that is Nyaya, law, that is Dharma Shastra, and of course various other subjects were studied. And the crucial thing about the subjects that were studied was that they were using not just 5th century BC books or 5th century Common Era books. They were using books written in 16th century, 17th century, and even in contemporary times. Names like Bhattoji Dikshita, Hari Dikshita, Nagesha Bhatta in Vyakarana, Gadadhara, Vishwanatha Jagadisha in Nyaya, and things like that. And higher education in India was such that it was always taught gratis. I mean, this literary higher education. Outside students, because places like Navadvipa or Varanasi, people from all over India would go. So they were provided accommodation free, food and lodging by free, either by the teachers, because of the resources put at their place by the Peshwa in the Maratha government or the local rulers, etc. If that was not there, the village undertook the responsibility of feeding these outside scholars. This perhaps system continued even in 20th century India. Many of the elders in India would have known this Varanna, Bhikshanna system given to senior students. This Navadvipa in 1700 had about 4,000 students and 600 teachers. By 1787, it had come down to 1,100 students and 150 teachers. And in 1829, it had only 600 students in all. William Jones talks of this as the third university which he is visiting. This was a great center of Vyakarana, logic, etc. Anyway, now we come to the demise of all this. And the root cause of this demise was the kind of denigration and the kind of policies that were put into place by the British administration. And the most vocal exponent of this is Thomas Babington Macaulay. But there were earlier many people like James Mill or Charles Grant who have been writing about India, the superstition, the darkness, the terrible practices and that prevail in India, and ignorance. Largely what it meant was ignorance of Christianity, but then it was converted to ignorance of all knowledge. Macaulay is saying, how can we patronize philosophy and history when we have to teach in using public money medical doctrines which would disgrace an English farrier? This is his description of Indian medical heritage, Ayurveda or Siddha or Unani. Astronomy, which would move laughter in girls, of course, a very male chauvinistic statement, and it an English boarding school and things like that. And then, of course, Macaulay says in the end that the natives are desirous to be taught in English and are not desirous to be taught in Sanskrit or Arabic. This is like saying that in 16th century, Bacon said we should all study only Greek or Latin or maybe Sanskrit because Kerala mathematics was the best mathematics at that time. Galileo wrote books in Italian at that time. But here is Rajaram Mohan Rai. Because of 50 years of colonialism, he had reached a position where he thought that the money on education that the government should spend is best spent by importing a few European gentlemen and asking Indians to be taught mathematics, natural philosophy, chemistry, anatomy, all in English, not in any Indian language. And then Rajaram Mohan Rai says Sanskrit language, so difficult that almost a lifetime is necessary for its perfect acquisition, is well known to have been for ages a lamentable check on the diffusion of thought. This is just repeating what people like Charles Grant and James Mill have said. There's nothing new in all this. And so no improvement can be obtained in knowing the niceties of Vyakaran. Today it is being used to do computational linguistics. A student of Nyaya Shastra cannot be said to have improved his mind. Today people say Navya Nyaya has a very sophisticated system of modern logic. So he says, Rajaram Mohan Rai says, compare the state of science and literature in Europe before the time of Lord Bacon with the progress of knowledge made since he wrote. But what Bacon was advocating was take all the knowledge available in the world and start doing empirical science, which was not done in Europe. From the time of the Greeks till the time of Bacon, the European society had gone by the Greek thought that the celestial beings have an orderly motion. What is there on terrestrial, they do not follow any systematic sort of movements, and there can be no harmony found in the terrestrial level. And because of this, the progress of science had gotten thoroughly undermined in Europe. Whereas we had a flourishing system of Ayurveda, European medical science had stopped with Hippocrates and Galen, things like that. Anyway, so he is comparing Bacon for India, which had continuous progress of science. And finally, he said the Sanskrit system of education would be best calculated to keep this India in darkness, an idiom which was normally used to say the absence of Christianity in India. So what is the task before our institutions of higher learning that we can immediately gain from this? So that our sciences and technologies were fairly functional and reasonably advanced compared to the contemporary Europe for it to be of some interest to them. And all this got totally interrupted, disrupted, denigrated during the period of British rule. And it was removed out of our education system. The new education system that the British implanted here would have nothing of anything of India. It would have something on Indian history, which would be based upon James Mill's history of abusing ancient and medieval India and modern India more than anything else. Now, due to the enormous effort which followed, of course, the European Indological tradition in 18th and 19th century, but later on taken up by large number of scholars who were perhaps traditionally trained at home and trained with modern knowledge systems in 19th and early 20th centuries. Such scholars, by their individual efforts, started writing on Indian knowledge systems, started researching, started editing texts. People like Sudhakar Dwivedi edited about 30 major texts of astronomy and mathematics. And people like Mahamahopadhyaya, P.V. Kane wrote up a 5-volume history of Dharma Shastra, which we have not improved upon in the last 60, 70 years. And we can name thousands or hundreds of such scholars. But all of them had to work on their own on a voluntary individual basis. Not only during the British time, but also, unfortunately, today in independent India. So a huge corpus of texts remain unpublished, and even amongst the published works, a majority of them are yet to be studied. For merely publishing a Sanskrit text is no good in modern times, because very few people know the nuances of Sanskrit sciences. So it has to be studied by people who know those sciences also and explained and understood and analyzed, so that we know how to go forward from there. And more than anything else, we should also know the nature and purpose of scientific knowledge, the methodology of Indian sciences. This is also very important because it's using some false notions of methodology that all our knowledge is most often denigrated. Before going into this point, I will spend about 5-10 minutes on that point, but I will say something about another movement that arose along with our independence movement. This was a societal movement. The British had banned the practice of Ayurveda in their governmental system. They stopped all funding for it. But it is the society which came back with this because the British could not take care of the medical needs of our society. The government could not take. The government did not patronize. So this great movement for the resurgence of Ayurveda happened during 1880 to 1947. I am not going to read all this. Later on, you can see the slides. Up to the point where there's a resolution in Indian National Congress saying that the national systems of medicine in India will be given due recognition in India. Now, what is the current status? I have given 2013 figures. You can update them. We had in 7-8 years ago about 4 lakh Ayurvedic practitioners compared to about 9 lakh modern Western medicine practitioners. We had about 300 Ayurvedic colleges with about 11,000 undergraduate and 1,200 PG students. We had 360 modern Western medicine colleges. This number has gone up substantially in the last 7-8 years, with 45 students in 2013 and 22,000 PG students. The herbal medicine industry is fairly all right. It has about 1/6 of the turnover of the modern Western medicine. But number of beds in Ayurvedic hospital is only 25,000 compared to 6.3 lakh beds. This was the reason why we could not treat most persons through Ayurveda, which had a cure for COVID, even though the modern Western medicine had no cure for COVID, but had to only rely upon vaccination. In fact, most survey reports say people, 70% people, 60%, 80%, it varies, still resort to the indigenous medical systems or indigenous medical practitioners. But what is the government outlay on this? So in 2013, out of the government health budget of 36,000 crores, Ayush was allocated 1,250 crores. Ayush includes everything, Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, homeopathy, 3.5% of the budget. A single institution of modern Western medicine called AIIMS gets 1,340 crores of allocation. So Ayurveda, which has roughly 1/3 of the practitioners, 1/3 of the students, and caters to perhaps 60, 70, 80, whatever number of the population, the state patronage for it is less than 1.5%. So this is our antipathy to Indian knowledge systems, which have survived due to societal support. And people were prohibited from claiming that there were cures from Ayurveda. Not that if somebody claimed, he should have been asked to show the proof. Instead of that, you kill the messenger. Compare it to what China has done. The Chinese constitution stipulates the indigenous system of medicine, what's called traditional Chinese system of medicine, was banned in China in 1929 during Kuomintang time. But after the Mao government in 1949, this was put in the constitution that the modern medicine and traditional Chinese medicine are both needed for the protection of people's health. So in 2008, the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were about 1/8 of the modern Western medicine practitioners. But the government allocated about 7% of the total health budget. But the health insurance schemes include TCM. More than anything else, 300 items of medicine in the national medicines list are there, of which 100 are proprietary TCM drugs. And again, more than 95% of modern Western medicine hospitals in China have TCM departments. And every modern Western medicine teaching institution, about 5 to 10% of the syllabus has to be traditional Chinese medicine. And it's because of that, today their TCM products are more than 1/3 of the total medicine industry. There's an export of about 5 billion in 2014 of TCM. And acupuncture, etc., have received recognition all over the world. And in 2015, even a traditional Chinese discovery based upon the old text but rediscovered in 2015 got Nobel Prize. And during the recent COVID, the initial in Wuhan, it was said that about 1,000 traditional Chinese experts were flown to Wuhan the moment the onset of the COVID virus was seen, and they actively worked along with the modern Western medical experts. Anyway, now let us go back. Why is it that modern institutions of higher education have to do research on what do we know about indigenous knowledge systems, or how little do we know? I'll give you a few instances. One is, let us take inscriptions. Of course, in order to understand the society, polity, economy of India through history, We write all sorts of generalizations in our books. But one of the crucial inputs are written chronicles, both by ourselves and foreigners, and by inscriptions. There are more than 90,000 inscriptions on stone and copper plates, which has been collected from about 1880. This has been collected, and they are all stored in the Directorate of Epigraphy in Mysore. It is estimated that equal number, if not more, of inscriptions are yet to be recorded, because each year they are only discovering 100, 200 more inscriptions now. The exercise of looking at inscriptions and cataloging them in seriousness stopped somewhere around 1940s. Now, of these 90,000 inscriptions, only about 1/4 have been published in various volumes, various series, Epigraphica India, CII, Epigraphica Karnataka, etc. So 3/4 of our inscriptions are not yet published. The Japanese scholars who want to study South Indian society, they have gone to Mysore and microfilmed all those stamp pages that Archaeological Survey of India has kept there, because they think that it may take another 100 years before Indians publish all these inscriptions. Because we are not interested in our history anyway. We are not interested in good sources, more authentic sources of our history. And there's a lot of scientific information also there, not just economic, political, and social information. Professor Subrayappa studied about 1,200 eclipses, which were recorded in about 12,000 inscriptions in the period 440 to 1850. And he found most of those descriptions were accurate. Eclipses actually occurred at that time when the inscriptions are recording them. And more importantly, it cannot be denied, Subrayappa says, that no other culture area in the world, such a continuous record of eclipses exists. Now we come to manuscript wealth. There are various estimates of what are the number of source texts of India. This includes all subjects, not just sciences, all knowledge systems and literature and religion also. 10,000 million is a small estimate for the total number. Only about 2 to 3 lakhs of our manuscripts are in repositories outside India. About 80% of all manuscripts are in Sanskrit, which means about 20% are in all other Indian languages. Now, about 20 years back, a survey was made by Tamil University in Tanjavur of the topics of all manuscripts that were recorded in various catalogs, published catalogs. So the published catalogs had 21,000 manuscripts of Tamil, and of which 1/3 were on literature, 1/3 was on Samayam or religion, and another 40% was on what we call as other knowledge systems. Medicine took the pride of place with 15% of all manuscripts, and then various other subjects were there. Such a sort of analysis for Sanskrit is not available because there are not even listings from which you can do this. But a small survey was done by late Professor K. V. Sharma of Sanskrit manuscripts on science in the public repositories of Kerala and Tamil Nadu. He surveyed about 150,000 manuscripts, of which 12,000 were on these sciences: astrology, astronomy, medicine, architecture, musicology, chemistry. He found that the number of texts that in sciences that he found was about 3,500, of which only 229 were published. Now, about astronomy and mathematics, there are more comprehensive catalogs. This has been compiled by one Professor David Pingree in America. Though the catalog is not complete, he said he has, from his and other estimates, it appears that there are 1 lakh manuscripts on Jyotish Shastra, of which the astrology part, what is called the Jataka Skandha and the Samhita Skandha, are about 70,000 manuscripts. 30,000 manuscripts pertain to astronomy and mathematics. And these manuscripts, one can estimate, constitute about 9,000 actually texts, 9,000 texts, like Lilavati, Bijaganita, etc. The heydays of European Indology, only 15 texts were published and only 10 were translated. That is in 19th century. From about 1875 onwards, Indians also started being associated with this work. So in the next 75 years, about 135 books were edited, source works, and only 20 were translated. In post-independent India, we should be happy that more than 300 or about 300 works have been edited. 65 have been translated. But the total which has been done so far, 450, is only 5% of the 9,000 works that are estimated to be there. And of the 450, only 1/5 have been seriously studied, translated, or looked into for their technical content. So this is the status of astronomy and mathematics, for which there are journals in India. Indian knowledge, Indian astronomy and mathematics can be, there are articles can be published in 2 journals called Ganita Bharati and Indian Journal of History of Science. This is a popular science amongst the Indian knowledge systems, whereas there are not many papers on Indian chemistry or Indian botany or Indian weather science or in Indian metallurgy. There are no journals. Anyway, but this is the status. And even in very popular subjects like philosophy, the number of manuscripts which have been edited would be 10% of all the available sort of works. So, and most of these editions have been done again, as I said, voluntarily. So there is an urgent need to reorient our national priorities. And we have to give importance to preservation, digitization, listing, cataloging, editing, publishing, and more than anything else, promoting systematic studies of the large corpus of source works of the great Indian tradition of knowledge systems. And training young scholars for undertaking all these tasks should indeed form an integral part of the courses and research conducted in our institutions of higher learning. In fact, one of the great obstacles for printing all inscriptions is that there are very few people who know the scripts. And there are very few people who understand the languages of that period in a scholarly way. And this will be true of even philosophies or aesthetics or music or things like that. So we have all these things. Textual sources are there, observers' reports are there, then inscriptions are there, extensive material and archaeological remains are there, and current practices of experts, traditional experts, be it Ayurveda, be it agriculture, be it cooking, which was considered a science in India, I mean, textiles. There are lots of current practitioners. They are prevalent all over our country. Who is going to study them if we don't study them? They need to be systematically documented, studied, and researched upon. What is the purpose of doing all this? Not merely to say that we had all this in an ancient time. We have to understand the concepts and techniques and methodologies, which will be of use today also. We have to update them, add new information to them, from which you will get something very new today, which the rest of the world cannot come out because they don't know all this. They don't have this orientation. They don't have this genius that Indians have for a particular way of looking at things, which characterizes Indian knowledge systems. And then they can be harnessed to meet our contemporary needs and challenges. So IKS should form an important part of our school curriculum and courses taught in our institutions of higher learning and researched upon in our institutions of higher learning. Courses, as Professor Danino was emphasizing today, if you want to study economics, there should be a course for anybody who does BA in economics or masters in economics on economic thought in India. And there should be a course on Indian mathematics for anybody who does BA or MSc in mathematics. There should be something on physics in India for students and astronomy in India for students studying this. There should be a course on botany or agriculture for students who study life science. And surely all our medical graduates should know quite a bit of Ayurveda. A text like Ashtanga Hridaya or something like that should be made compulsory reading for them so that they understand the Indian approach to health science. Similarly, about those sciences which are not studied at all, like yoga or music or things like that, there has to be departments studying them. And in our school syllabus, we will have to put all this in some manner integrated with the rest of the thing. Much of things that we read about India in our school textbooks are only negative things about India, much of which are opinions, which are rehash of opinions which were written in late 18th or early 19th century about India by colonial Indologists. Now, it's not just India which is looking at India's past. There are many, many scholars who are studying India's past, not with the Western Indological point of view, but with a larger civilizational point of view. One such scholar is a professor called Takao Hayashi, who has done enormous amount of work on Indian mathematical texts. But he is not concerned about India, he is concerned about Japan. What he is trying to say is, we are doing all these studies because Japan from about middle of 18th century that started looking at Western culture, especially in the field of science and technology, even in economics and politics. Only in the social sciences, they refuse to follow the West. And then he says, certainly the discipline of modern science originated in 17th century Western countries. But before that, however, perspectives of nature as well as approaches to it differed considerably according to place, nationality, and time, I mean culture and time. This fact suggests that modern scientific view of and approach to nature is neither unique nor absolutely correct, and that there are alternatives as to direction modern science should take. To understand all this in the context of Japan, in the context of East Asia, we study all this. So there is something unique about Indian understanding of all ephemeral knowledge. Scientific knowledge is also an ephemeral knowledge. It is avidya. It is that all this knowledge is pragmatic and open-ended. It is tentative. And so the scientific theories were taught in India as things in progress, and that you should build upon it by constant interaction with the domain in which that scientific knowledge is being carried. If it's medicine, you should learn from a tribal, you should go and learn from an old woman, all their practices, and then integrate it into your medical corpus, is what Charaka Samhita will say. And this approach to scientific knowledge, that theories are changing and constant examination is needed, is very different from the way science developed in the Greco-European tradition. The Greeks thought that science teaches eternal, absolute, true regularities of nature. And further, therefore, only observational science that the Greeks had was the science of astronomy, which they said the celestial bodies being divine beings above the sphere of moon. Those were the domain of divine bodies, and they obey eternal, unchanging laws. And this changed in Renaissance Europe. But then it became that God has ordained us, that he has created the world as per eternal, unchanging laws, like the 10 commandments of Bible, that they are commandments to the humans, that God has ordered the world to follow a particular harmony. And then it is up to us who are in the image of God to understand this eternal law. So Newton, when he discovered these laws, he just did not say, I'm looking at some generalities that I have observed, understood, which explains all the planetary motions, which explains tides, which explains the falling of sun or apple. He said, I have uncovered the truth of the universe. And so did Einstein say, so did Heisenberg say, that we are looking over the shoulder of God. So there's an idea of science that it is understanding the way the world was created as per eternal, unchanging laws. And that such eternal, unchanging laws are accessible to human mind, maybe particularly to the Western human mind. This is enormous hubris that characterizes modern Western science, or Western science in general. There's another hubris, that the science is a divine bequest on mankind to establish its dominion over the rest of creation. This is written in the most sort of crass way in a great man called Francis Bacon, in all his writings, that put nature to torture to let her reveal her secrets. In India, the understanding about science is very different. That there are two kinds of knowledge: the eternal, unchanging reality you understand, and once you understand, you know everything. But that has nothing to do with the contingent reality of every day, of Vyavahara, or contingent reality of all practical affairs, be it of individuals or of society or of the world in general. And those are changing. And the purpose of science, according to Indians, was to enhance what is called yajna. And yajna is the discipline by which humans should produce a plenty and also share it. Like Panchamaha yajna is there. You give it to humans, you give it to animals, you give it to birds, you give it to natural elements, and then you even celebrate the Pitras, etc. So it is this understanding of the nature and purpose of scientific knowledge which is very important for us today. Like Hayashi is saying, in order for us to go from present science to a future domain of science, if India what we claim to be a Vishwaguru, if it's a Vishwaguru, it is this smriti of the great wisdom inherent in our scientific tradition and foundational civilizational teachings. It's there in Ishavasya Upanishad, Taittiriya Upanishad, all these are there on the nature and purpose of knowledge. This is what should inform our quest of knowledge, the way we integrate our traditional knowledge with modern knowledge, not take the axioms of modern science as the unquestioned truths, the way God created the world as the Western seems to claim or believe. That they are also they are human products of a certain genius, maybe of Newton, maybe of Einstein, but this is not the last word. nor was it the first word. This is a passing science, a changing science. So when we understand our knowledge systems and modern knowledge systems, we need to update them, use modern knowledge systems, but not the philosophy, not the hubris of modern Western civilization along with it. Thank you very much.
That was really a very valuable talk, Srinivas ji. Thank you so much for that. We would just want to know if we could take some questions from the participants. Yeah. So is it okay if they type in questions, or would you like?
Yes. I should just look for it in the chat, right?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So if participants could please just type in their questions.
People can ask questions also.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Professor
Sure.
Thakkar wants to say.
Yeah.
You should unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah, please.
Right. Sir, I loved your talk. And, I want to just talk about Ayurveda because you gave a lot of valuable information on Ayurveda in India. But what about allopathy? You didn't talk about allopathy. And sir, from 1870, modern medicine was well established in India. It's not recent. By 1881, the first bacteria was demonstrated in Grant Medical College. So what I'm trying to say is, that is the brute reality. And I know Ayurveda is an unbelievable medical system, but should we stop talking about it in isolation and talk about Ayurveda and allopathy? Because that's the reality. Now, I've seen one institution in Bangalore, the Sri Ravi Shankar's Ayurveda. Yes. Doctors are trained in modern medicine and Ayurveda. So, that they're doing for homeopathy also. So my simple question is, should we now, it's not only dialogue, it's just reality. I'm not saying that, how will Ayurveda conquer the world if it does not actively negotiate with allopathy?
Sir, the kind of debilitation that Ayurveda suffered during British rule, it continues to suffer today also. So first, unless that is changed, unless they are able to talk on a what is called the even ground to each other, dialogue will not be possible. As I told you, there are only 25,000 beds of hospitals of Ayurveda, though there are 4 lakh practitioners. And much of it is supported by societal private effort. So the government has to establish institutions for the study and propagation and cure of Ayurveda. Notwithstanding whether allopaths will practice there or not are minor questions. But they will do Ayurveda there, and whatever questions for which Ayurveda physicians feel that they need to consult others, they can refer them to others. There can be a unit there, which does modern medicine also. So that once it is done, then there will be an integration possible. And the integration would not mean one theory replaces another theory. A new theory will develop in India because we have this wonderful Ayurveda. We have this modern Western medicine also. I think we will make several great discoveries and many discoveries in modern, after all the kind of herbal formulations that are there in Ayurveda of the order of thousands. The kind of formulations that modern Western medicine has in the order of hundreds. So these are research on this, either in the modern way or in the ancient way, should be done. We are doing neither. We are talking a lot of ideology, and that doesn't help anybody. But modern Western medicine practitioners should recognize that theirs is not the last word in medicine. The Ayurvedic physicians, if they have a sort of an aversion to allopathy, they should bring it down because they have been treated badly. Maybe it is more a feeling of deprivation rather than a feeling of aversion.
Thank you.
Dr. Rajiv Ranjan ji, if you would like to go.
You are not audible, sir. You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah. So, thank you, Professor MD Srinivas. It was a very interesting talk, and it covered a range of topics given your background and interests. So being a theoretical physicist, I will come to the topic being from Kerala, you gave the example of Madhava from 13th century, and you also talked about Savai Jai Singh and a lot of interesting examples of mathematics. But what I would like to ask a couple of intertwined questions as to how we understand the purpose of knowledge itself, and have we not fallen into the trap, even as Indians and the Indian knowledge system, into how we understand the purpose of knowledge itself and how we understand possession. So the word possession, that is what we possess.
Oh, possession. Okay.
Yeah, possession. So that is one. And the second, the current scientific paradigm itself. Do we have a methodology currently in the scientific paradigm to answer the kind of realities we are trying to, the kind of questions you are raising? So we are trying to answer those through the methods of the Western science in some ways. So do you not think human apparatus itself, we as humans are possible to travel through time? So time travel is possible through the human apparatus. So these are two questions maybe I would like to ask.
Yeah. Purpose of knowledge, I told you, was to understand the world and live better in the world. The purpose of scientific knowledge or societal knowledge, normal knowledge, was this, what is called the knowledge which deals with Vyavahar. There was the larger purpose of knowledge to know the ultimate truth of the world and to realize that ultimate truth of the world. This was also given as one of the seekings of Indians. But we did not try to conflict one with the other. That if we knew the fourth decimal place of some quantity, some coefficient of elasticity, we did not say we have understood how God has created the world or what is the ultimate nature of the world. So that would not be taken as this was not that this was underplayed. In fact, there is this verse of Ishavasya Upanishad which talks of Vidya and Avidya. There are various interpretations of it. I will give you a simple interpretation. So first they say Anya Devahur Vidyaya, Anya Dahura Vidyaya. These are two separate things. Then they say Vidyancha, Avidyancha, Yo Vedo, Ubhayam Sah. So one should know both of them. So, and one who knows only Vidya and neglects Avidya goes to darkness. And one who knows only Avidya and neglects Vidya goes to darkness. They say one who knows only Vidya and neglects Avidya goes to even higher darkness. Andham tama pravishanti avidyam upasate tato bhuya ivate tamo yavu vidyayam rata. So both were essential. The avidya was a passage to Vidya for you. Vidya was very important, knowing ultimate reality. That was the goal of all humans, all Indians, everybody, to know the ultimate reality, and maybe over several births as we would believe in India, maybe in different ways as other people would believe in their own cultures. But we never claimed that our discoveries with respect to material world. Panini wrote 4,000 sutras, which almost describe language much better than any grammar that is current today for any other language. But Indian grammarian said Panini's grammar is only one of the grammars. If somebody else comes up with a grammar which explains things better, we will use that also. So this understanding of science is extraordinary from ancient period. And I quoted to you Nilakantha, who is saying that the five Siddhantas, then they were all right for that period. They were looking at certain phenomena. Now we have to, for whatever phenomena we are seeing, we have to augment it, we have to change it. Now this you don't find till 20th century in Western scientific thought. If you read any 19th century book, you will say they have reached the summum bonum of human endeavor as regards in understanding the world. Lord Thomson said we only see some clouds in a far distance, but most of problems of the world are sorted out, and those clouds were black body radiation, etc., which gave you quantum theory. Anyway, so as a physicist, you should know that today's physicists don't believe they have ultimate theory, but they still believe that you have to go through all physics of today. That is not a proved phenomenon. If the physics theories of 150 years later have nothing to do with the physics theories of today, in the way quantum mechanics does not have that much to do with classical physics, what will you say? This is the absolute essential root. So these are some unnecessary philosophical speculations that West is caught in. Similarly about mathematics, that you have to prove mathematical theorems without any reference to empirical reality is a philosophy of Western mathematics, which has caused havoc in foundations of mathematics. Because they want to justify mathematics in mathematics terms itself. It is like a snake biting its tail, which is not always leading to reasonable results. So I am not talking of foundational problems. I am talking of certain philosophical conundrums which have hampered people from understanding Indian scientific traditions. They are talking about the world, they are making theories, but they are using it in their own way, maybe in a limited domain. Today you have more knowledge of the world and more theories. We could add them, we could subtract them, we could multiply them, we could intersect them. All this is possible if you go through an Indian epistemology, that scientific theories come and go, and they are to satisfy various purposes for which that scientific discipline is established. But if scientific theories have to be absolute true pictures of reality, then everybody will keep holding on to his view of the world, and you are stuck. I don't know whether I have answered your question, but but on this possession, I don't know what you meant. And on the human possibilities, I think human possibilities are enormous. But still we realize that human possibilities are very small compared to the, after all, if modern science has taught us that Earth is one of the million galaxies which are there in billions of light years away, and the energy that sun can provide us is 1 billionth of what various other huge stellar bodies could provide, and the time scales of universe is now billions of years of existence of this, and things like that. So the human possibilities, when we talk of, and when we talk of conquest of all this, it will be like an ant wanting to conquest the Everest. So we have to talk in more realistic, reasonable terms, not merely because of philosophical or theological reasons, but just common sense will tell you that the kind of assumptions that underlie modern science will be fairly ridiculous if you examine it in relation to other sciences. But if you didn't know any other science, if all the geometry you knew was only Euclidean geometry and not Shudra Sutras or Bhaskaracharya, then what can you do? That is what you know. There's a question.
You just proceed to the next question, if
Yes,
that's
madam.
okay.
If you elaborate a little on is different from Western science, I have said enough on that, I think.
Yeah, I think Dr. Pankaj Gupta ji has raised his hand.
I will see that.
Yeah.
We will request share. Okay. Pankaj Gupta has.
जी, नमस्कार.
No, please tell me, sir.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I am able to hear you.
Okay, it was very nice to listen to you. I also have spent time in Kerala. I was a professor in IIM Kozhikode. Sir, I would like to say one thing. I've also been president of a university related to healthcare. हम लोग ये बात करते हैं कि स्वास्थ्य होता है स्व में स्थित. When you are centered in the self, then all so many things take care. And when you move away and go to abhav, prabhav, and then you have the vyadhi and all that. ये हमारे आयुर्वेदा में हमारे पुरानी चीजों में शुरू से थी. There are some people who get a chance to meet enlightened person like you or somebody like me who spend time in meditation. वो पता लगता है. But अधिकतर जो लोग हैं, because I teach in many parts of the world, और बच्चे जो हैं, उनको even the people from India, I meet them in Australia, France, उनको बिल्कुल utter disregard है towards the Indian system, and they feel कि पुराना अपना खाली गुणगान करते हैं. तो मेरा छोटा सा सजेशन ये है कि that we as an academic leader, एक होता है knowledge creation, because we all are in the higher education institution. Creation के बाद होता है storage, and third is that dissemination. So I think as regard creation and storage जो हो रहा है वो ठीक हो रहा है. But as regard the dissemination is concerned, we need to probably change our approach. क्योंकि आजकल का बच्चा अपने छोटा सा एक मान लो रील बना दिया, on the ancient wisdom, देखो पहले ये होता था वो था, तो they will get millions of hits, and that is how people all over the world can be getting associated. उसमें authenticity आएगी sir. That is my suggestion one. And second is that,
can we just discuss this for 1 minute?
Yeah,
Because,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
No, you are very much right, sir. Much of what we find in internet or YouTube is undigested and many times exaggerated, many times wrong claims. Now, this is, I think, as academics, we have to see that if we keep academia out of Indian knowledge system, this is what is bound to happen. It happens in other domains also, but there at least the academia is also doing some part of it so that one can go to a journal and look up, one can see a review article somewhere, one can see a blog by a professor. Though there are 100 other claims written by 100 others, there will be something that you will know as a committee which has said this. Since our public domain is not dealing with Indian knowledge system in a systematic way, and it is left to the outside domain, and so outside domain is amateurish. And people, after all, who have been denied the sort of pride of their society, claim all sorts of things. It is not to decry their ignorance. It is to we have to see the fact that we are not involved in this at all. Why are modern scientists in India not concerned about either? They should have been very seriously concerned that if this society did it for 2,000, 5,000, whatever number of years, we should find out what it means. They are dealing with the same thing. Why are modern Indian mathematicians say, we have nothing to do with ancient Indian mathematics, 21st century. So I think the bringing in IKS into modern institutions of learning is one sure way of preserving, counter what comes in social media, is not by condemning it, by bringing the appropriately authentic version of what it was.
Right, sir. Right, sir. You are very right, sir. That is what I was trying to humbly suggest. Is that an authentic way in which that this can counter this propaganda which is being created, sir. So you have already said it, and we are what we believe we are. So we all have to feel pride in who we are, and then only we can communicate in an effective way, sir. Thank you, sir. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar.
Shall we just take one last question before we can close? Is that okay?
Yes, madam. There is one. Dr. Tripathi has said evidences to establish IKS enrichments, they can be incorporated into syllabus. Yes, sir. But what we need is a team of scholars who first work on it in various institutions of our learning and create material. Right now, there are a lot of scholarly works on all Indian knowledge systems, but there is very little popular or teaching kind of material because nobody is teaching any course on them in a university or in a college. And so you don't produce teaching material unless you teach. And so there are a lot of scholarly papers on Indian botany. But if you ask me to give a course on somebody to give a course on that, it will be very difficult. So one has to first teach some courses in specialized universities, good scholars to teach, and then material gets generated. That's how things move. At the school level, I think even more care should be taken. But we should be very clear that all abusive material that is abounding in our textbooks, that is what needs to go first. I mean, abuse which is legitimate or illegitimate, we can decide only by more historical investigation, not by merely repeating something that is said by somebody 100 years ago or 150 years ago. That point we have to correct. Is there any other comment or question, sir, or madam?
I think Dr. Ajay Namdev has a question.
Yes.
A very good afternoon, sir, and thank you very much for a very wonderful and informative session. I am from Bharati Vidyapith's Pune College of Pharmacy, Pune, and I am working on pharmacy. And you very well compared the Ayurvedic system of medicine and traditional Chinese system of medicine, TCM. And for last 70, 80 years or maybe 100 years, in China, what they have done is they have made to establish one one natural or traditional Chinese center in each and every hospital. That is not so in Indian system. So when they start as a policy, And what they have observed now that after say 70, 80 or 100 years, now the Chinese traditional system of medicine is excelling long, whereas when we compare both Chinese system of medicine and Indian system, both are around 5,000 years old, but we are lacking far behind as compared to that. And another example, like in COVID, the Ayush Ministry has suggested to take Kada, and many of us are taking Kada to get away from say COVID, and it gives very positive results. So if this type of initiatives are taken, so one can be beneficial. Another important point, but what I just want to give in this platform is that time is not of whether modern medicine system is good or Ayurvedic system of medicine is good or homeopathy is good. It is an integrative approach should be there, because human being itself to be wanted to be well-being or happy. So which system one is obtaining or say implementing, that is irrespective of the ultimate objective is to be the disease to be cured. So there are some points which are there in Ayurveda which are good. In other, like if I am having headache, so my first preference will be to take Disprin instead of going for a Kada. But I don't know whether the Disprin will give me some side effect or not. But Kada definitely take time, but it will cure the headache from root cause. So both plus and minus points are there in each and every system. So they are to be addressed. And if we follow ourselves, then we can percolate the same to our kids and our students. So this is only my just additional or say.
Yes, I will just add one or two comments to this.
Yeah.
With respect to COVID, I think it's not just what Ayush Ministry has said, etc. I think thousands of Ayurvedic practitioners in India have successfully treated this as one of the fevers, what is called the Vata Kapha Jwara, Kapha Vata Jwara or Vata Kapha Jwara, for which a systematic sort of sequence of procedures are there in the various texts of Ayurveda in different recensions, different regions. There are different medicines of Ayurvedic text formulations which are there already. They have used the discipline of what is to be done in a Kapha Vata Jwara, how to follow that. And they have cured, and many of them have confidently talked about it, have known. But a certain atmosphere has been created in India where we are fighting between our tradition and modernity. And so everything gets sort of clouded in that debate. But more and more serious doctors or practitioners get into looking into this. And the dialogue, it need not be between Ayush Ministry and the Ministry of Health. It has to be between community of practitioners. And the government should encourage to have more colleges and hospitals of Ayurveda, and more rigorous tests are conducted of whatever they perform there and study there. And then there will be dialogue between practitioners, and that's how science develops, and that's how it will happen. But right now, I think government is wanting to promote Ayurveda, but in a very limited way, whereas the amount of demand is so high. There are 4 lakh practitioners, and there are so many medicines which are needed. We are not in a position to do all this. Chinese have found a way of doing it, and that's also not a system in equilibrium, but it is evolving, and they are both learning from each other. Right? At least the modern Western medicine practitioners of China happily proclaim that they go to an outpatient of a traditional Chinese medicine in their hospital for some particular disease or things like that. A situation which somehow doesn't seem to prevail in India.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas. This is Dr. Racha. And there
Thank
are
you very much, madam, for this opportunity.
Yes, sir. Maybe we would email the questions to you, sir. And in the interest of time, I would request our student learner, Srihari Vittal, for a closing prayer, and then we can close this session. Srihari.
Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti, Shanti. Harihi Om.
Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Srinivas, for all your insights. We have a flood of appreciation for your session, and we will definitely collate all the questions and reach the questions to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pranam so much.
Pranam.
So we have a break until 4 p.m. And the last session of the day is IKS in professional education. We have seen IKS in primary, higher education, primary education, research, and now professional education. So we will meet just before 4 with Professor Bhagawati Sharma ji. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Namaste, everyone. Namaste, Professor Bhagawati Prakash Sharma ji.
Yes, namaste.
Thank you very much for joining this session. I think we will just have Shri Hari take up a prayer, and then maybe I can introduce you, and then we can start with the session, if that's okay.
Fine, no problem.
Yeah.
सहनाववतु सहनौ भुनत्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Namaste, everyone. A little introduction to Professor Bhagawati Prakash Sharma ji. He's an expert on global trade scenario at WTO, free trade agreements, economic globalization, patents, investment measures, business environment, socio-cultural values, and trends. He's also a visionary on management and globally renowned expert on global business and economic scenario. He's nationally renowned on intellectual property rights, industry clusters, zero-based budgeting, competition law, and free trade agreements. We are very fortunate, and we feel very privileged to be in your presence, Professor Sharma, and I would request you to kindly take up the session.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think it's very enthusing and encouraging to share my views on ancient knowledge system. The ancient Indian wisdom has been ultimate, and it requires no whatever has been encrypted in our ancient scriptures bears utmost knowledge. I'll just be starting with one example. In 2000, cosmologists discovered that in the empty space between the galaxies, that is in the intergalactic spaces, there is a dark energy. And this dark energy is spread across the cosmos. Now, what is the expanse of the cosmos? It is almost 91 billion light years. And there are almost more than 2 trillion galaxies. And intergalactic space is somewhere around 1 lakh to 2 lakh light years. And dark energy is embedded in this entire space found intersect various galaxies. Each galaxy also has somewhere around 400 to 500 billion stars. Say for our Milky Way, it also has more than 400 billion stars. So within the galaxies, that is in the intragalactic space, there is dark matter. And in the intergalactic space, there is dark energy. And the ratio of dark energy and visible matter is 3:1. That is 25% constitutes all the heavenly bodies, including me, you, and everything, whatever is visible, is constituted by almost 25% of dark energy. And 3/4 of this dark energy is invisible, and it has been causing expansion of the cosmos. The cosmos is continuously expanding. All these were the revelations made after 2000. For the first time, scientists have indicated in 1998 that there is dark energy. But most of the research has been conducted, its ratio and everything. In our Vedic scriptures, there are many shlokas, including Rigved, Yajurved, Tripadod, Udet, Purukha, which means that the whole of the visible world is constituted from the 1/4 of the Brahma. इस ब्रह्म के एक पाद में यह सारा दृश्य जगत है और इस ब्रह्म के 3 पाद यानी 3/4 अनंत अंतरिक्ष में अदृश्य होकर विलीन है. And there are many such revelations which just give us to believe that our ancient seers have studied the heavenly bodies very well. And not only about the cosmos. Say, for example, Rigved says, Triryat Devaha Parimuhurtam Agat. It says sunlight can travel 3 times from sun to earth and earth to sun in 1 muhurt. 1 muhurt means 2 ghatis. 24 minutes constitute 1 ghatika and 2.5 ghatika constitute 1 hour. And Rigved says कि यह जो है एक मुहूर्त में सूर्य से प्रकाश 3 बार आ सकता है और जा सकता है. Sun is around 15 crore kilometers away from us and at a velocity of 3 lakh kilometers per second. Even today we say sunlight takes 8 minutes to reach Earth from sun. So it means 1 muhurt means 48 minutes. So in 48 minutes, it can travel 3 times to the earth and it can return back to the sun. So everything is so nicely, whether these are the heavenly bodies, cosmos, or even say, for example, I would come to the true north. About 200 years back, nobody on this planet knew anything about the true north. Only magnetic north was being used. And the magnetic north, that is the north indicated by the magnetic needle, and the true north may vary at the most by 20 degrees. On some day, it may vary by 10 degrees. On some day, it may vary by 5 degrees. On some day, it may coincide with the true north, and someday there may be a gap of this. And therefore, navigators experience a lot of trouble till the scientists found out that true north is different than magnetic north. Now, what is the true north? If we extend the axis of rotation of the earth, it reaches the polar star ध्रुव तारे पर. हमारा अर्थ पृथ्वी की जो घूमने की धुरी है उसको अगर हम आसमान में ऊपर बढ़ाएं तो वो ध्रुव तारे पे जाती है. And this axis of rotation has a spin. यह भी घूमता है एक्सिस. And it takes 25,800 years to complete 1 rotation. So after 12,000 years, that is somewhere around in 17,000 AD, the axis of rotation would reach to Vega. अभिजित तारे की तरफ जाएगा, अभी वो ध्रुव तारे पर जाता है. And our ancient rishis had the full knowledge that this rotation takes 25,800 years. And they have called it as Ayan Chalan. 100 years back, nobody knew anything about the precision of equinoxes. ये जो अयन चलन को इंग्लिश में कहते हैं precision of equinoxes. और किसी ने भी अयन चलन के बारे में नहीं जाना. Few years back, Makar Sankranti used to fall on 22nd December. Then it started falling on 23rd December, 24, 25. Then in the year of the birth of Vivekanand, it was on 12th January. So on 12th January was the Makar Sankranti day. And after a few years, it would fall upon 15th of January. In every 71 to 80 years, it precedes, it moves back by 1 day. So मकर संक्रांति का दिन 70-80 साल में एक दिन पीछे सरकता जाता है. तो 22 दिसंबर से यह हमारा 14 जनवरी तक मकर संक्रांति आगे बढ़ते हुए आ गया. And That is why we used to calculate Nerian planetary movements. Sion means with the equinoxes, and Nerian means deducting this movement of precision of equinoxes. And earlier, the names of our months were not Chaitra, Vaishak, Jyesht, Ashar. They were Madhu, Madhav, Shuchi, Nabhasya, etc. So in Vedic scriptures, you would find the names of months as Madhu, Madhav, etc. Even in Ramcharitmanas, Tulsidas ji has used the term for describing the Ram Navami, Navami Tithi Madhumas Punita. Chaitra means Madhu. Madhu, Madhav, Shuchi, इस तरह से महीनों के नाम थे. Now, due to this precision of equinoxes, a few years before the Mahabharata, that is somewhere around 7,000 years back, the Purnimas, full moon, began to fall on certain nakshatras, constellations. जिस महीने में पूर्णिमा चित्रा नक्षत्र में आती है वह चैत्र कहलाता है. जिस महीने की पूर्णिमा विशाखा नक्षत्र में आने लगी उसको हमने वैशाख कहा. जिस महीने की पूर्णिमा ज्येष्ठा में आने लगी ज्येष्ठ कहा. जिस महीने की पूर्णिमा पूर्वाषाढ़ नक्षत्र में आने लगी तो हमने उसको आषाढ़ मास कहा. जिस महीने की पूर्णिमा श्रावण मास में. So all the 12 months have the nomenclature based that on which constellation the full moon falls. पूर्णिमा किस नक्षत्र में आती है इसके आधार पर. This procedure has begun only few years before Mahabharata, and therefore earlier the nomenclature of month in the Vedic scriptures was also Madhu, Madhav, Shuchi. It means what cosmic changes have been taking place. Our ancient forefathers kept perfect record of that. And when the full moon began to fall on particular constellations of Chitra, Vishaka, Jyeshtha, etc., we changed the nomenclature. It means we are such an advanced society that right from the cosmic movements, we had kept everything. Now, not only in cosmic sciences, say for example, when we say that velocity of light was calculated by Reamer in 17th century. But before that, Sayanacharya has given a shlok referring to Adi Shankaracharya. Sayanacharya was in 14th century. Sayanacharya की एक बात शायद किसी को पता नहीं होगी. सायणाचार्य ने वेदों के भाष्य लिखे और सायणाचार्य विजयनगर साम्राज्य के प्रधान सेनापति और वहां के महामात्य भी थे, प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी थे. जिस समय Arab invaders were invading, and Vijayanagar Samrajya had fast battle with foreign aggressors of Turkey and Arabs. At that time, on the one hand, Sayan written the commentary of the Vedic scriptures, और 14th century की सबसे पुरानी कमेंट्री वैदिक स्क्रिप्चर्स की वही अवेलेबल है. उसके बाद 16th century की महीधर की है, उसके बाद दयानंद जी की है, और उसके बाद सातवलेकर जी की है. तो यह जो उस समय सायणाचार्य ने कहा योजना नाम सहस्त्रे द्विद्विशते द्विच योजने एकेन निमिषार्धेन क्रममान नमोस्तुते, which travels 2202 योजन. योजनाम सहस्त्रे द्विद्विशते द्विच योजने. In half of a nimesh. One nimesh constitutes 0.216 seconds. Half nimesh means 0.108 seconds, roughly around 1/10 of a second. So if we calculate it, we find the velocity of light as 1,86,300 miles per second, or a little more than 3 lakh kilometers per second, whatever is the present day estimate of velocity of light. He has referred it to Adi Shankaracharya, who has mentioned it in 8th century, and Adi Shankaracharya has took it from Rigveda. So we knew what was the velocity of light. Now I come to a little bit to life sciences. In life sciences, it was for the first time in 1628 that William Harvey revealed that the function of the heart is to circulate blood in the body. इसका हृदय का काम शरीर में रक्त का परिसंचार करना है. any other function of the heart was not known to the society till 20th century. Now, if we refer to Charak Samhita, Bhel Samhita, and Shatpat Brahman, Shatpat Brahman is a 5,000 years old scripture. Why do we say 5,000 years? Because the precision of equinoxes takes place, जिसको हम बसंत संपात कहते हैं, in the Kritika constellation, Kritika नक्षत्र में. अभी वो पूर्व भाद्रपद में आता है, तो ये 5000 साल पहले का वो स्क्रिप्चर है शतपथ ब्राह्मण. It mentioned, actually in Sanskrit scriptures, every word has a deep connotation based on the composition of its letters, जिसको हम निर्वचन कहते हैं, शब्दों का निर्वचन कहते हैं, निरूक्त कहते हैं. It says harte dadate rayate yamam hriday shabdah. Harte means takes blood from the body. एक मैं पूछ लेता हूँ, audience would be more comfortable in Hindi or in English, or I should be bilingual? Just can you let me know? Can anybody let me know? Because if in about Indian scriptures, I'll keep on speaking in English.
Sir, I think we are getting responses that bilingual is great, sir.
Okay, fine.
Yes, thank you.
So it says Harte Dadat, Hriday has 4 letters, Ha, Ra, Da, Ya. So all these Ha, Ra, Da, Ya have been very intelligently combined. Harte stands for takes blood from the body. Harte yani leta hai. Dadate yani gives blood to the body. Rayate means it circulates blood in the body. Yamam means it regulates the heartbeats. 70 years back, 75 years back, nobody knew that heartbeat is regulated by the heart itself. There is a natural pacemaker, and the electrical impulses of that natural pacemaker generate 72 heartbeats per minute. So normally the modern biologists believed that brain must be regulating the heartbeats. It was only about 75 years back or 80 or 90 years back that scientists could find out that heartbeats are regulated by the natural pacemaker by virtue of the electrical impulses being generated by that natural pacemaker. And nowadays, whenever anybody's that natural pacemakers recedes, properly work नहीं करता है, तो artificial pacemaker लगाया जाता है. Artificial pacemaker is a silver ion battery. हमारी जो मोबाइल में लिथियम आयन बैटरी है, इसमें सिल्वर आयन बैटरी होती है आर्टिफिशियल पेसमेकर में. एंड एन इलेक्ट्रोड इज टेकन आउट फ्रॉम दैट सिल्वर आयन बैटरी, inserted in the pericardium of the heart, and electrical impulses are supplemented in the ventricle. हृदय के निलय में किसी की प्रॉब्लम सीवियर होती है तो they use double lead to give electrical impulses to both the ventricles. और किसी की सीवियर प्रॉब्लम होती है तो they use ट्रिपल लीड पेसमेकर, एक इलेक्ट्रोड उसमें एट्रियम आलिंद में भी इलेक्ट्रिकल इंपल्सेस यानी कि बिजली की सप्लाई दी जाती है. देयर इज ए श्लोक इन यजुर्वेद, अग्नि घुं हृदय नाशनी घुं हृदयान अग्नि घुं हृदय नाशनी घुं हृदयाग्रेण पशुपति प्रसन्न. लंबा श्लोक है. अग्नि घुं हृदय नाशनी घुं, अशनि मीन्स विद्युत. If you will see the Vedic thesaurus, which is called Nigantu. Nigantus are Vedic thesaurus which have synonyms for all the Vedic words. So you will find that in 4,000, 5,000 years back also Yask and they have used this. So विद्युत का एक अर्थ होता है अशनि. अग्नि घुं हृदय नाशनि, हृदय के अग्रभाग में विद्युत को धारण करो. It means it was known to that rishi who has compiled that shlok of Yajurved, and he has said हृदय के अग्रभाग में विद्युत को धारण करो. Then there are terms. कोशाभ्याम means two हृदय के दो प्रकोष्ठ. मत्स्यनाभ्याम all the parts of the heart. तो double lead, triple lead, or the silver ion battery is installed subcutaneously just above the ribs. तो वहां अंतर प्रश्रवण शब्द भी है फसलियों के ऊपर। मैं अभी चूंकि टाइम लिमिटेड है, मैं उसके पूरी उसमें नहीं जा रहा हूं, बट आवर ऋषिज न्यू दैट minute electrical impulses have a role in regulating the heartbeat, and that is why Bhel Samhita is contemporary with the Charak Samhita. Charak Samhita people everyone knows. Bhel Samhita शायद बहुत कम लोगों ने नाम सुना होगा. Bhel Samhita clearly says हृदय की धड़कनों का नियमन हृदय स्वयं करता है. Now चरक आदि और यहाँ तक कि वेदों में भी कहा है चित्त का स्थान हृदय है और सारी चित्त वृत्तियों का उद्गम हृदय है. और चित्त वृत्तियों का मतलब the tendency to steal, tendency to molest women, tendency to terrorize people. तो ये जितनी चित्त की वृत्तियां हैं, चोरी, दुराचार, ठगी, लूटपाट, ये सारी सैडिस्टिक ये वृत्तियां और सद्वृत्तियां, सच बोलना, ये सारी they are regulated by heart. और ये चित्त वृत्तियां, and that is why in Yajurved and other Vedas it has been said मनः शिव संकल्प मस्तु, मेरा मन यानी मेरा हृदय शिव संकल्प वाला, सत संकल्प वाला बने. इस प्रकार के बहुत सारे वो है. Now 75 years back no biologist had any idea of cardiac memory. लेकिन अगर आप अब सर्च करेंगे नेट पे, you will find people have two kinds of memory. One is cortical memory, which is that is the memory of the brain, and cardiac memory means memory of the heart. And heart also has thought process. Now these days a lot of heart transplantations are taking place, and from that clues could be taken that heart also has a thought process, and all these instincts of a person are regulated by heart. A lady who never thought of drinking beer or any liquor, but a person who died in an accidental death and his heart was transplanted into that lady. She was a heart patient, and before that heart was biologically dead in case of accident of that person, that heart was transplanted into a lady. She never thought of consuming any liquor. But after this heart transplantation, she developed the habit of consuming beer. जिसने बियर जीवन में कभी पीने का सोचा नहीं, चूंकि बियर के शौकीन व्यक्ति का हृदय का प्रत्यारोपण हुआ, तो इसलिए उसको इसकी एक आदत लग गई. There was another foundry worker who never touched any piano, but an African girl, she was a pianist. She used to play piano. And when after her death, her heart was transplanted into that foundry worker, he developed inclination towards playing piano. In another third case, a girl was murdered, and before her heart was biologically dead, her heart was transplanted into another girl having some cardiac problem. So after this heart transplantation, she started having apprehension that she is likely to be murdered because the donor of the heart was murdered. Bruce Lipton, biologist, has produced many such YouTube presentations, how it happens. You can visit his this YouTube channel. Bruce Lipton has very well described all this. So, but then when the parents of that girl consulted the psychiatrist said that since the donor was murdered and therefore you also consult the police, and that recipient of the heart has helped the police to nab that murderer, and the उसने कैसे कपड़े पहन रखे थे, कैसा चेहरा था, सब कुछ उसने पुलिस को डिस्क्राइब कर दिया, और ultimately police nabbed that person. And therefore मुझे ये लगता है कि हमारे प्राचीन शास्त्रों में जितनी बातें कही गई है उनको अब तक, चूंकि there were no scientific revelations, or in 1200 years of aggression of Arabs and other foreign invaders, what has happened? All our scriptures were burnt. Ali Bakhtiyar-Din Khilji has burnt Nalanda, and all these libraries were burnt. For several years, अरब्स के हरम में और मुगल के हरम में हमारे ग्रंथों के कागजों को जला के पानी नहाने के लिए पानी गर्म किया जाता रहा है. यानी कि so much large stock or inventory of scriptures were burnt, and in these 1200 years we could not teach our Vedic scriptures and other scriptures very well. हम सब जानते हैं औरंगजेब के टाइम में और all the gurukuls were destroyed, and that is why. So actually, and then in last 200-300 years, all these scientific revelations are being made. But at least now we can corroborate that these were well codified, they were properly protected there, and they had all this description. So now the need is the first thing in understanding the Indian knowledge system is to interpret the terms, ancient terms in these scriptures. जैसे अशनि is for विद्युत, और जब हम आज से 100 साल पहले कोई कहता है हृदय के अग्रभाग में विद्युत धारण करूं तो लोग उसका मजाक बनाते हैं कि ये पंडित का दिमाग फिर गया था, बिजली तो आसमान में चमकती है, हृदय में कौन सी विद्युत. But now जब precisely it is all being done, we can interpret that how wisely that has been incorporated there. So what I was saying, that every word has been made in such a way by combining specific letters. जैसे हम कहते हैं मंत्र, तो मननात् त्रायते इति मंत्रः, मनन करने वाले की रक्षा करे वह मंत्र है. हम कहते हैं शंकर, शम तनोतु इति शंकरः, संकटों से रक्षा करे वह शंकर है. Likewise, only recently 2 days back, this United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change has been concluded, a 2-week meeting of almost around 197 countries. Scientists from all countries have also assembled there. So, in 2012, in a similar conference in Rio 12, scientists of almost 105 countries have opined that the rains on this earth are caused by 2 variables. One is oceans, which contribute about 60% of rain precipitating humidity. And second role is of forest. Forests on the earth contribute 40% of the rain precipitating humidity. तो वर्षा करने के लिए जो आर्द्रता चाहिए उसमें से 40% ह्यूमिडिटी वन कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं. And that is why in the Nirukt, Yask and others have discussed the evolution of the word one. Vanyate yachate vrashti pradayate iti vanaha, which demands rain from the environment is forest. प्रकृति में वृष्टि की मांग करने वाले, वर्षा की मांग करने वाले को वन कहते हैं. और आज का वैज्ञानिक कहता है कि जो रेन प्रेसिपिटेटिंग ह्यूमिडिटी है उसमें 40% कंट्रीब्यूशन, सेकंड लार्जेस्ट कंट्रीब्यूशन इज ऑफ फॉरेस्ट. अब और मैं इससे भी आगे आता हूं, इससे मैं थोड़ा इकोनॉमिक्स पे भी आ जाऊंगा. इंडिया हैज अर्न मोस्ट ऑफ इट्स वेल्थ बाय एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ जिंक. Nobody in the world knew how to manufacture zinc, because zinc ore, when it is heated at 820 degrees centigrade, zinc melts, and 910 degrees is the melting point of the zinc, and zinc gets oxidized. So you cannot get zinc before 820 degrees centigrade, and at 910 degrees centigrade it will oxidize after boiling. So मेटल फॉर्म में कोई नहीं लेना जानता था. Our ancient artisans and rishis, they knew, and they used a copper plate in the retort. So zinc ore was heated from down below, and a copper plate was used to cover it, and pure zinc metal was collected on copper. And that is why zinc is called yashad in Sanskrit. Tamraha yasha pradayate iti yashadah, which gives credit to the copper is zinc. And the whole of the metallurgical chemistry is combined in these three letter term yashad. Tamraha yasha pradayate iti yashadah. So actually, one thing, if we have to understand and interpret the Indian knowledge system, हमको निरुक्त का अध्ययन करना होगा जिसमें शब्दों का निर्वचन दिया गया है. Word epidemiology is very important to interpret the Indian knowledge system. जैसे अब मैं थोड़ा सा दो बातें आ जाता हूं. एक तो probably some of you must have read about Angus Madison. Angus Madison, a British economic historian, was asked by the OECD nations. OECD nations is the group of advanced industrialized countries, America, Europe, Western Europe के देश, जापान, कोरिया, इनका एक संगठन बना हुआ, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development countries. They have their headquarters Brussels in Belgium. They asked Angus Madison in 2000 that, Angus, can you author history of the economic history of the world of last 2000 years? He said, yes, I can do it, but I need so many experts. She demanded 30 economists, 20 anthropologists, 30 archaeologists. In this way is demanded almost 130 world-class scholars, professors of their disciplines, economics, anthropology, archaeology, and various other metallurgy, many subjects. And he was given a chartered aircraft. And he traveled across the world. And he authored the World Economic History, A Millennium Perspective, which was published from Belgium, from Brussels, where the OECD headquarters is there. That was not published in India. And that is available on the net. He has said from 0 AD up to 1500 AD, India's contribution in world's manufacturing was 34%. China, US, Russia, no country was anywhere near us. Today we have only 3% contribution in world manufacturing. China has 28.4%. US has 17.5%. Japan has 10% share in world manufacturing. Germany has 6%. In all these four countries, China, US, Japan, and Germany, they have 60% share in world manufacturing out of a polity of 200 nations. At that time, India had 34% share in world manufacturing. This has been authored by Angus Madison, British economic historian, with the help of world-class scholars of different countries, in all numbering 130. Now, I think many times we just say कि ये जो आधुनिक कंपनियां और partnerships और modern business और modern manufacturing and all these are modern phenomena. Ancient people were hunterers. This is wrong. In Rigved and Yajurved, there are several such shlokas which reveal that we had multi-locational business enterprises in the Vedic age. Just we have to rightly interpret the words. यजुर्वेद का ही एक मंत्र है, इमाम अग्निष्ट का धेनुः संत्रेका च दशंच दशंच शतंच शतंच सहस्रंच सहस्रंच, लंबा है, 17 मुंशमिन लोके लास्ट में है, और इट टॉक्स ऑफ फिगर्स अप टू ट्रिलियंस एंड क्विंटिलियंस. यानी कि हमको जीरो का पता ऋग्वेद के काल में, यजुर्वेद के काल में था. दैट इज वाई हमने कहा 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, लाख, 10 लाख, करोड़, अरब, खरब, शंख, नील, ये सारे फिगर्स हमने उस समय वैदिक स्क्रिप्चर्स में इमाम अग्निष्ट का. नाउ द मीनिंग इज, मैंने अपना इष्ट साधन करने वाली पूंजी अनेक स्थानों पर इन्वेस्ट कर रखी है. वह एक दुधारू गौ की तरह मुझे निरंतर लाभ दे, और वे लाभ मेरे 10 गुने, 100 गुने, 1000 गुने, लाख गुने, करोड़ गुने, अरब गुने, खरब गुने. He has imagined. Now here this word dhenu is not for cow. It is for profit bearing capital. Now why some people who are well versed with the portfolio analysis, management में portfolio analysis कहते हैं, अगर किसी ग्रुप में, जैसे टाटा ग्रुप में there are 50 companies. Now if Tata Group has to analyze the portfolio of companies, then there are some companies which give automatically profits, natural profits, perpetually, matlab they keep on giving profits without any additional efforts. There are some companies about which profitability is doubtful. So Boston Consultancy Group of the Boston University has divided companies into 4 categories for portfolio analysis. They have also used the term cash cow. The companies which gives perpetual profits are described in the Boston Consultancy Group analysis of portfolio cash cows. Then second is stars, which will give more. Third is question marks, and fourth is dogs. So these 4 terms are used there. So in the Yajurveda also, when they are using Imam Agneshtaka Dhenava Santeka, यहाँ Dhenava धेनु शब्द जो है प्रॉफिट बियरिंग कैपिटल की मेरी प्रॉफिट को 10 गुना 100 गुना 1000 गुना, इसी तरह से there are almost more than 200 to 300 words in Vedic scriptures which talk of profit. For example, many people would say कि
I think there has been some technical problem. I'll just check with sir and get back. Yeah.
Namrata, you could call Dr. Bhagawati and just check.
Yeah, I'll just do that.
Yes, Dr. Sharma has joined us. Dr. Sharma? And Dr. Sharma? Yes. Dr. Sharma, you will have to please unmute. Yes. जी सर.
Fine. Actually, I'm using my son's laptop and I forgot to switch on the plug. So actually, it got off. Now I have switched on. So,
एक रिक्वेस्ट है सर पार्टिसिपेंट से कि अगर हम हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों में कर सके.
ठीक है.
हमारे कुछ पार्टिसिपेंट्स सदर्न पार्ट से हैं तो दे आर नॉट वेरी वेल वर्स्ड इन हिंदी.
Fine.
जी प्रणाम सर.
So actually, in this shlok of Yajurveda, they have used this term like dhenu as a cash cow, whatever is used by the Boston Consultancy Group. Likewise, so for example, many people say that we did not have any idea of companies or partnerships or something like that. In Vedic scriptures, as well as in various Niti Shastras, as well as in the various Artha Shastras, they have used the term Sambhuya Samuthan. And in Sambhuya Samuthan, they have described, they mean that is when people join together to do the business that is in the form of company, cooperatives and partnerships. I'll not be able to go into all those details, how they are described. But say, for example, the rules of partnership are much elaborate than what they are today. And even today, say, for example, we do not have the provision of taking decision by majority. But under Sambhuya Samuthan, they also allow decision to be taken by majority. But in case if that PA proves to be a fiasco, then those who have taken that decision, they will have to compensate the remaining partners who have opposed that decision. So what do I want to convey is that in ancient times, we had very advanced level of business rules. Right now, I'll not be able to go through all those, but we had this perfect knowledge how to run business as joint stock company or as cooperative or as partnership under the Sambhuvi Samuthan. And there are Samuthan and there are many such terms. Likewise, even when we talk of global governance today, I think our ancient thinkers had a very good deal of thought on global governance. In our various religious operations, towards the end, we use the swasti part. Jagnena Jagnamaya Janta Devastani Dharmani. So the third stanza into that is Om Swasti Samrajyam Vairajyam Bhujyam, and it ends with Prathibhyaya Samudra Parentaya Ek Rad Iti. It means from the earth to ocean, this is one nation. There are states with different kinds of governance. For example, Om Swasti Samrajyam Vairajyam Bhujyam. Vairajya means that kingdom is called Vairajya and its king is called Virat. We have seen in Mahabharata also Raja Virat. His daughter was Uttara, and who was married to Abhimanyu, and we all know that Virat. In Nepal also we find Virat Nagar. In Southeast Asia also there are 3 to 4 Virat Nagars. In Sri Lanka also, up to whatever extent we had the influence of Indian culture, you will find Virat Nagar. So powerful feudal lords used to appoint king, like Kichak was there. तो जहां प्रबल सामंत राजा की नियुक्ति करते हैं, and the king's court or king's parliament or committee is also comprising of such powerful feudal lords, that is called Vairajya, and its king is called Virat, and that Virat category of king has continued for several centuries at several places. Then Vairajya, then Bhuj. Bhuj means its king is called Bhuj. Say Bhuj Nagari in MP near Bhopal, we had Raja Bhuj. There is Bhojpur in Nepal also. There are 3 Bhojpur in Southeast Asia also. So wherever intellectuals constituted the parliament or committee or court of the king, and king was appointed by the intellectuals, that king was called Bhuj. तो हमारे यहाँ राजा भोज की परंपरा अनेक स्थानों पर सैकड़ों वर्षों तक रही है. So we had this tradition. Samant Paryayi, Adhiraj, I'll not be able to explain all of them today. But in that single stanza, and all these are well explained in Taittiriya Upanishad and Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, that what are the traits of Bhuj, or what are the traits of Vairajya, or what are the traits of Adhirajya, or what are the traits of Samantaparyayi, or what are the traits of Parmeshti Rajya, or something like that. All the it means this whole earth that is one nation up to sea, and there are several kingdoms having different systems of governance like Bhuj, Vairajya, Samantaparyayi, Adhirajya, etc. And we wish good or we convey good wishes for all. It means it was, and I think there was a tradition of global constitution or global penal code also. In Valmiki Ramayana, when Lord Ram kills Bali, Bali asks, "Why did you kill me?" So he says that we are moving in the forest and we are the citizens of Bharat's kingdom. And this is the duty of every king, that self-righteousness in the conduct is maintained everywhere. You have forfeited wife of your younger brother Sugriv, and therefore you have to be penalized. And since now Ayodhya was a separate state, Kishkinda was a separate state, but as a citizen of a law-abiding kingdom, you have the duty to enforce righteousness everywhere. there are many such examples, but there are many such. Even in Rig Veda, there are 10 to 12 shlokas which talk of electing king and recalling the king. And even our various shastras say a king cannot make any law. He has to rule only on the basis of smritis, sutra granthas, etc. Janpads can make the rules because they are responsive to the local people. So I'll not be going into those details of the political governance, but I'll say that we had very advanced system. Even when we talk of science and technology, as you have said, there are some people from South also, probably some people maybe from Tamil Nadu also. In Tamil Nadu, at Kodumanal, a lot of archaeological excavations have been conducted. At Kodumanal, the archaeologists have traced an ancient township which was thriving from 500 BC and it survived up to 500 AD. And there they have found out steel manufacturing units. And for making steel, they have found vitrified crucibles. Now, today we talk that vitrification process. We see earlier 30, 40 years back, we used to say Euro-vitrified tiles. All these tiles which are which glitter like glass. So this vitrification process, we normally say that it was started 100 years back in Europe. But actually, when we have found 2,500 years old vitrified crucibles used to make steel at Kodumanal in Tamil Nadu, it means we knew the vitrification process at that time. There were textile mills also. There were units which used to process gems. And there the archaeologists have found the coins of Thailand. There the archaeologists had found the coins of Rome. Rome means Italy, that is Western Europe. So right from Southeast Asia, Thailand, up to Rome, they had maritime trade and such industries have been found out. So whenever we teach, for example, actually we have to properly interpret all our scriptures. Often we say, manufacturing of ice has started from 1858. But actually in Valmiki Ramayana, when Hanumanji do come and inform Lord Ram that, inform Bharatji, when the Hanumanji do come and he informs Bharatji that now Lord Ram's chariot is to come, Viman is likely to come. He is coming within half an hour, less than half an hour, एक घटी में वो आ रहे हैं. He inform हनुमान जी ने भरत जी को बताया कि भगवान राम आने वाले. Immediately Bharat ji instructs his ministers several things. I will not go into those details. One thing he mentions, you spray ice cooled water on the roads. वहां शब्द हैं हिम शीतेन वारिणः. Him stands for ice. शीतेन यानी cooled from ice. Him शीतेन. Varinah means pani. Means him शीतेन varinah means water that is cooled by ice be sprayed on the roads. Even in today's civilizations, in 200 countries, anywhere we do not have this tradition of spraying ice cool water. We just spray whenever we have to welcome somebody. We just take water from well or pond or whatever river or wherever it is available. We bring it by tankers and we spray on the roads. But if Valmiki Ramayana mentions of Himashiten Varinah, means water that is cooled from ice be sprayed on the roads, it means we knew ice manufacturing at that time, because at an interval of 20 to 25 minutes, people in Ayodhya have sprayed that ice cooled water. Even sometimes when we talk of our scriptures, many people may not agree with me. But when we say that Lord Ram was born in Treta Yuga, and today at present we are having Kali Yuga. And 5,122 years of Kali Yuga have lapsed. Before that we had Dwapar. according to our Puranic calculations, Dwapar comprises 8,64,000 years. 8,64,000 वर्ष का द्वापर है. It means Treta was 8,69,000 ago, and Treta expansion was 12,96,000. So the period of Treta Yuga comes between 8,69,000 years to 21,25,000 years in between. So people ask me, how can it be possible? Actually, there are many such evidences, but well, I'll go to just one archaeological evidence. In Valmiki Ramayana, you will find mention of 4 tusked elephants. 4 दांत वाले हाथियों का 2 जगह पे वर्णन आता है. 4 tusked mammoths or elephants are described in Valmiki Ramayana at 2 places. And modern archaeologists say that 4 tusked mammoths have become extinct. Just a minute. हाँ सोन हाँ प्रणाम हाँ घर पे ही आ जाइए. So 4 tusked mammoths become extinct 1 million years ago. Modern archaeologists say that 4 tusked mammoths or elephants have become extinct on this earth 1 million years ago. They used to be there since 40 million years. 4 करोड़ साल से 10 लाख साल के बीच में वो होते हैं. 10 लाख साल पहले ये पूरी तरह से विलुप्त हो गए. Now, if any organism or creature which used to exist only 1 million years ago, if that has been described in a scripture, it means that a scripture must be describing the events of that era. Now, some people challenge me. No, he is a poet. Just he has mentioned out of his imagination. But then I ask them that Mahabharata was authored only 5,000 years ago and much later than Valmiki Ramayana. But Vedvyasji has not mentioned any 4 tusked mammoths while he has described armies of several kings having several thousand elephants. But he did not mention that so and so king had a 4 tusked mammoths. He did not, because that 4 tusked mammoths did not exist in that era. So, to my mind, we have to keep all these things in our mind when we are discussing our ancient scriptures or ancient knowledge system. Ancient knowledge system. So I think this is the time when we have to do the research, and we have to find out the present day knowledge. We have to relate it. We have to relate it with the present day knowledge. For example, if we come to another dimension, say for example, even today we do a lot of misinterpretation. I'll just be, when I was talking of words, actually the Shudras or scheduled castes were the micro, small and medium and large scale manufacturers of this country, and we have misinterpreted the term Shudra. Shudra term has not evolved out of Kshudra. Shudra term has been evolved. If you will go through the Atharvaved talks of lot of economic activities. It says, Shamasya Svedena Utpadan Rat Eva Shudraha, which makes valuable things out of the sweat of his or her labor is Shudra. अपने श्रम के स्वेद से मूल्यवान वस्तुओं को बनाने वाला शूद्र है. Shamasya Svedena Utpadanrat Eva Shudra. And that is why Kamandak Niti Sar is a book of economics authored after Chanakya, a few years, I think 1 century or 2 centuries after Chanakya. It says when a king makes new township, he should invite more Shudras and more Vaishyas, because Shudras make various valuable things and Vaishyas do their trade and pay tax to the king. Even in Mahabharata, Shudras were most affluent community, and that is why they were given the responsibility of dealing with the state guests. In Mahabharata, there are many such laws. One is, I'll just quote one. स शूद्रः संशित तपा जितेन्द्रियः शुश्रूषुर तिथिम, अतिथियों की शुश्रूषा, शुश्रूषुर तिथिम तपः संचिनुते महत्. That Shudra is most मतलब जो है laudable, who most laudable, who entertains the state guests very aptly. Even say for example, when we come to Vastu Granthas, there are many Vastu, say in Vishwakarma Prakash, many Purans also. The measuring thread of 4 Varnas have been described in Vishwakarma Prakash and several other books. Brahmanasya Sutra Darbhajam means the measuring thread of Brahman used to consist of Kusha, Darb. Monjantu ta Kshatriyasya, of Munj grass, it was of Kshatriya caste fighters. Karpasam cha Bhavet Vaishya, cotton's measuring thread was used in case of Vaishyas. And Swarna Nirmitam Shudrasya Sutram, it means the measuring thread of Shudra used to comprise a golden thread. And therefore, I'll not be going to talk much about this, but just I want to say that in the Indian knowledge system, we have to rightly interpret the terms being used by our scripture composers, and we have to interpret that knowledge system in the terminology that used to be there. Now I am coming to professional education, because now I'll be running short of time. As I have mentioned earlier, that India had 34% share in world manufacturing from 0 AD up to 1500 AD. It has been described by Angus Maddison, the British economic historian. So how these riches, how rich we were at that time. Today we are having, I think, as I have said, 3% share in world manufacturing. China has, we are also 17.7% of global population. China has 18.4% share in world population. China has 28.4% share in world manufacturing. US has 17.5%. Japan, which has only 1.6% share in world population, has 10% share in world manufacturing. Germany also has 6% share in world manufacturing. So unless we improve the quality of education for our technical as well as professional streams. Today, when we see Chinese scholars are registering 15 lakh patents per annum, international patents. They are applying for 15 lakh patents every year out of the 33 lakh patents being applied worldwide. They have almost 43% share in world patent filings. We have less than, our scholars in country file less than 50,000 patents every year. So this reflects the kind of innovative. Our share in patent filings is somewhere around 1.5%, while China has 43% share in world patent filings. And when we come to industrial design registration, so in industrial design registration, we have less than 1% share. China has 23% share in industrial design registrations. And therefore, unless we elevate the quality and innovativeness in our professional and technical education, we are not going to overcome this. Today, we have to import almost 90% of the solar panels from China at a cost of 25,000 crores of rupees. We have to economically empower our enemy of first order by 25,000 crores of rupees, because we have not been making our solar panels. 90% of solar panels are being imported from China, and 7 lakh technocrats are getting job every day for making solar panels from for India. So actually, we are blessing them with 25,000 crores of rupees and employment for 7 lakh people every day, and we are also facilitating technology development for China. Today, we have to import almost 50 crore lithium batteries. Likewise, so our professional education has to focus that wherever we are import dependent, we have to improve the quality of teaching, learning, research, and industrial engineering to the extent that we can manufacture all those inputs which we have to import today. For example, what is required in making solar panel? We have to ignite silica to 1000 degrees centigrade. So from silica, we can make silicon ingots. From those silicon ingots, we have to produce thin wafers through wafering. These thin wafers of silicon are used for making photovoltaic cell, and then we can make photovoltaic panels. So no rocket science is involved. But actually, our research scholars in professional and IITs and everywhere, they have to focus all their research, whether in the Faculty of Science, in the Faculty of Technology, or Engineering, or IITs, or NITs. Somewhere we have to focus in developing technologies where we are foreign dependent. That is the first requirement. Then these days we would be having a lot of replacement technologies. Now, when we talk of replacement technologies, even at Glasgow, we have committed to move towards electrical mobility. That is to have electric vehicles. Now, in electric vehicles, if we would be moving towards electric vehicles, government has already announced its intent that after 2030, no fossil fuel based, petrol, diesel based vehicles would be allowed to be sold. There are several thousand companies which have been manufacturing engine parts. Actually, a petrol engine or diesel engine requires 2000 parts. And if all of these parts shall not be manufactured, if all these parts would not be manufactured, all these companies shall be closed down. And if electrical and petrol driven vehicles which require engines which can be made out of 2000 parts, will have to stop manufacturing all those parts, and it would be replaced by an electric drive. Electric drive has only 20 components, and still India has not developed technology to manufacture electric drive. We have to import components of electric drive either from China or Korea or US or Germany or elsewhere. So unless our professional and technical institutes, including IITs, NITs, they develop the technology to manufacture electric drives, we would again be foreign dependent. Here I will also like to talk of right choice of technology. For example, why should we at all go towards the battery driven vehicles? Why should not we go for hydrogen fuel cell technology? There are two kinds of electric vehicles. One is battery driven. At present, we are popularizing battery driven. We are blessing China again, because all lithium batteries have to be imported from there. Even many state government corporations have imported buses from China, lithium battery based buses, etc. If we move towards hydrogen fuel cell technology, then no storage battery is required. By combining hydrogen and oxygen, electricity is generated. Water is the only byproduct, and it is most clean technology, because once the life of a battery is over. So why should we go for battery driven vehicles? We should go for the hydrogen fuel cell technology, because after the life of battery is over, it would be a pollution menace. And secondly, to manufacture lithium batteries, we do not have the deposits of lithium or cobalt. China has procured more than 40% of the lithium and cobalt deposits in Latin America and Africa. We do not have any raw material security. then if we move towards hydrogen fuel cell technology, we will not be requiring lithium or cobalt or the lithium batteries, etc. And it is so we have also to talk of right choice of technology. Governments cannot take right decision. These are the professional and technical institutes which have to decide what is the right choice of technology for the country. That also we have to think of. Besides this, these days, a lot of work is being done in sunrise sectors and sunrise technologies. Again, we are very much behind the world in sunrise technologies. For example, in artificial intelligence, India is almost 20 years behind China or Germany or US or Korea, etc. We have not been doing. Even our All India Council of Technical Education could not realize the importance of artificial intelligence. So it has allowed universities and colleges to have BTech in artificial intelligence only from 2020. While a lot of products are being rolled out in all these sections. For example, Illinois University, and there are several universities, more than 200 universities, which have been hectically working on developing crop yield prediction software-based algorithmic products based on artificial intelligence. When a farmer has sown his crop of say corn or tomato or potato, what was the soil test report? What nutrients he has added? How the temperature and humidity has changed over the weeks? And therefore, when his farmer's crop would ripe, and what would be the yield? Such algorithm-based softwares are developed by several such companies. Likewise, Chinese universities have done very good work by using the X-ray films being produced in various X-ray clinics. They have subjected these clinics, they have subjected these X-ray films to big data analysis, and from big data analysis to machine learning. And now they have developed AI-based algorithmic product on the basis of which from a simple X-ray film of any person, they can predict who is likely to have lung cancer and when. For example, we have installed barbed wire fence at Bangladesh border, but infiltration has not been stopped. Smuggling of cows has also not stopped. Israel has used very good use of sunrise technologies of artificial intelligence, electronic sensors, photo recognition system, and robotics, mechatronics, etc. For example, they have developed the sensors and installed across the border. Those sensors can take cognizance of anybody crossing the border. Those sensors are linked to photo recognition systems of computer science, and they have loaded the photos of all the people who are expected to move around the border, their citizens, their security personnel, etc. So that the sensor takes the cognizance of any person crossing the border. The photo recognition system identifies alien foreigners, and then it sends signal to the robot called Guardian. They called it as Guardian. That Guardian is a robot based on mechatronics, which can run at a velocity of 50 kilometers in the desert. So that naps that person. So right from agriculture to defense, medical diagnostics, therapeutics, even in linguistics, these days, artificial intelligence is being used to decipher various scripts, whether it is the Indus script. Even people are trying to work on find similes, intersay, Tamil Brahmi script, Indus Valley script, and some Latin American epigraphical scripts. So it is, even in case of music, performing arts, our AI is being used to compose songs, lyrics for music. Even for dance choreography, artificial intelligence is being used. But actually, we have not worked in last 20 years. So now we have to hectically work on all the verticals of artificial intelligence, whether it is the machine learning or it is blockchain or it is IoT or everywhere. So we have to think of this quantum computing, 5G, everywhere we have to do a lot. And therefore, our faculties of science, faculties of engineering, our NITs, our IITs have to develop these sunrise sector based technologies and products indigenously. Otherwise, we will be striped of all our money in importing products from abroad. So we had a very rich tradition of knowledge heritage. We have led the world. Again today, we have to do that miracle, and we have to now. I was astonished. I was going through various entities which have been practically working on developing AI-based products. I found there are 700 entities across the world. Some are university departments, some are the companies, some are the individual professor-based teams, and there are certain other groups of people who have been hectically working. Out of these 700 entities, none of them is Indian entity, but 40% of the people working in those entities are Indians. So actually, we do not lack in wisdom, we do not lack in talent. We are only 17.7% of the global population, but we have 40% contribution in the entities which have been developing sunrise sector products and technologies. So without even we have to think out of box. For example, China thought that for every DVD player we have to pay a royalty of $4.5. So why should we not develop an alternative product? So all of us have been using DVD and DVD players. China developed EVD, enhanced versatile disc, and they developed EVD players. And their government has made the rules that now EVD players are equally popular, are having equal footing vis-a-vis DVD players. So we have to do that miracle. These days, I often talk of techno-nationalism. So we have to identify the sectors where homegrown technologies have to be developed, whether it is the operating system or these are the meetings, say we are working on Zoom or Google Meet or something like that, or even say China has developed its own search engine better than Google, that is Baidu. China has developed its own geographical positioning system better than this Google's geographical positioning system. So that is called Baidu. So we have to do a lot. Whether it is in the field of software product development or in brick and mortar products, everywhere we have to work on that. So I think probably this session is from 4 to 5:30, and already it's 5:11. So if the organizers have any provision of question answer session, I'll be open to that. And otherwise, if you expect, I will be resuming back to complete my part of the inning.
Sure, sir. It would be great if we could have participants ask you some questions. Is that okay?
Yes, you are welcome.
Sure. So maybe we could take some questions. I see Sagar ji and Ashutosh ji's hands up. So Sagar ji, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful session. And it is really a great to hear you in this session. Sir, in your discussion, you talk about one economic book after Chanakya. That is, what is that book title, sir? Kamandak
Niti Sar. K-A-M-A-N-D-A-K. Kamandak Niti Sar.
Sir, one more. Please elaborate that Harodaya once again.
Harte dadate rayte yamam hriday shabdah. Harte, ha, h, hriday ka ha means harte. Da means dadate, Raite means circulates, and Yamam means regulates the heartbeats. Harte dadate, Raite, Yamam, Hriday Shabda.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Ashutosh ji, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful season. What I observed, you have informed us according to the Nigantu, Sanskrit Nigantu, the meaning of Sanskrit words. So what I observed, that one Sanskrit word can be taken in different way. There are different meanings for one word. So especially there are some prayers or rituals or other practices. If we interpret that particular sukta or prayer in different way, it would be producing a technical meaning. For example, I or IS, it can be taken as a profit, as well as it can be taken as the metal or iron.
Yes.
Trembak can be taken, it is the word similar to copper. But sometimes, so is there any possibility that the same slokas or same suktas has 2 or 3 different meanings?
I'll just mention one thing. For example, in the share market, we use the term bull and bear. Now, bull means bullock.
Yes.
Now, bull always sees upwards. So all those stock market traders who take the market towards the high side, they are called bulls. And the other, the bears, bear always sees downward, reach bhalu jo hota hai. So what has happened in modern days also, we have been using such similes for various terms. Likewise, in ancient era also, as I have mentioned, Dhanu means cow, Dhanu means profit-bearing capital. Like Bhratva Brahma means when profit is combined with that. So actually, everywhere you will have to interpret the word according to its usage. Particularly in Vedic scriptures, Gangeshwarananji, etc., has interpreted every mantra of each Ved in 5 different ways. Adhibhautik, Adhidevik. So, as a deity, how does it mean? Say, for example, I'll just say, when I have begun my talk with the dark energy, that in the intergalactic spaces, dark energy is embedded, which is invisible. And then I have also talked of dark matter. Dark matter binds all the galaxies. So intergalactic space, we have dark matter, and which binds all the planets, including the solar system, to its place so that they do not leave their place. Now, Rigved says, Indra is one who has stabilized the cosmos and holds the cosmos together. इंद्र वह है जिसने सृष्टि के आदि में कांपती हुई पृथ्वी और ग्रहों को, ध्रुवलोक के ग्रहों को स्थिर किया, तो कांपती हुई पृथ्वी को स्थिर किया और ध्रुवलोक को व्यवस्थित किया. It means probably the Indra term may be relating to the dark matter also. So actually, what has happened in the 1200 years of dark era, we have lost lot of wisdom. And therefore, we have to say, for example, when Grahan, eclipses, solar and lunar eclipses, we say that Rahu was divided into 2, Rahu and Ketu. Now, what happens about 500 billion years ago, 5 billion years ago, the solar system was created. At that time, orbit of Sun and orbit of Moon were on the same plane, and they did not intersect each other. And the orbit of this Earth, in which Earth revolves around the Sun, which is called ecliptic, Kranti Vratta. So at that time, so long as both were on the same plane, maybe for 1 billion or 2 billion years, there used to be no Rahu and Ketu, and there used to be no such. Now, maybe due to all the astrophysicists talk that maybe somewhere in last 3 billion years, एक ऊर्जा के महापात के फलस्वरूप the orbit of the moon has tilted by 6 degrees, and therefore the orbit of moon intersects the orbit of the earth at 2 places, and those 2 nodes are called Rahu and Ketu. Had this deflection in orbit of moon would not have taken place, then on every Amavasya there had to be a solar eclipse, and on every Purnima there had to be a lunar eclipse. But with this change of the ecliptic plane, this has been created. Now, with this change in the ecliptic plane, what has happened? When the moon moves around all the 27 constellations, 27 nakshatra pe ghumta hai, the Rohini constellation is about 6 degrees, also having tilted plate, and thereby it covers that nakshatra. और इसीलिए हम पुराणों में कहते हैं कि रोहिणी नक्षत्र के ऊपर चंद्रमा का विशेष अनुग्रह है. This is called, in astronomical language, it is called occultation, full occultation. So this full occultation has begun to take place after this fall of energy and change in the ecliptic plane of the moon, and it is so actually all these things have to be interpreted in a very imaginative manner. That is what I would like to convey.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I am getting something cleared about this aspect. Thank you.
Dr. Rajat, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, thank you, sir, for this very nice talk. I have just 1 or 2 things to point out here. Actually, regarding whether it is Hridayam or whether it is zinc or dark matter or dark energy, we are pointing out things post facto.
Yes.
After things are discovered in science. Can we, with all our analytical abilities, can we predict something which can be verified later on, which science has not yet approached? The reason why we have become laughing stock is because we are post facto justifying ourselves that this was there. Now, can we not have a team of experts who in every field would bring out by their interpretations new things which have not yet been discovered? Whether it is about dark matter, dark energy, or function of the heart, or whatever, can we not do that? That is the crying need of the hour. That is what I think.
There are 2 things. One need is to invest time, energy, and money in rightly interpreting the scriptures. Actually, in the last 75 years, we have killed Sanskrit. Today, most of the vernacular universities have been teaching Sanskrit in Hindi. That is, they are taking examination in Hindi. So normally those who do BA and MA, they do not study all these Nigantus and Niruktas, etc. Our Sanskrit universities and Sanskrit colleges based on Oriental system, which used to award the degree of Shastri and Acharya in place of BA and MA. There they used to have Sanskrit medium. But today, those who have done or who would do Acharya and Shastri, they do not have any career. Nobody is going to hire them. All the universities and colleges are empty. Say, for example, in Rajasthan, there were 41 separate verticals for Acharya Upadhi. Yajurved, Madhyandin Shakha, Yajurved, Kanva Shakha, they're used to. Now today, I think after 10 or 20 years, we would not be having any scholars who would be able to interpret these words, to interpret the Sanskrit grammar. For example, in Rajasthan, we had 2 Acharya Upadhi for Sanskrit Vyakaran. Navya Vyakaran, Prachya Vyakaran. Today, nobody does Acharya in Vyakaran. So problem is that in 1200 years, we have faced the aggression of Arabs, Turks, then this Sultanate Kal of Khilji and all these things. And they have all destroyed all of, several of the Aurangzeb has categorically issued order that all schools, that is Gurukul or Vidyalaya, should be demolished. And therefore, what has happened in last 600, 700 years, people use the allegorical term. कि रोहिणी पे चंद्रमा ज्यादा स्नेह करता है, ये all these allegorical teachings have been developed only thereafter. So one thing is, all our scriptures are destroyed. There are 1.25 crore scriptures lying in various archives yet to be read. And their scriptures are also such that people who can read their scriptures are also above my age. So problem is to read all those scriptures which are there, 1.25 crore scriptures which are lying in archives, read them, interpret them with right connotation. For example, when I was mentioning Hriday ke Agrabhag mein Vidyut Ashani, Sainacharya did not have any idea that there can be electricity. So he has said, Hriday ke Agrabhag se main Ashani Dev ko namaskar karta hu. Mahidhar in 16th century mentioned, Hriday ke Agrabhag mein main Ashani Dev ko dharan karta hu. Now, Ashani, bearing Ashani, now only when now scientists have revealed that electrical impulses have. So another problem is that in last 1200 years, we have lost that wisdom. But still, if government, I think first thing is if we can start an all India Sanskrit service, in which we should hire only Sanskrit Acharya and Shastri degree holders. And states should also have all India, all Rajasthan, yeah, all Madhya Pradesh Sanskrit services. And we have to offer careers so that people would start reading these disciplines in the Oriental pattern. Otherwise, say for example, today we have only 6 Acharya degree instead of 41 in Rajasthan. And in those 6 degree, for these 6 degrees, Yajurveda, etc., there are no professors, associate professors, assistant professors, neither there are students nor there are student faculties. So actually, all out efforts are required so that we can do contemporary researches. For example, in Ayurveda, it is said Vata Pitta Kapha. Now, Russians have found out about intracellular hyperacidity, intracellular hypermucilaginous stage, intracellular hypergaseous density. So it means I think we can interpret the Vata Pitta Kapha from that. So at least doesn't matter, even if we do not take a lead, at least if we can properly interpret all these things, then also we can do a lot. Otherwise, we have actually lost the trail in last 1200 years.
Thank you. We have questions from Dr. Rajiv, Pankaj ji, and Dr. Swati ji. So, and I think we have very...
I'll be able to take only one question because from 5:30 I have another meeting.
Okay.
And that too, I think is a quite fascinating festival.
Right.
In a year, whenever the 13th day, traditional 13th day, that is Trayodasi, falls on Wednesday and bright moon, it is called Tanna Trayodasi. And on that day, multi-grain dishes of 13 food grains and 13 vegetables is so there is a biodiversity celebration at 9 places in Udaipur. So I'll have to join there. So I'll be leaving by 5:30.
Yes, yes, definitely. So maybe Rajiv ji, you could go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Professor Bhagawati. What I would like to ask that why not there are research opportunities for young professors who can work with a transdisciplinary approach from the very beginning of their career, if we want to promote that kind of a scenario. In terms of maybe they are trained in the sciences in a different approach. Obviously, everyone is trained in the modern sciences, but they have the ability to even learn the Sanskrit, and they would have learned at the basic level. So there are those kind of opportunities.
Now it's open space. Any professor of electronics or any professor of physics or any professor of cosmology or any professor of chemistry can supervise a doctoral degree based on these Indian scriptures, wisdom found in the Indian scriptures, our ancient civilizational antiquities. So I think people should take initiative in starting, and particularly in new national education policy, they have talked of multiple courseworks. So I think if a research scholar who has done one coursework, and if he wants to do interdisciplinary study by interpreting some of the scriptures, he can go for another. But then universities have to invest money. Problem is Indian universities are having very poor headcount. There are universities which have all the guest faculty in a department, or there is one-man department, there are two-men. Unless we have proper departments, what do I feel? At least one department should have 4 to 6 persons with proper cadre ratio. Then only it can happen. We find a large number of universities, the regular faculty is less than the number of departments. I'll not name the universities, but I know universities which have 22 departments and 16 regular faculties. So problem is that unless we have regular faculty, we have just contractualized and casualized the hirings in universities. 70 to 80% of the people are either guest faculty or visiting faculty. So unless we have stable structure in the university departments with proper cadre ratio, then only we can think of that. Don't take it otherwise. I am not going to hurt anybody's feelings if who is from any such university. It is a general phenomenon I have observed. And at this stage of my age, I think I should be honest in pointing out the lacuna.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Bhagawati ji. It was a really, really valuable session. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll just request Sri Hari to do a Shanti Mantra and we can end the session.
Sure, sure.
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnad Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
Thanks
much.
a lot. Thanks a lot.
Just request participants to just stay for a minute. Just a couple of logistical announcements. So firstly, hope you've enjoyed today's day too. We have a packed session from tomorrow also, but tomorrow's sessions will start at 9 a.m. Only today and yesterday they were starting at 8, but as you know, from tomorrow, all of them will start at 9 a.m. And the second thing is there is a feedback and summary form. If you could all just fill it, I will just send it out to all of you on your emails. If you could fill it by 6 o'clock tomorrow, 6 a.m. tomorrow, if you could fill it and send it, it will be very good. And yes, hope you all are enjoying and hope you are, hope we can do it, we can make it better from your feedback. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. See you tomorrow.